right, we got our first few people in here. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Thanks to anybody who's pressing the like button on the live, helping TikTok recommend it to more people. Share with your friends if you think of it. If anybody has any questions how we know the Earth is a globe, welcome. Please feel free to comment or request to join. And that goes for globers or flat earthers. Some globers might just, be curious to learn more. Or if you're a flat earther and you want some calm, friendly, respectful debate, either are welcome. Welcome, everybody. Thanks to everybody who's pressing the like button. I'm pretty sure Columbus proved the world was round a long time ago. Denali, so actually, interesting that you mentioned, I assume you mean Christopher Columbus. That actually was not him who did that. Like, yeah, he's the one who, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But whether the Earth was a sphere was not at issue in anything surrounding Christopher Columbus's life or his work. Everybody knew it centuries before he came on the scene. The only reason that there's this persistent misconception about him is because of Washington Irving publishing basically a false history of Christopher Columbus in 1828, I think was the year. And that was taught in public schools at least up until, my mom's generation. I don't know if they're still teaching that or not, but you could just go to Wikipedia and see it's completely false. Nobody around Christopher Columbus's time was arguing that the Earth was flat. Tanagrin Stu says, just want to say I'm a big fan of how you run your live. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I do try my best. Why they used CGI and why we don't have one real picture of Earth from space? Well, if you can, request to join and we'll talk about it. Denali says, I beg to differ since there are still people in existence who believe the Earth is flat. Well, that's not the fault of, the authorities in the Salamanca University or the King of Spain or anything. It had nothing to do with anything in Christopher Columbus. That all started actually hundreds of years after Christopher Columbus with Samuel Rowbotham. Yeah, look up Myth of the Flat Earth on Wikipedia. You'll see a lot of info about that. Eon Flutter says the Earth is such a massive sphere; it's flat everywhere. Somebody's laughing, saying you can't answer about the CGI. Well, okay. Just look at a pool, water lake. Okay. Oh, we got some. Okay, those are just viewers, not people requesting to join. If anybody wants to chat about whether the Earth is a sphere or flat, please request to join. We can. Oh, do we have a? Okay, here's Denali. Okay, here's.
Hello.
So just from your comments just now, my impression, correct me if I'm wrong, my impression is you are a glober. You're just, talking about the history here.
No, I am a realist. I'm a realist.
So can you tell me what that means
I
to you?
would be really interested in the motive of the people who dispute that the Earth is round. What is the motive for that, and what are you trying to prove, and what difference would it make in how everything operates if you were proven right? What would be different? We've gone to outer
Those
space.
are great questions. Those are great questions, and of course, I'm a Glober, so I can't answer for them.
Okay.
Did you think I was a flat earther?
No, I go from
Okay.
thing to thing. I just
Yeah, those
see
are
if I
great
can get
questions.
anyone to have an intellectual discussion with instead of just spouting beliefs.
Yeah, I certainly am interested in intellectual discussion instead of. There were a few people I had to kick from my live when I went live earlier this week because they just tried to turn it into a like a wrestling match or something, and I'm like, nope, sorry, not interested. So we had somebody else requesting to join, but then they left or whatever. Rodrigo Galindo says their motivation is just to feel special, thinking they know something others don't. Yeah, you might be onto something there. What do you think of that, Denali?
I agree. I believe
77
that
Khan says
there's
I'm a
somewhere an
chill Glober.
aberration that makes these people act in defiance of known facts.
I'm so
It's not
sorry,
an
Denali. I
opinion,
started to
they
talk over you. What
follow
did you say that
facts. Uh, um,
something about
they're
aberration?
denying facts is not
Yeah.
normal and therefore an aberration.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. There is, and actually, I'm trying to make I'm trying to write a video script. It might end up being a three-part series on TikTok,
That'd
where
be interesting.
I'm exploring basically the broken epistemology that flat earthers use or apply. Um, I go into like details about my epistemology as a Christian glober and the epistemology that I see atheists using when they argue with flat earthers. And I go into conflict thesis, and there's a whole lot of stuff to unpack. But basically, the gist of it is flat earthers see, for a lot of reasons, they just seem to have a very, very broken epistemology. And so,
Don't know.
yeah.
Go ask them if they'll share.
All right, so I got somebody in here called the World Teacher. Um, World Teacher, are you a flat earther? Denali, if he is, I might, if you're willing, request a like have him come on instead. Um, how's that sound to you? That way we can get some debate instead of speculation. I don't want to speak for them, you know, about their motives for believing the Earth is flat. You know, why not let them speak for themselves? You still with us, Denali?
Yes.
Do you mind if I uh, put you off and invite on this the World Teacher? That's the username.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a moment. I have grandchildren here.
Uh, well, congratulations,
So, what did
grandchildren
I
are a
do?
wonderful thing. Let me
Absolutely.
invite on another guest and say goodnight to you if that's okay, Denali.
No problem. Have a good night.
You too. Oh, I think I saw a comment from the World Teacher. You said your mic doesn't work. Is it working now?
No, it does.
Okay, good. Now, before we get into any debate territory, are you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther? Hello? Is my
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you typing comments to reply to me?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think I can hear you. I mean, okay. So before we get into any debate, if you are a flat earther, just gonna ask that you observe a few rules. Just because this is my little corner of the internet. We had a few guests in my last live that were not willing to, observe these rules. So my rules are basically no accusations. If you think something I say is wrong, don't assume that I'm lying on purpose. If you and if I try to do a timeout, if something I feel is wrong with the tone of the conversation, and I want to do a little timeout, please respect the timeout. Um, and I mean, it's should be intuitive. I hope I'm stumbling over my words. Hopefully, you know what I mean.
No, it's all good. I understand what
So,
you're saying.
thank you. I appreciate your willingness to abide by those rules. So,
I
what would
appreciate
you
your
like to
I
discuss?
appreciate your willingness to even have this conversation.
Yeah, of course.
Would you like to hear my fundamentals?
What do you mean by fundamentals?
I mean, I had heard you talk about God. Well, I believe love is, and that we have never been outside of it in a nutshell.
Well, in I think it's 1 John 4. It says God is love. So, is that kind of the sort of thing you're getting at, maybe, or?
Well, yes, except in a more tangible way. I believe that we are all facets of one multidimensional totality cast off to
Oh, okay.
grow for growth and to come to fruition. And that atoms being empty space renders us etheric, except we don't realize that we are within a field of enclosed bandwidth.
Okay. Um, if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask, do you want to talk about like science and math about like the shape of the Earth right now? Because if not, there might be another guest who would be willing to chat about that.
Well, if you want
And
to if you want to forego the fact that atomic bandwidth is subjective, that's on you, my friend. Have a good day.
uh, all right. Good evening.
Okay.
Welcome. I remember you from Level Devils Live.
It's good to see you.
You
I
too.
don't pretend that I know what atomic bandwidth is, but I feel like I'm smart enough to know that it's not subjective. That was a bonkers statement that came out of that man's mouth.
Yeah, he seemed to be trying to connect science and religion and philosophy in a way that I'm not sure is entirely uh,
Possible, practical.
so, not entirely something I would agree with. Let me put it that way. um,
I have a question for you. I was thinking about you earlier, actually.
oh yeah?
Yeah, because I was thinking about all the smart people I talked to the other day.
Well, thank you.
Why? So this eclipse that we're gonna have, right? Like
Okay.
it's passing through certain parts of America and not others. Why is the whole world not gonna see it? I don't okay, the reason that I asked this, I don't understand why people are literally traveling to my town to view something that is gonna last a minute and 30 seconds here.
Well, I've heard a lot of people pumping it up like and like smart people that I respect saying like basically this is such a beautiful, awe-inspiring phenomenon. It will change your life kind of thing. Like one that comes to mind immediately is Destin on YouTube. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day. I don't know if you ever seen it. Um, he did a video about it and saying it was really cool. And I guess there's just a lot of enthusiasts who um, it's like I don't know it's like going to the Grand Canyon or something, except there's only, a few minutes of time when you can see it. Does
But
that make
like,
sense?
yes, but it's my understanding that everybody can't see it because the way that they have it tracked on the map is that, am I making sense?
Yeah, you would have to, in order to see the totality, you'd have to be like somewhere along that path. Yeah, that's my
Okay.
understanding.
So back to, is the earth flat? It's very interesting if you look at the trajectory of where people in America are going to see the eclipse, it curves. I don't know what that means, but I was like, I think the smart people that I talked to the other weekend would have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, well, actually, one of the very first evidences that humankind saw that led them to believe the Earth was a globe was that the shadow of the Earth on the moon during a lunar eclipse was a circle. Um, I guess that's not like strictly related to what you just said, but it came to mind. Um, yeah, it's there. I'm sure there's math you could do to kind of show like, look, this is, this can only work on a globe. Um, I'm too
Where
lazy right now to do the math, but
where do the flat earthers think that the sun goes at the end of the day?
again, I don't know if I want to necessarily speculate about what they would say, but my impression is that most of them, at least the honest ones, would say we just don't know.
Hmm.
And that's a fair answer. It means they don't have a way to like argue on that point. But, if somebody doesn't know something and they're willing to admit that, I respect that.
What baffles my mind though is that they had to have learned the opposite to have graduated from at least an American public education system.
And
So
they always beat that drum too. Like, like we were educated, we went through the same public school system you did. And basically their thing is it's indoctrination because I guess on some level they didn't absorb the information enough to realize that it's basically like 1 + 1 = 2. And so on some level, to them, it's like secondhand knowledge. They can't verify it mentally themselves because they didn't understand it well enough. So that means they're trusting someone else. And so the testimonial that you always hear from flat earthers, at least what I always hear is, oh, I was a glober until I started questioning things, questioning what I've been told, and looking into it myself. And, then I started seeing all these, I couldn't find any curvature, and I started seeing all these inconsistencies in the globe. And of course, they're getting all their information from Flat Earth, social media.
YouTube, yeah.
Yeah. Um, so basically, they're starting out from a broken tool set for understanding the science, and that's my impression.
Have you spoken to someone with a higher level of education, like a degree of some sort that believes in flat Earth?
No, I've never met any such flat earther. If
So
they if there is such a flat earther, I would be very interested to
I
speak with
have
them. But
I have a theory that they're all really upset that they had a glass of wine. So I don't want to like put words in their mouth. So I'm just going to be blunt. Like I have a theory that they're all really insecure that they're stupid, and then they find this like alternative thing to make them seem like they're smart, and so they just like stand 10 toes down in it and they won't give it up. That's my theory.
Well, you might be onto something. I, of course, couldn't know for sure, but one thing I can say, at least it seems to me, you don't necessarily have to feel insecure that you're stupid to feel some sort of appeal to, hidden knowledge. Like, I call it the enlightenment complex. Like, everybody likes the idea, I think, and most people, I think, like the idea of being some of a part of some elite group of people who are in the know about something and that the rest of the world is,
Yeah, but
wrong
like
about.
find a more fun conspiracy, like JFK or well, that's terrible because the man died. But you know what I mean? Something like that's the dumbest thing to be
I
like
know.
who makes no sense. And then they want to say that there's a treaty between all of the countries, right? And they've agreed
Yeah,
not to
yeah.
talk about it. Meanwhile, we can't agree on anything else. Anything. Like what are some of the things people are upset about? I don't even know. We can't agree on anything else. Minute, stupid little things, but you're telling me that as the world, they have come together to agree on this one thing that makes no logical sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know. My impression is that it has to do with like number one, the size of the conspiracy that it implies is kind of like a whoa like thing, it kind of makes them, feel like it's that much more epic or whatever. And then there's the fact that for a lot of them, they come to the Bible with this extremely naive hermeneutic, this very sort of childish way of reading it. And it's, if they already have that confirmation bias from the conspiracy theory angle, then when they read stuff in the Bible that like triggers that confirmation bias, it's it's like a match to fuel.
I guess part of the reason that I don't understand it is like I'm terrible in math. I probably would not have graduated high school without Bush's No Child Left Behind. Like I didn't have to take the state math tests. They like seriously, their attitude was you're gonna fail it, so we're just not gonna make you take it. Like I'm not the smartest human being on earth, but I don't believe the earth is flat. And I also was indoctrinated into religion. I grew up Catholic, and they actually asked me to leave because I kept asking questions about the dinosaurs and other shit that didn't make sense from what my original public school
Oh
education had taught me
man,
versus when they put me in Catholic school. And
that's
so
just terrible.
I guess I just don't, as a also not math smart person, but I have common sense. I guess I don't understand it. Anyways,
I will never understand people who turn away honest questions like that. Like
well,
what
it's
what do they
Catholicism.
have to lose about just, saying, I don't know the answer to your question, or like maybe even let's go research it and find out. Like, what is the big deal? it's it, yeah, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that your story.
No, it's totally fine. Well, I also punched this girl on the playground. That might have had more to do with it, but I was very, very happy to get back in a public school where things made better sense because Catholic school was very, very, very confusing. When, I was like, what was I? I was
Yeah.
8. So I had already learned so much that it was just not, it was very confusing. Anyways, I didn't mean to hijack your live. I'm gonna
Oh
hop
no,
off.
no, you didn't hijack anything. I was just about to ask if you mind me putting on a different guest
No, no,
because
no, no,
there's
not at all. I just wanted
got
to
one
pop in
invite.
and say that that man's statement was ridiculous, and then we got on to other topics. It was good to see you again. Maybe I'll see you
You too.
tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'll go live tomorrow or not. We'll see, but thank you. I really appreciate you joining.
Have a good night.
You too. All right.
Can you,
So, are you a flat earther?
no, I'm not.
Okay. Well, did you have any questions about how we know the Earth is a globe, or were you just coming on to comment?
Just a comment.
Okay.
So basically this live, you're trying to sort of deconstruct like flat earth narratives and stuff like that.
Well, if it comes to that, basically, the Earth is a globe, as we all
Yeah.
know, or we should all know. And so, oh, you know what? Kid Ed points out a good question. I should ask if you're 18, because
Yeah, I'm over 18.
all right, thank you. So like, yeah, it's we do know the Earth is a globe based on pretty basic math and science that was known centuries or even millennia ago. And so the idea that someone would deny it nowadays, especially deny it with a robothemist cosmology, which is that's what I call a cosmology that says the sun just travels around in a circuit above the Earth at a roughly constant altitude and never goes below eye level 24/7, 365. That's robothemism to me. Because Samuel Robotham in 1849 is the first person to ever make that claim, basically in a serious, persistent way. So, he's the father of the modern flat Earth movement, and basically, what I'm here to do is to debunk robothemism because robothemism is anti-science. It's not poor science. It's not even, in my mind, pseudoscience. It is actively anti-science. And so
Wow.
um, that's what I'm here to do. And if somebody basically, to me, the deconstruction angle where I talk about their epistemology, that's kind of a remedial topic because it should be intuitively obvious to everyone that, you know, the shape of the earth is a scientific question, and therefore we should be applying scientific rules to the question, but they don't apply those rules. And instead, they apply these, like, basically guerrilla warfare tactics on the conversation. And so, um, that the talking about the epistemology is to kind of diagnose that issue. Um, but ultimately, it is a scientific question, and I am here to debunk their nonsense and share the science that I know.
That's pretty cool. I think I on YouTube one time long ago, I saw an interview with an ex-flat earther, and they basically said that flat earth, it's not necessarily an information or like a learning issue, it's more of a mental health issue where
Hmm.
like she explained that people they find like a sense of community online and like a sense of like belonging in
Oh,
people, like
wow.
they're like part of something.
That's
Um
interesting.
yeah, so how and she talked about flat earth, it's more representative of like our modern mental health issues in society, speaking more so to like loneliness, stuff like that,
You
and
know what? I
how
just followed you. Do you mind sending me a link to that? That sounds awesome.
yeah, yeah, if I can find it on YouTube, yeah. um and I think that was an interesting angle to take it
Yeah.
because and there's also sometimes it can get a little more malicious, like I think there's some like flat earth influencers out there, they try to sell stuff.
Yeah.
um and I think another aspect of it is um there was a like this other YouTuber named Johnny Harris. Have you heard of him?
No.
He's kind of he's sort of like this video essayist with regarding like politics, stuff like that. And one of his older videos, he made a video on flat earth, and he talked about how flat earth, it kind of came as a response to people who sort of didn't have scientific backgrounds, sort of trying to I basically sort of challenged people who were more educated in science and had more advanced degrees. Where
Yeah.
what he was trying to explain is, as you know, as science is continuing to improve and progress, like scientific experts, they become more and more experts on it as time goes on. And so people
Yeah, it's
who
in
aren't sort of familiar in that space, they sort of push back on it. And flat earth is kind of a way of sort of pushing back on people who are like saying, "Oh, I'm an expert," if that makes any sense.
yeah. Yeah, it's like increasingly specialized and inaccessible to the layman. Is that kind of what you were getting at?
Yeah, yeah. So that I think that was a reason he explained as to why flat Earth was gaining traction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great point too. Yeah. It seems like it's a very multifaceted issue. Because I was like digging through information video series and finding all these connections to like this conflict thesis, this idea of conflict thesis. There's a Wikipedia article on it. Basically, the idea that science and religion are inherently opposed, permanently at conflict, um, and so you have to pick one or the other. And if you look back at Samuel Robotham, the father of the modern flat Earth movement, uh, there's a quote from him that I found in one source where he's basically saying, again and again, I had the feeling that this Newtonian system, because this was in the 1800s, this Newtonian system seemed so plausible, and if it that it might be true, and if it was true, then there could be no God. And it's like, what? That's a non sequitur. But okay, if he's having that feeling over and over, and having a crisis of faith over it, and that's what compelled him toward starting the modern flat earth movement to rescue his faith from this like false dichotomy. Then you see where I'm going with this? Like, it's all
Yeah,
because of
yeah.
this nonsense of conflict thesis. And we had somebody in the live just a little bit ago mentioning Christopher Columbus. Have you ever heard this story of Christopher Columbus arguing with the Spanish authorities about whether the Earth was flat or round?
This I haven't. I was under the impression that they knew the Earth was round. They just didn't know, like, they just disagreed on like its size or like specifically how land was laid
Well, you're
out.
absolutely correct. That's the real history. But generations of people have believed this anecdote that Christopher Columbus realized the Earth was round, and like that's what the argument was with the Spanish authorities, because they were saying no, the Bible says it's flat, and so he had to basically overcome this. It's this whole like mythology that's been created that's just completely historically false, and is traceable back to a book written by Washington Irving on the life of Christopher Columbus in, I think it was 1828, and it's just false history. Like, he made it up. And it was being taught in public schools. Like my mom was taught it in public school.
Wow.
Um, which is like, what? And there's a whole
Did
Wikipedia
did
article
uh
on.
did
Sorry, what?
your mom, was it was it like a private school or was it like a standard public school?
Oh, she was at a standard public school, kind of
Oh,
low income
interesting.
neighborhood, low class neighborhood, if I can use that term. I'm not sure what the politically correct term would be.
And I think, as with like 21st century, like these big developments in technology, science, and sort of how like your education level, it kind of the system we have set up, it kind of puts you in a class, so to speak, where
Yeah,
you sort of need like a degree or a lot of times even a graduate degree to sort of bump up your opportunity. I think that like people trying to get that feeling, I think it's going to get worse and more extreme before it gets better.
very
Because
possibly.
I think sort of those social trends and those social like changes and problems that sort of that this I forget the name of this person you were talking about in the 1800s.
Samuel Robotham was the father of modern flat Earth theory, and Washington Irving was the guy who lied about Christopher Columbus.
Okay, so I feel like yeah, so basically I feel like it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you may be right. Um, but the thing about conflict thesis is, like, there was a formal like proposition in the 1800s that's eventually been debunked, and it's even on Wikipedia now that it's discredited. But the damage has been done. Basically, there is informal influence from conflict thesis where people don't know the term conflict thesis, but that mindset of science versus religion is everywhere. And like, I published a video like a week or two ago about the theology or the theological impact of black holes. And in that video, I made the comment, God invented and created black holes. And you would not believe the number of atheists that have been commenting under my video, complaining or making fun of me for that claim. And it's like, okay, the word theology was in the title of the video. Do you not know that people who believe in God believe he created the world? that the world was God's idea. I don't understand that, but like my point is, atheists continue to push conflict thesis to this day because what they want to do is basically bury religion and say that religion is like an ignorant, naive thing from the past. And so basically, I see at least, there's so many facets to this problem, but one of the facets that I'm looking at and saying, yep, I can see that being a problem is atheists pushing this conflict thesis is continuing to fuel the fire for flat earthers because they feel that they have been lied to. They feel like they have been um like that modern scientific establishment and the scientific consensus world is overstepping its bounds. And the reality is, yeah, it is in a lot of ways, like because they're pushing this conflict thesis, this epistemology that says if you're going to be a serious scientist, you have to set God aside.
So it's like
Neil
as
deGrasse
like a
Tyson
defense
is,
mechanism.
what's that?
So it's sort of like a defense mechanism, as sort of
On the
like
part
that
of
last
flat
protective
earthers?
wall, so to speak.
You're talking about in flat earthers, like they're having a defense mechanism to that?
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I
yeah.
in
I
one
can see
version
that.
of my script, I even called it a trauma response, like society's trauma response to centuries of abuse by atheists. It's like totally irrational, but on some level, it's relatable. Like, okay, yeah, like you look around at all these science sources on science saying basically that there's no meaning to life. We're all just gonna, waste away until the heat death of the universe, and then there's nothing. We came from a big bang. We're gonna go out with a whimper, and it's just nothing and meaningless. And it's like that's awful. I'm sorry, that's awful. No, that's completely wrong. And there is no scientific basis to say that at all. And yet, that's what the secular world is saying. So, to me, like, having a negative response to that ethos in society is a completely understandable and justifiable thing. It's just that flat earthers take it in a wrong direction. And so one of the things I'm trying to do is like harness that and try to redirect it to somewhere more positive. Like, look, guys, you're right about one thing. You're wrong about everything else, but you're right about this one thing. Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. I totally see where you're coming from. Yeah,
So I don't
yeah,
know if it's gonna make any difference or not, but we'll see. I'm doing my best.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thanks for
Some
sharing about
people.
that.
Yes, I think some people, when you some people on these lives, they kind of, some people are harder to talk to than others. Like some people, they like repeat like a few pieces of information, and then when you try to push back on it, they kind of just repeat it. Like they just kind of like repeat that same thing again. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah. So some of these guests that come up, they're a little frustrating. Yeah.
So, Tony Capone, I see you saying you guys obviously don't believe what the Bible says. Are you coming from a flat Earth angle? I'm hoping to get at some point. I'm hoping to get an actual flat earther in here in the live, if you don't mind, Aurora Panda.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. One
Okay,
thing I
so
will
Tony
say
Capone,
though.
do you have a request to join button? Are you willing to talk about that here on the live? And if not, I'm not going to intimidate you. Like I respect, if you don't want to do that, but um, JC says, "Evening, Peter. Appreciate your insights. Thank you." We'll see. I don't think I have a request from him yet. The roster's empty right now.
One thing I will say though is,
He says he might
re-
later. Okay.
okay,
Fair
like,
fair enough.
mm,
Have a good evening. You're
regarding, I think when people from a very scientific perspective talk about, like that meaning of the universe, I personally, like growing up, I was raised in that religious household, but then as growing up, I kind of said that it's not for me personally,
okay.
and I I sort of kind of was at that place where I was questioning, like, oh, does life have any meaning, and sort of that stuff you described earlier of like how how science says the universe will end and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But I do believe there is a way to sort of find meaning and purpose in your life while also believing those things. Because I do think there are some people out there
Okay.
who are very nihilistic and who are very doom and gloom and who are like who are those, like, nothing matters type people,
Yeah.
and who also say that there no religion is real, all that type of stuff. Um, but I think that you can separate that while also saying that science and our modern understanding of the world is sort of the lens at which we should view things, if that makes any sense. That, like, basically that sort of pessimistic nihilism, it doesn't have to be there, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. I saw one thing that I've um comes back to my mind very often is this video from a YouTube channel called Kurzgesagt. Have you heard of them?
Oh yeah, I've been watching them for ages.
I just discovered them like a couple years ago, and I was just in love. I started like binging their videos. But obviously they're coming from a pretty secular point of view, and I'm sure you've seen the running joke how they induce existential dread, right?
Oh yeah, like the first half they kind of set it up, but then the second half they more birds come in and little
Yeah.
happier music. Yeah.
Well, it's like they're always talking about how like little time we have left or whatever. Like anyway, there was a video called Optimistic Nihilism that really kind of encapsulated this problem. And they were saying they started the video just with, some of their scientific facts or whatever about how our lives are, almost half over already, and there's just a blip in the timeline or whatever, and then they said, our videos tend to induce existential dread in people, and the last few minutes probably haven't helped. But um, we have, our answer to that is what we like to call optimistic nihilism. And it from my point of view as a Christian looking at this situation, what they're talking about appears to me like basically an arbitrary choice to focus on happy thoughts instead of dark thoughts, right? Um, like, yeah, I guess it's a valid choice. It's just like, to me, it doesn't seem like a choice with a very solid foundation like my optimism has. Like Christianity is a very, very optimistic point of like worldview if you think of it from the perspective of like, okay, the world, and he's not a deist God. He didn't just create the world and just turn around and let it do its thing and walk away. He's involved. He has revealed himself into the world, and not only that, but he is a good God. He actually loves us and cares about us and wants to save us from our broken condition. And so that's, you know, it's one of those things where a lot of times unbelievers or secular people, they look at it and it looks to them like a Santa Claus fairy tale. Like, oh, you just believe that because it makes you feel better. Well, yeah, it does make me feel better, but that's not the only reason that I believe it, So it's Christianity is a very, very optimistic worldview, and it has a very strong foundation for those feelings, I think. And so compared to my experience, looking at this optimistic nihilism thing, it's like, hmm, okay. I guess, I guess you have a choice there if you want to look at that positively. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, that definitely makes sense. I am reminded of just how sort of like big and vast like people like how broad religion can be, and even like the same religion, because I know, I think Christianity, I think it's 1/3 of all people, something like that, globally.
Yeah, I've
So
heard that.
yeah, there's so I think so yeah, this was that was definitely a more unique perspective that I've heard. Yeah.
What I just shared.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of Christians like kind of benefit from that and like kind of empathize with that without necessarily being able to articulate it like I did. At least every Christian I've ever known, I think, would empathize with that. Um, and there are a lot, like you said, there's quite a lot of diversity in religion, and basically, when I say Christian, a lot of times what I'm referring to are, followers of Christ. And to me, that means people who believe in the teachings of Christ as found in Scripture, in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Paul's epistles and such. Um, and so that actually does provide something of an objective standard for saying, is this person does this person believe in these teachings and do they follow them, or are they just calling themselves Christian and not really believing or following these teachings? Makes sense. So that's kind of the rubric I use for the definition of Christian. I know there's a lot of other definitions people use, but
There
like
are
when I use that definition, it
extreme.
does include quite a broad range of different denominations. Some Catholics, some Protestants, some, you know, a lot of people disagree on various details, but they still try to follow those teachings.
Yeah, yeah. I guess one question I would have is like, as
Oh, I'm
people.
sorry, 1 second. Question Everything says, for the record, I requested to talk about flat Earth. I'm so sorry. Request again, and I'll let you join. I I saw you in there for a second, and I was planning to wrap up what we were saying with Aurora Panda, but yeah, please request again. Sorry, Aurora Panda. Go ahead with what you were saying.
So the question is just sort of like, as people, I think they sort of learn more about um science. I think a lot of times they kind of become less religious, I feel, like where they
Sometimes, yeah.
yeah. So how do I guess my question is like, sort of, how do you sort of navigate that space where,
Me personally,
yeah, yeah, you personally.
well, to me, science is the study of God's creation. Like, why on
Mm-hmm.
earth would knowing more about God's creation draw us away from Him instead of toward Him, right?
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Maybe it'll help if you watch my video about black holes that I mentioned. I don't know. But I do want to get to these gentlemen who
Yeah,
are going to
yeah,
talk about
flat
flat Earth,
earthers.
if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the for your point of view and for joining and having a good discussion.
Yeah,
I
no
appreciate
problem.
it.
Yeah, this was fun.
Good evening.
You too.
All right, so I see Hobbs and Question Everything. Hobbs, press the button first. I know Question Everything was in before this. I don't know if Hobbs was in before. I don't want anybody to feel um, like shafted here. I guess I'll just go by who pressed the button. Well, no, because I said Question Everything. I said for him to join, so I'll press his. Okay. Welcome. Maybe we can still get to you, Hobbs.
Yeah, how you doing, sir? I don't. At this first time I've done this. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, all right. Uh, I just want to say first off, I really appreciate what you're doing in any form or fashion of a Christian trying to trying to talk to anyone about anything this day and age is it's hard, man.
You feel beaten
People.
back into the shadows, kind of thing.
Oh man, yeah. I've been
Well,
teaching
sometimes that
Bible.
happens, and that certainly happens in some cases. But I actually
Yeah, brother.
nowadays feel a lot less like that's happening, and more that Christians are beating other shadows now.
Well, that's more my thing. I'm trying to say with that. You're so right that I feel like, okay. First off, I just a little bit of background of me. I've been teaching Bible prophecy, Revelations, Daniel, anything to deal with Bible prophecy for about 15 years. Um, and I know 15 years ago when I started, there would be people interested for a short time. And then sadly, within usually a month of starting classes, it pretty much would be me and maybe one other person. And I would end up, getting to where nobody would come within 6 weeks. Now, the last several years, I stay packed with classes, lots of questions, everyone talking. But what you're talking about with that, with Christians, going into these chat rooms and stuff, and you know, this Christian cussing this Christian out over,
Oh yeah.
one word, a little
Well, I think
different
I got
than.
cussed out by somebody claiming to be a Christian just a few days ago
Man,
here on TikTok.
I believe it, in Revelation chapter 3, it speaks of the seeing church, and it's the last church that's talked about, right before chapter 4 and everything kicks
Yeah.
off. And I'm of the school of thought that I believe with each of the spirits, the seven spirits, seven letters to the seven churches, I believe they are also of the ages, and I believe that we're of the Laodicean church age, because when you read what
Hmm. Well, I don't mean to
chapter
cut you
3.
off on,
Oh,
because
I'm
this is
sorry.
a very interesting train of thought, but I do want to be able to um, get to other guests and stick to topics. So, did you have a perspective on the shape of the Earth that you wanted to share?
Yes, I'm sorry. You got me on here, and I got to rant about everything
That's
else,
all right.
but just the
Thanks for
fact
taking it
that
well.
I appreciate it. I do. I guess I don't know if I'd really say I lean more towards flat than round. Um,
Okay.
I feel like it's probably something different than exactly what it is different than any of us understand it. And I
Okay.
see so many people fighting over, oh, it's flat, oh, it's round. We have science that points to this and that, and that is very true. Some things seem to be very prevalent. I wish that as a Christian community, the fight over round, flat, square, triangular, pink with polka dots, that we could get past that part. Because what does that exactly matter? Other than I feel like, yes, NASA and our governments lie to us about a lot of things. That's important. But I think a lot of people, just like you said, cussing you out over the shape of the earth.
So,
And
what do you find most compelling as far as the shape of the Earth is concerned? Do you find scientific discussions more compelling, or do you find discussions about Bible verses more compelling?
what both? I'm a guy that likes, I like to meet the road where the tire meets the pavement. In my classes, I teach the verses, but also about things that are to come. I teach about the people who have helped bring in things, on the good of things and the bad things, like Helena Blavatsky, Aleister Crowley, Manly P. Hall, the Theosophical Society, and all of the things that they have done to help get us where we are in the political, financial arena of life, as at this time.
So, why don't we
I don't
talk
know if
about some
that's
Bible verses? Because
okay.
I read the Bible like from cover to cover, 8
Excuse me,
times
sorry.
before I ever heard of modern flat Earth theory, and
Oh,
never
I
once
got you.
did I ever read a verse that made me think this is saying the Earth is flat. Now, I'd heard many times, of course, atheists try to say, "Oh, this Bible verse means the Earth is flat. You guys are in the Middle Age or in the Dark Ages." But those were atheists trying to disprove the Bible and misreading it on purpose,
I
basically.
got you.
So, like to me, it was so weird when I first heard that there were modern flat earthers trying to use Bible verses to support their ideas. Like I know
Well,
the Bible very well. I have
right,
read
I
it.
understand. And give me a
There are no
second. I'm
verses.
trying to dig. I'm trying to dig and find, and maybe you
Well,
can
one
help me
one that I
with it.
saw somebody in the chat even just now mention was Job 38:14, where it says he uh, he made the earth take shape like clay under a seal, I think is what it says in like the
That is
NIV.
one that may kind of lean towards.
But see, the thing
I can
is,
see what you're saying,
have you heard of
but that doesn't
phenomenological
necessarily.
language? So you know the word phenomenon, right? Like,
Yes, sir.
basic, it's something that happens that we perceive. Um,
Yes, sir.
so phenomenological would be, something pertaining to our perception. Now, a
Understood.
phenomenological phrase in the Bible, what that means is a phrase that's describing what it looks like to us, to our eyes.
Understood. Right.
And that's what I believe those verses are. When Job 38:14 says that the earth takes shape like clay under the seal, it's referring, I mean, first of all, it's poetry, right? But second of all, it's phenomenological. It's referring to how it looks to a, it's
Correct.
comparing the shape of the clay. But the bigger point being made in the verse is not even the shape of the earth, it's the earth's changeability, how easily God changes the world, because it's
You bet
emphasizing
on it
God's
right.
power. And so
Amen to
like
that.
when you start applying more rigorous like rules for how you interpret the Bible and trying to ask that honest question of like what was the author intending here? At no point in the entire
Yep.
Bible, I believe, is any verse written with the intention from the author to say the earth is flat. Like
Well,
in
I'll have
it
to full
like
out agree with you as far as that goes.
Now, it also
I
doesn't say the Earth is a globe because
right,
God
but it does
didn't
say the
care
circle of the
about
earth.
teaching 21st century space science to people down through the ages. That just
Right.
wasn't on God's
Well,
mind.
right. That wasn't the point of the whole situation going on here.
Yeah.
He had a little bit more pressing business. I agree.
I see
And
Hobbs
what
is
you're
still
saying, you're
with us.
right.
Thank you so much for your patience, Hobbs. Um,
Oh yes,
so,
sir. I probably need to let you get on to him because
well,
I'm not somebody really. I don't have a dog in this fight or really a debate. I
fair enough.
like it's not what any of us think, and my biggest thing about it is I just wish we could all get along and just like tonight, me and you didn't have a crossword. Why can't every debate, if you're a real Christian, this is what should be in your heart is two brothers and or sisters in Christ just seeking knowledge and seeking God's face in it. Where's the argument and the fight in that? You know?
Yeah, see, it seems like you're actually paying attention to the teachings in the Bible and not
Yes,
just
sir.
picking phrases out of it like flat
Yes.
earthers do.
To to
I
to
tell you what,
to
there are some
to
flat
I'm
earthers here
sorry,
on
I keep
TikTok that have been embodying the exact opposite of Christ.
oh
Let me
brother,
put it
they're
that way.
nasty. Flat earthers, round earthers. But it comes back to okay, just because they say they believe in Christ. Hey, when Jesus walked up on those that demoniac, the Gergesenes demoniac
Hmm.
legion, they knew who he was. They asked him, "Did you come before the time to torment us?" They knew there's a time that Jesus is coming back. They knew
And
all
here
of
you're
these
quoting the
things.
Bible. You know it better than flat earthers.
But just because though they knew who Jesus was and the whole
Yeah.
9 yards, they're not going to heaven. So
Right.
there's a lot of people that, well, I know Jesus and I know what he did. Hey, that's great. But are you
Yeah, he said,
walking
"Many
with
will
him?
say to
Is
me,
it
Lord,
really in
Lord,"
your
but
heart? Because you know,
yeah,
brother, if he was in their heart, they wouldn't be acting like that. Just bottom
right.
line.
Yep.
There's no, oh, well, I'm passionate about. Hey, I'm passionate about it too, brother, but I'm not fixing to cuss you out and call your mama this, that,
Yep.
and the other.
There is
You know
nothing
what I'm saying?
worth
It's just,
compromising our, following
no,
Jesus'
man.
teachings. Nothing is worth that.
Because every time that that's going on, you can just about mark my word. There's somebody that's been going through something horrible for a long time, and they stepped in the door to see something different. Well, let's see what these God people are talking about. And no, it's bleep, 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 flat earth, bleep, 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 round earth. And they just think this is just more of the same. We
Yep,
have
such
to
a
show
shame.
them different. They've got to see different. Or what's the point? They're gonna see us and highfalutin. They just like everybody else. They're gonna close the book on God
Yep.
and Ezekiel 33, Watchmen on the wall. Those people's bloods are gonna be on our hands.
Amen.
Amen, brother. I'm sorry. I could just go on forever. I get riled up.
All right.
but
Well, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate your perspective and the discussion you provided. Anything else you want to share before I let the next guest on?
I appreciate it. Just that this account is my, well, it's kind of self-explanatory, question everything. My ministry account is Wake the Lost. I'm going to friend request you or follow you, however that goes. If you wouldn't mind to
Okay.
follow me back. But thank you so
I'll try to
much.
keep an eye out.
Love having the conversation, man. I love talking about this and all kinds of stuff. Of course, I guess you see that. Old
Yeah.
motor mouth over here.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Yes,
evening.
sir. Y'all have a good evening. Thank y'all.
All right, Hobbs, you're a champ for waiting. Um,
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem at all. I think people should question everything, not everything, but it's a denial, like the denial of science. It holds us
right. Yeah.
back, and it's disrespectful to like the people that came before us, like the astronauts, like that lost their life on Challenger. And
Oh,
I've
yeah.
experienced the racism from some a lot of them are now denying the can I say the word? It happened in World War II.
I know what you
The-
mean. Maybe not. Maybe best not to say the word just in case, because TikTok
Okay.
has the robots
Uh,
listening and stuff. But
No problem.
I
I
know
don't
what
want
you
to
mean.
disrespect your life. And a lot of them are taking that stance and spreading messages. Like one of them went to a school and is handing out flyers to
Oh my
kids.
gosh.
It's
Oh
it's
my
becoming
gosh.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awful. So I assume you're a Glober then.
Oh, without a doubt, there's
Yeah.
overwhelming evidence and proof.
Yep.
I mean, if you can't critically think, and I don't know, I don't want to say you're stupid. I don't understand it.
There is definitely something up in the psychology. I don't know exactly
I
what it is or
agree.
what all it, but there
Oh
is
my God,
something
I'd
up.
like to see a psychological profile of their. I mean, I don't understand why people so full of ignorance are so confident in the people with intelligence are doubtful.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
understand it.
let me ask. I got one person requesting right now, Choi Creature. Are you a flat earther? Because I'm trying to get some debate in here, or at least somebody with questions that I can help answer. Um, might make for a more interesting conversation. Not that I don't
No, I
like
understand
really
you're looking for a
appreciate.
flat earther.
Yeah.
I understand. I just don't like the spreading of disinformation and denial of science and history. That's what bothers me.
All right. So Choi Creature says yes. I think I'd like to get to them as possible if you don't mind. Um, anything else you'd like to share, Hobbs?
No, thank you for having me up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too. Bye bye.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, yes, you could hear me. Oh, I understand why a lot of people use profanity and disagree with each other. It's because of the steps to overcoming psychological resistance, and the first step is ridicule. Either on either side,
Hmm.
you were totally wrong, and the
Okay.
flat earthers are totally right. For you to let go of the psychological resistance, step one is going to be ridicule. Step two is violence. It's opposition. Step three is opposition to the point of violence, and it has its own steps. And throughout my years, the first time I stepped into community college, um, I had never heard about a flat Earth until I saw um, all these books. And of course, to write a book, you have to be somewhat book. And I saw all these books, and it caught my attention.
That's
Uh,
debatable.
on science, but there's also all these books on flat Earth. And so throughout my living years, um, I've encountered evidence that make me question. I go, wait a minute, how could this be?
All right, so
And
you said I was totally wrong, right? Like that is that what you said about
no,
are you,
let's say like there is a truth out there, right? Let's say you were wrong and it is flat. Well, for you to be convinced, I've heard people say, I wouldn't believe it even if it was true. That's how powerful our mind is. So just on the basis of all your public who don't understand the other side, just like sometimes I don't understand someone else with a different opinion, it's
Yeah.
really hard to step over that line. And that's why people use profanity. That's why people use
Yeah.
all these ridicule, calling people stupid and and so there's little things that caught my attention that I go, wait a minute, how could this be? And and
Oh, I
and
certainly don't support people using profanity or mocking or any of that. I try to discourage even like as you can tell, I'm a Glober. I Globers from mocking flat earthers because I'm like, guys, this doesn't help the conversation. I care about science. I care about truth. And so, what we want to do is explore and understand if we do have bias, like you're saying. It seems like that's kind of what you were getting at, right? Um,
somewhat, yes.
and
One
if we
thing that
do
I
have
that
bias, we need to
oh,
get
sorry.
past that somehow to get to the truth. That's basically it, right?
Yes.
So, I can tell you, in spite of any bias I think I may have, I am still 100% confident the Earth is a globe. And the reason is right behind me. I took this time lapse myself of the sunset, and I believe it shows conclusively that the sun goes below eye level. Now, what that does is, yeah, it doesn't directly tell us the shape of the Earth, but what it does is it 100% falsifies robothimism. Do you know what I mean by robothimism?
Yes, I heard you mention it a while ago. There's just things that, just as a person, I stop, I take a step back, and I go, wait a minute, how could this be? One of it was a video I saw of a rocket hitting um, the
The
supposedly
firmament.
dome at the firmament at 75 miles above the atmosphere. And when it hit it, it you could hear it goes into like water, and then it stops spinning. So that caught my attention, and it was only done by a private company. It's an independent private company, and nothing had to do with NASA or anything. It just went straight up,
So,
hit the
is there any
dome,
way
and
we can
stopped
look at that
spinning.
video right now? Like, do you have it
Um,
up, or can you help me find it?
um, I come up to it once in a while.
Let's see,
I haven't
video
looked at
of
it in a while, but it
rocket
spins. It kind of makes
hitting
me dizzy though.
firmament. I found something on YouTube here. Oh no, this says it's intentionally destroyed mid-flight. That's not the right thing. Rocket hitting firmament. This is a TikTok result. Let's see. I'm gonna try to show you what I'm watching here.
Somebody mentions a, a spacecraft hitting the dome.
I don't know if this is it or not.
I've never seen that. But
Okay.
the GoPro is actually on the rocket itself,
Okay.
and
So that
it
might be it
spins so
then.
much that it makes me dizzy. So I don't watch it too much.
All right. There were other results here. Do any of these look familiar at all? Wait, is this it? Maybe? They've got stuff edited on. Is this it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna keep the camera on it just for the rest of the audience. If it makes you dizzy, you can look away, I guess.
So it'll basically get to a point where it really seems like it submerges in water.
They've put annoying music over it. All right, how long does this last? Well, see there, it looks like it's in space now. Oh, wait, okay, maybe I skipped too far ahead.
Yeah, right before it slows down, like it's spinning fast. It and then it abruptly stops. And when it does that, you could hear the actual, like if it's going into water.
Okay, but I mean, there's a lot spinning would stop without it being because of it hitting water. Um, I'm just, also the sound. I can't play the sound here for you guys to hear, but like it doesn't sound to me like water. It sounds to me like just some type of noise created by the mounting on the camera. I mean, to me, I got to be honest, this evidence is very poor compared to um, the evidence that I captured myself of the sunset. Oh, shoot, my headphone. Sorry,
I
pulled my headphone out of my own ear. If you
Yes.
said something, I couldn't hear it.
How about there's a video, a 24-hour video of a video footage of cameras recording the sun around the North Pole. But then when they try to get footage of the South Pole, there's a 12-hour gap, and they basically delete the 12 hours. They
Okay.
never show the sun fully rotating around Earth on the
Now,
South Pole.
I feel if I'd like to mention something, if I can do so respectfully. It feels like this conversation is sort of going like kind of like if you're trying to stamp on a cockroach and it runs under a piece of furniture, you know? this conversation is getting somewhere where we can't get at it. You know what I mean? We have the evidence right here. Okay, so let's focus on that, right? Do you understand how this proves that the sun goes below eye level? And do you understand how that falsifies robothemism?
Not really. I mean,
Okay, well, let's talk about
I
that
have
because
my
I'd
I
love
have
to
my own
share with.
beliefs, but I don't want to talk over you. But before anything happens, I always mention that I believe that nobody comes closer to the truth than Dr. Donald Hoffman. He was a professor at UC Irvine cognitive science, and he basically states that it all starts with consciousness. And I think that he might be right. And nobody could laugh him off the stage because he has a theorem. And he doesn't work by himself. He has collaborators and he has mathematicians. And he's been studying this for basically um, over 40 years. And I read a couple of his books, and they're very interesting. Um, that's, it. I'm just kind of in between. That is basically what I believe.
Okay. Um, well, I guess if you're not willing to, I mean, are you willing to talk about like the reasoning behind why this falsifies robothemism?
Okay, can you explain that word again?
So to me, robothemism refers to the belief that the sun travels in a circuit above the Earth at a constant altitude and never travels below eye level 24/7, 365 for anyone on the Earth. Um, that it just, that sunset is actually just it traveling away from us to the point where we can't see it. That's robothemism. And that is absolutely 100% incoherent by all math and science. There is no way that's true, not even close. And I personally measured the sunset, and I didn't just take a time lapse, right? This is the eye candy resulting from my experience or my experiment. I have a whole video on this, and it's on TikTok, on YouTube, and on YouTube in the description. I link to a whole bunch more data. I tried to make it as transparent as possible, but like I had an actual scientific instrument measuring the altitude and the compass bearing of the sun as it set, and all of this was to show, number one, it doesn't really change in size, and number two, it doesn't really change its speed. Which and that's observers, okay? Like we can repeat the experiment at any location on the entire Earth and repeat it on any day, and you will get the same results. Okay, the sun does not change size, and it does not change speed through the sky. Um, so if that's true for all observers at the same time, there is no way that the sun is traveling closer or farther away. Like there's just no way that works according to any geometry or math.
Okay, well,
So
I believe you. Um, but something that makes me suspicious is something like an eclipse. Like I'm really highly suspicious on reality. Like, how could this be possible? That the moon is 200 some thousand miles away and the sun is 93 something million miles away,
million miles, yeah.
and then they both come into perfect alignment like two quarters. It's like I start to question a lot of things. I question
Well,
reality and
I mean
what people
that's
claim
actually
to be
one of the
reality.
strongest arguments for something like intelligent design. Have you heard of that? I mean, I believe God created the universe and specially created us. And of course, he would set things up to give us a show sometimes. Like that that's perfectly easy to understand from a Christian worldview. Like that's no coincidence. I don't think there's anything such thing as a coincidence, really.
Right.
So, I mean, that's not really evidence of the shape of the earth one way or another.
Yes, I'm highly suspicious of way too many things
Okay.
that we actually made it to the moon. These flight patterns on planes. Just people keep on coming up with more stuff that makes me question things. I really enjoyed talking. I have to go to work, but
Okay.
um, a few weeks ago I had a conversation with someone else, but he was on at like 3 in the morning. You ought to try that. You would have like 400 people on, or
Oh
maybe
man,
more.
I got my health to consider.
Yes, yes. Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck, and I hope, yeah, just the best for you.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
I, it's, uh, live at 5, Lance? Is that how
Hey,
you
how's it
pronounce
going?
that?
Yeah,
Welcome.
what's going on?
So, are you a Glober or a flat earther?
I'm flat earther 100%.
All right. Now, before we get into any debate, would you just verbally agree to abide by my my TikTok live rules? Just because this is my little corner of the internet. I had some guests last time that were not willing, and they got kicked. My rules are basically just try to be respectful, and that means no accusations. You know, if I say something you think is wrong, don't immediately accuse me of lying. No ascribing
Yeah,
motives, you know, that sort of thing. If I call a timeout, you know, if I want to talk about the tone of the conversation instead of the debate itself, please respect the timeout. All make sense?
yeah,
All right, so you agree to abide by those?
yeah, for sure. I do the same thing.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Glad we're on the same page. So, flat Earth versus globe. Um,
I could prove it for you in one word.
all right,
Horizon.
what about it?
Horizon. Period. On a flat surface. Okay, let's talk about a spherical surface. Okay, the
Okay.
spherical surface. If we were to be living on one, the surface of it appears to be going down as you look away from it.
Okay.
Okay, I could bring up pictures, but I want you to see if
No,
you
I
can visualize.
understand.
And then on a
I
flat
understand.
plane, as the surface moves away from you, okay, as the surface moves away from you on a flat plane, the surface will seemingly move up to your eye level.
Yeah.
Okay, and that would only happen on a flat plane, to where at the the surface of what you're standing on rises up to eye level, which is really interesting. Okay, because this is called a vanishing point. Okay, anything on the left, the right, from bottom of you is going to rise up into your eyesight. Anything from above you, okay, is going to, when it moves away from you, it's going to seem to be going down.
I think I understand what you're saying. The term that I would use for that is drop away. So, like, if you're on a globe and you rise in altitude, there should be some measurable drop away that the horizon falls below eye level, right?
Well, it's
That's what
called
you're saying,
vanishing
right?
point. So can we call it vanishing point just because that's what it's called?
Vanishing point is not the correct term. Vanishing point is from like parallel lines. If you have parallel lines like a train track and they're traveling away from you until
Yep,
they're
that's
too small
exactly
to
what that
see,
is.
that's a vanishing point. If you're talking about the horizon falling below eye level,
That's, I mean,
that's not vanishing point. That's drop
well,
away.
to be technical, when it does go away from you, it is at eye level. It is at your horizon.
Well, that if that's where the parallel lines,
By the time, yeah, yeah.
you can have any number of vanishing points at any point, anywhere in your image. Like it doesn't have to be on the horizon. Like you could have, if you're looking up an elevator
No,
shaft,
you're right.
then there would
You're
be a
right.
vanishing point at, you know, above you at the top of the elevator shaft. Or if
In
you,
my examples, like whenever I'm talking about horizon, I mean at your eye level, looking out at the ocean.
okay, but what
Wherever
we're
you are.
referring to is when the horizon drops away from eye level on a globe. That's drop away. Not to
Well,
nitpick your terminology, I'm just saying like
right now.
that's the term I would
Oh,
use.
you think that's called drop away as a horizon?
What?
You think that's like that's where after it curves, right? That's when the Earth starts curving for you.
Well, the word curve has some issues with it. I would
Yeah,
refer to
it does.
the concept we
It
were
does a lot.
talking about. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. The concept we were talking about, where it falls below eye level, that's the term I would use for that is drop away. Um,
Right. So
and
you want to
the
say that? Okay. So you're not going to say curve though, but
No, and the reason I can explain it very clearly. The reason is because we see in what's called a celestial sphere. Okay, so and that I'm borrowing that term from astronomy. It's basically
mhm,
that the world as we see it is like a sphere centered on our vantage point, our point of view. Because we
yeah,
take a sample, our eye or a camera lens, we take a sample of light from a single point in space. All light that comes to that point has to
right,
converge on that point. So if you trace the
right,
light backward, the rays of our vision diverge, and
yeah,
that's why we see in perspective. But like the sum total of all those rays of light that we are seeing, they are basically on a surface of a sphere to our point of view. And that sphere is called, like I call it, the celestial sphere. So the eye level
that's theory.
is
Okay.
it's like if no, that's going to be confusing. Eye level is it's what's called an orthodrome or a great circle. It cuts the sphere exactly in half. So half of the celestial sphere is the sky, and half of it is the ground below. If your horizon is at eye level, right? Um, But the reason that I don't like the word curved in this situation is because the celestial sphere is a surface that's already curved, right? So even on a flat Earth, the horizon at eye level goes around you in an orthodrome on your celestial sphere, which is curved.
Correct.
So the word curve just feels very muddy to
No,
me,
you're
and I
right.
don't like to use it for this.
And
In
that's why
order
I don't
to
like to
use
say
the
when they're round either, because the Earth is round like a disc. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. Usually that's just like, an informal term, but when we're using technical terms, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so
But it is
at
half a sphere.
first,
It is a hemisphere. It's a hemisphere. It is a hemisphere. It is. It's a half of an egg,
yeah, yeah,
my belief.
yeah. So
You
the
know?
issue is, we do actually measure drop away, and it has to be very, very high because the Earth is very huge. Okay, like, you know, 3,500 or 3,959 miles in radius. That's pretty huge. Okay. You're not going to see drop away at any pedestrian level. You can't just go up to a skyscraper, on the 115th floor or something and get on the roof and look out and see drop away. No, Earth is way too big for that.
Well, you can drop
So,
it. You can measure it by the things behind it if you want to. And if I mean to prove it, if you wanted to prove how much drop away it had compared to how much it didn't, to see if it did or if it did at all,
well,
or how much
my
production
friend
was
and
on
I
the
have
side.
measured drop away, and what he did was he sent a high altitude balloon to 120,000 feet into the air, and at 120,000 feet, a globe that has a radius of 3,959 miles should produce drop away of 6 degrees, and that's exactly what we measured. I have a video about it called Balloon Launch. It's on my TikTok profile.
6 degrees. What'd you say?
Yes, it's six
At 39
degrees of
at the
drop
radius
away.
of
So like, and I explain this in the video. I've got graphics to help. It's the eye level,
yeah,
like I said,
three
is a
thousand
great
miles.
circle cutting the sphere in half, right? So
How was
if
that
the
experiment
horizon,
conducted, please?
what's that?
How was that experiment conducted?
Well, he put a panoramic camera on the high altitude balloon and sent it up, and like basically he processed the footage afterward to provide like a. I explained this in the video. He processed the footage to provide me with a series of images showing the entire sky from the panoramic camera's view, and I did the calculations and figured out that it was at somewhere near 120,000 feet, and that it showed 6 degrees of drop away, and that agrees with the globe model.
120,000 feet high.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah,
Write
he
that
had
down.
to try it several times in order to get it that high. It was like a very
120,000 feet
delicate
high.
balance with like very light payload on the balloon and big balloon and things like that.
Hmm. That's cool. That's cool. That's a cool experiment.
Thanks.
Figure that out.
I mean, most of the credit goes to my friend. I didn't, I wasn't involved in the balloon launch itself.
And
He
how far
helped
could you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to get the information on the experiment. So it was 123 feet high, and then you could see how far?
120,000 feet. And
And you could see how far? Sorry.
well, I don't know how far. What I was saying is that we measured 6 degrees of drop away on the horizon from eye level.
But how do you know if it's 6 degrees of drop away if you don't know how far you were seeing?
Because, like I said, we see in a celestial sphere. I was measuring on that celestial sphere. So, like, remember,
Oh,
eye
you were
level is
seeing you
like,
could see 3,000 miles away? Wait.
okay, so I can explain this. Just bear with me. Okay,
Okay.
so remember how eye level is a great circle, like an equator on that celestial sphere, right? So
Hmm.
half sky, half earth. And as you rise, what happens is, or what should happen is the horizon should fall below eye level on the celestial sphere so that the plane made by that circle no longer intersects the center of the sphere and is below the center. So now there's more sky and less earth. And it turns slowly into what's called a small circle instead of a great circle, one whose plane does not intersect the center of the sphere. Um, so when I say 6 degrees, what I mean is 6 degrees on the celestial sphere. That's a direct reference to the observation itself, the
You mean
measurement
like
itself.
miles? You mean like 1 degree equals 69 miles?
Are you talking about like GPS coordinates? This is
Like
not
the
on
arc
the
circle. You're
Earth.
talking about the arc circle length. You're talking about the length, like the arc circle, like the arc length.
The celestial sphere doesn't have a size, so you can't convert to um, linear units. It's all in angle units.
Yeah, I'm talking about I'm talking about the arc tangent, like the arc curve, the arc distance, the size of the circle, like as it goes down, the arc length. So you're talking
Arc
about
length
six
would
degrees of
refer
arc
to a
length?
linear distance, and like I said, it doesn't have a size, so you can't convert to
That's a
arc
curve
length.
distance. That's a curve distance. And what are you talking about? It doesn't have a size.
The
Sorry.
celestial sphere is perceptual. It doesn't have a physical size. It's in our perception. It's
Are you saying Earth doesn't have a size? So what are you saying the 3,000
I'm
your
not saying
radius
Earth
isn't?
doesn't have a size. I was talking about the celestial sphere, the world that we see in our eye.
Yeah. So where do you getting the 3,000? Where do you getting the radius distance from?
Well,
If it doesn't
what
have
I
a,
said was if you assume that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then the predicted drop away should be around 6 degrees, and that
okay,
was
6 degrees of what?
trigonometry.
Yeah. So you used Pythagorean theorem.
I Let me pull it up. I don't remember exactly what trigonometry I used. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna. Shoot. Give me 1 second. This is gonna take me a second.
I mean, it should be pretty obvious if you should know what you use. I mean, I'm not being rude. I'm just saying like, so
It
you got
was trigonometry.
3,956 in the radius. Yeah, I know there's a lot of equations in trigonometry though.
I mean,
So
it's
you got
been several years. I just
3,956.
don't remember which equations exactly I used. Give me a second.
Yeah, so I mean, you would take the radius and then you have 120,000 feet of height. So you want to get the hypotenuse with the A and the B, which are adjacent enough.
You gotta slow down, man. I can't follow what you're saying and tell if what you're saying is correct or not because
Okay.
math just takes time. Okay, so just be patient. All right, so let me show you this. Okay, so this was the document I actually created for my friend in like conjunction with the balloon
Mm.
launch. So the first order of business was to develop an equation where we could take the radius of the Earth according to the globe model and come up with a prediction for the drop away to see if that prediction was true or not, right? So this is obviously not to scale. In order to draw the diagram and make it clear, I exaggerated all the distances involved. The camera was nowhere near this high off the Earth if this circle was the Earth, but it makes it easier to see. So, it looks like I used an arc cosine function, and yes, I did use a variation of the Pythagorean theorem, and the result was that for a radius of 3,959 miles and an altitude of 120,000 feet, the predicted, oh, sorry, my camera was off. Given a radius of 3,959 miles for R and altitude of 120,000 feet, this yields an angular drop away of 6.1 degrees. And just for, I guess, for funsies, I also calculated this distance in the diagram. This would be 45 miles of drop away. But obviously not to scale, because 45 miles in comparison to 3,959, that would be like a tiny speck. There would be no way to see it on the diagram. Make sense?
Yeah, and that's 120,000. Okay. Now do
So
8 inches per mile squared. Can you do for me, please? Do you have a calculator on hand?
I do.
Can
What's
you
the
do
question?
45 squared? It's 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, and I'm just going to see if it's the
All
same
right, so
answer as
I've
you
heard
got.
of this
So I
before,
should get
and
100.
it took me
I
a
should
while
get
to figure out.
120,000.
You're not quite correct. The 8 inches per mile squared is what's called a binomial approximation. That doesn't give you exact numbers. I I put this on my TikTok profile recently.
Or 6 degrees times 69. Hold on. No, I should get. Hold on. 6 degrees times 69. Hold on.
Let's see. It was right here. Yeah, so this is the equation for like how much drop away you would have in 1 mile. I think I had another one that showed more generically. Shoot. Where is it? Oh yeah, right here. This is the more general equation, or general. Yeah. So this would give you like how much would be visible of an object, or how much would be hidden by the Earth's curvature, given the distance and the altitudes. This does not take into account any kind of standard refraction. So this is not going to be 100% accurate in the real world, but
Yeah. Also, you're using plane geometry. Like you're not even using spherical geometry.
this is a cross section of a sphere that makes a circle.
Yeah, I
That's a
understand that you're
very
trying to look
standard
from the
thing to.
inside. I know it's a
What?
standard thing to do, but it's incorrect. I know it's a standard thing to do, but it's incorrect.
No, it's
You're still
correct.
not on the surface. You're
It's
still
a
not on the
cross
surface, and you're
section.
still not doing it.
It's a cross
Yeah, you're not
section of a
using arc.
circle.
So all the rules of a plane geometrical figure are out the window when you start doing this and using these arctans and all this stuff because it's a sphere at this point.
All
I
right.
know you're using arc stuff and you're using trying to say the drop of this and that, but it's really if you were looking at that angle the whole time, and really you're changing your angle the whole time as you're looking
All right.
towards down
Um,
to that other sphere.
all right. So we've come to a conjunction. We've come to a junction here because you are saying things that don't make sense, and I'm trying to figure out how best to handle this. You sound
Yeah, you're trying.
overconfident. You sound like you don't really understand what you're saying, and
I
I'm not
understand
saying
what
that
I'm
to be
saying.
mean.
I know
I'm
what you're
not saying that
saying.
to be
I know
mean.
what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from, but the thing is, you're using angles and stuff that would come off of a plane geometric figure. Like all the sides are flat, and you're trying to measure on a curved surface and try to
I don't
equate it.
understand what the issue is with using a cross section of a sphere. I don't understand what every time you
Well,
do
because
math in the
you're trying to look at it from the middle, and now you're looking at it from the middle. You change the whole like angle and everything of where you would be
No,
looking at it
that's the
at.
best way to do it. That's the best way to do it because, like, you need to, in order to do the math, you have to take the most relevant pieces of the situation. Nobody cares if, like, when you're measuring drop away, for example, nobody cares about the left and right dimensions. Why would you care about that? None of the math has anything to do with the left and right dimensions.
But
Everything is the up
that's
and
where the math
down.
rules. That's where the math rules, though. That's what makes the laws of the math is you being in that position. That's what makes the arctangent and cosine because all the angles are in set positions.
Okay, again, you sound overconfident, and what you're saying does not make sense. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm
I'm
saying
not
you're
trying to be
using.
mean. I promise. I'm not
I
trying to
know
be
you're not
mean.
trying to do. I'm trying to help you understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay, do you know
Like,
when
why
you
don't you use
take a
spherical? Why don't you just use spherical geometry?
because that would add completely unnecessary complexity. There would be no sense in that at all.
It would, because it would be so
No.
complex, it wouldn't be able to be, it wouldn't make sense. Because you're using, why
That's
don't you use spherical geometry for your sphere? Don't use my plane geometry for my plane. Your shit's a sphere. Use your
that's
sphere
no.
geometry. Leave my plane to me. Yeah, you're
All
using
right.
plane geometry and it's working. Hold on,
All
it's
right.
working because it's on a
Sir,
plane. Like, don't
you
think that it's
don't
not working because it's on a sphere. It's working because you're doing it on a plane. You know what
you
I'm
are
saying?
declining to acknowledge that what you're
No,
saying does not make sense.
yeah, because I think
And
it makes sense.
well, I'm telling you you're wrong. I know this math,
Well,
I know trigonometry, and I'm telling you you're wrong. So if you're not
yeah,
willing to work with me and actually get to the bottom of this, and if you're just going to keep restating your point of view,
yeah,
then unfortunately I'm going to have to move on to the next guest.
yeah.
Respectfully, I don't mean, I don't want to make you look like a
What
fool. I'm
about
not
when
trying to do that.
what about a container has to have a pressure has to have an enclosed
No,
container?
that's a red herring.
Wow.
That's not this issue.
Is that Harry? Okay, okay. Well, I thought I was trying to go through another way. Besides something that you don't understand. I mean, I'm talking about using plane geometry and spherical geometry. Do you know the difference?
Okay, we're in a
Why
situation where
spherical
I
geometry?
think you're the one who doesn't understand, and you think I'm the
But
one who
why is
doesn't
spherical
understand.
geometry used? Why does it even exist if you're not even using it?
You can't just keep throwing weird questions at me. Like, that's not how we would
You
solve
can't,
this.
they're not
Okay?
weird just because you can't answer them.
Yeah. All right. All right. Look,
You can't answer them. Like that's why
I
it's
appreciate the discussion
okay. It's
that
okay. You
you've
don't
provided so
understand.
far.
Well, it's
Um,
okay. You don't understand, bro. Just take a second and think about it.
is there anything else you'd like to share before I say goodnight and invite the next guest?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, you use plane geometry for planes and spherical geometry for spheres. Okay, go take a long ponder on that. And why don't you use spherical geometry for a sphere?
No, I don't need to take a long ponder.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Have a
yeah,
good
I
night.
appreciate it. Man. All right, you too.
All right. Welcome.
Specifically opposition, huh?
What's that?
Just realized that you're probably specifically looking for opposition.
That is something I'm trying to look for. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I do not think the earth is flat. I go into
Okay.
flat earth live sometimes with like other people, so I came in here to like just kind of join the panel, but
I
I can
appreciate
hop on
that.
and talk to punch about it.
I have a
I have to
personal
head.
preference that
Yeah.
I just do one-on-ones, and that's just my personal preference. I understand
Yeah,
others other
yeah, that's
lives
fine.
are
Yeah.
different.
Has
So
just before I go, real quick question: has anyone brought up like the because I have a really simple question that I just want answered from my flat earther, and I'll just ask you, and maybe you can ask them, and if you ever find the answer, let me know. Is that okay with you, real quick?
sure.
Okay, so let's say let's assume that the world is flat in this made up world that we're living in right now, right? If I know like the distance between, let's say, I know the length of Florida. I know the distance between Florida and Cuba. I know the difference between Cuba and Europe, X, Y, Z. I just know the distances of everything, right? Because we've mapped the world out, right? Why are they unable to create a model that is flat but consistent with the distances that we know are accurate?
Well, I guess it's because they're such a marginalized minority, isn't
Yeah, so
it?
that is the one question I want answered. I know it's
Life's
impossible
just
for them
too
to
hard for them. That's
but
the answer.
we don't have to keep change. Like it doesn't. It's impossible to draw a flat Earth map that is
I
accurate.
know.
So I don't
I
know
agree.
how there's any argument. But I heard it all by now. I go on debates with like Blitz and like flat level and everybody just so I just I try,
You
bro.
know
I
who
just
somebody mentioned one time that I feel like I would like to debate is Wits It Gets It. He's a YouTuber, I think. I haven't looked into his content very much, but
you there's no, and this is just me being like, I guess I just can't. There's no flat earther that is going to give you an argument solid enough that you
of
cannot
course not.
just easily just be like, we have. I don't know. I just it's not. I just it's not possible. Like it's just at this point, which is just overwhelming evidence that the Earth is not flat, and there's like zero evidence.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Every
that's
piece
why
of
we've known
evidence
it
I
for
hear is
thousands
just
of
something out
years.
of
So,
context. Yeah, I just anyway. But
yeah.
okay, I'm gonna hop down, bro. I'll probably stick
Well,
around
thank
for a
you.
little
I
bit.
appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. We got MV Watkinson.
Yep. What's up, buddy?
Are you a flat earther?
Hell no.
Okay. Got any questions how we know the Earth is a globe? Or did you just come to kind of comment and stuff?
I mean, your text there kind of caught my eye.
Well,
So
I
I
was
figured,
initially trying to approach it from a non-confrontational view and just educate because I know that there are, in total fairness, there are a lot of people who are not flat earthers. They don't, question authority, but they're at the same time they're like, I don't fully understand the science and maybe they would like to understand more. So, I wrote the, how we know the Earth is a globe Q&A just because it's like, why not also include those people, you know?
okay, so my whole thing is, how do you it's a globe by not knowing that we have different time zones, we have poles, we have seasons, we have, things of that nature. We have different weather patterns. How the hell is
Well,
all those things going to happen with flat Earth?
I guess what it comes down to, it really has to come down to this, is somebody who like hears all that stuff and their eyes glaze over, like they don't fully understand it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Science isn't for everyone. If they don't understand, I'm not going to shame them for that. I'm not going to call them stupid. It's not about that. It's just like, most people, or I think common sense would dictate if you don't understand something, then you just kind of be quiet, or at least ask questions and trust the answers from people who do understand it. But that's a difficult thing, especially if there's some reason that you believe they might be lying. Then you're in a tight spot, and I don't know what to do for you. But
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
makes sense.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
For a lot of people, it does come down to trusting authority, and that's, I think, the crux of this issue. Because that's a big theme in flat Earth theory and all the rhetoric is like, I started questioning what I'd been told, and you've been lied to, and conspiracy theory is a huge part of this. So I don't know.
I mean that's a whole other thing all by itself, like conspiracy
I
theory.
know, but it's like the core of the apple for them.
Oh yeah,
Not to, I guess an apple's round. I didn't mean that as a metaphor in that way, but you know what I mean.
I mean in a way, it has like a bump on the
Yeah,
bottom
it's like a
if
little
you
bit
want to
more
count
toroidal
that.
or whatever, but
Yeah.
anyway. So I have another guest requesting. Anything else you'd like to share, MV Watson or Watkinson?
I ain't got nothing, buddy.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a good night.
All right, you too, buddy.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Watson. Are you a flat earther?
Everyone's a flat earther. I've just tested the earth for 10 years, so I know what it is.
All right.
So,
Well, So what I mean is, do you believe the Earth is flat?
No,
I
no,
think.
I don't. I don't have beliefs about the floor. I walk around it on it all the time. We could test it with lasers,
All right,
infrared, high
don't
powered.
no need to be a smart aleck. It was a simple question. I was trying to get a handle on where you're coming from. That's all.
I was trying to answer your simple question, and you
Oh, I see
interrupted me.
Caleb in my comments. Still not willing to invite him unless he's willing to apologize to the Jews that he abused, verbally abused. Um, so Nathan Thompson. Before we get into debate, would you be willing to agree, just to abide by my rules, because this is my little corner of the internet? No accusations, no ascribing motive, and if I call a timeout to talk about the tone of the conversation, please respect a timeout.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, thank you. So, what would you like to talk about?
Earth curvature. Do you know how much the Earth would curve over 1 mile if the radius is 3,959 miles?
Yeah, it would be about 8 inches.
And that gets exponential as you get further away from an observer. So at 10 miles, it'd be approximately 66 feet. Are we in agreement on the math? Because that's just subjective, what the Earth curve
Well,
calculator said.
your math is a bit simplified. It's not exponential. It's according to a trigonometric function. The exponential function of 8 inches per mile squared, which most flat earthers repeat, is a binomial approximation that's less and less accurate the farther out you go. But in your favor, the curvature is even more, I think, than the binomial approximation. Anyway, I actually have this on my screen right now.
So over 10 miles, what would it be? Can you just give me the feet? If it's not 66 feet, what is it? Because I'm using Earth curve calculators formula, bro. Like, it's on the website. You can use the internet.
I'm sure it's probably roughly correct, so I'm not gonna.
Roughly 6. So the Earth drops tangent to our feet over 10 miles, about a 6-story building. Are you familiar with the law of reflection?
About light reflecting, if that's what you're asking.
That's not what I said. I'll ask it again. Do you know about the law of reflection?
I don't know exactly what you're referring to. The
Right
law
on.
of reflection. Reflection tends to happen according to, equal incident angle across the surface normal, but that's not true in every case. There's diffuse reflection, of course.
Yeah, but we do not observe diffuse reflections over large bodies of water at rest. And the study of large bodies of water at rest is called fluid statics. It states, and it's been known since antiquity, that large bodies of water at rest are level and horizontal to their container. You cannot have water contained on a ball unless you put the water inside the ball.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought this up, actually, because this is a huge point of misunderstanding on the issue. All right, so are you interested to understand the Glober point of view on this? When it comes to water being.
I don't want to stand under anything. I want you to prove that the Earth is curving 8 inches per mile in all directions. And if you can't, then we should just look at water, its reflections, the way it behaves, its natural level. They use it to level things. I spoke to a land surveyor. Check out the video 2 days ago. He's been land surveying for 38 years, and he didn't know
Nathan Thompson?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be talking while you were interrupting me, but he didn't know the Earth curvature.
You interrupted me first. Okay, I asked you a simple question. Are you willing to try to understand? Do you want to try to understand the Glober point of view on this? And you did not answer that question.
I don't want to stand under anything. I did answer the question. I was simply adding to that. So I didn't interrupt you. I let you finish your question. I mean, the audience can see what's clearly going on. So if the Earth was a ball with a radius.
No, you just broke my rule. I'm disconnecting you unless you have some defense for that. You ascribed motive. Okay, that's a violation of the rule that you agreed to.
You said I interrupted you. I clearly let you finish your question, and I was in the middle of talking, and you interrupted me, bro. We have an audience that can all see what's going on.
You just did it again. I'm kicking you.
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, so I just want to jump in and shed some light on your previous guest. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so he's a YouTuber from the last 8 years, trying to promote the whole flat Earth thing. And
Uh-huh.
most recently, if you go check out some of the Glober, guys like me who are actually trying to educate people on actual science and how things are basically, reality, objective reality. We
Uh-huh.
come across him, about the last 2 weeks ago or so, and some of the stuff that has surfaced about him going to elementary schools and kindergartens and playgrounds, trying to pass pamphlets off to kids without their parents' consent or teachers' consent. He actually got
Mm.
arrested for that as well. I don't know if he was charged or not, but
Whoa.
he was arrested and fined. Yeah, exactly. And then there's also some video of him basically going off of his girlfriend or whatever, trying to threaten her to kick on the door or whatever. So most of us are avoiding him. We're not trying to host him at all. So I wanted to give you a heads up. That's all.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And he talks over people, so nothing new there.
Yeah, that seems to be getting headed in an ugly direction, and I just don't want to have conversations like that. That's not
Yeah.
why I'm here. You can go do that on somebody
Well,
else's live. Not mine.
yeah, him, and there's other guy. All they want to do is come to somebody's live and just basically, sling stuff around, say the same thing over and over, and basically destroy the live and move on.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
So I don't see any other requesting guests at the moment. Anybody else want to join and talk about the shape of the Earth? And I mean, respectfully, not like Nathan Thompson was doing. Okay, we got a guest requesting. Now, Live at Five Lance was on before. I have user blindness sometimes. I can't remember exactly what that conversation was. But I know he was on before, and we got another request, so I'm going to accept that one. Dan Juan, is
Hey,
that your name?
Peter.
So, are you? Yeah, I can hear you.
So this is my giant argument when it comes to flat Earth versus globe Earth
Uh-huh.
is southern hemisphere celestial bodies.
Yeah, yeah, that's a big thing.
I can't get anybody. I mean, that's pretty much all out end all be all. You can't see the Southern Cross from the northern hemisphere.
That's one of the first evidences that I think it was Aristotle that was pointing out, the differences in celestial bodies or constellations visible in the southern hemisphere. That was one of the first indications that people had, that humanity had, that the Earth was a globe, I think, if I have that right.
Yeah, no, you're basically all right since antiquity, since the old times. And I think our education system has failed us, and people are questioning the wrong things. You shouldn't question whether the Earth is a globe or not. Have you
Yeah,
seen SpaceX, the Flight 4 coming up? Did you see Elon's talk this afternoon?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he's talking about in the next 20 years or so that they're going to send up just thousands of starships. It's pretty incredible to try to reach Mars in 20 years.
Yeah, that's cool. I wish him luck.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'll get out of here, man. Southern celestial bodies is the end all be all argument.
Yeah, the reason I prefer sunset as an argument is simply because you can do it in your backyard. You don't have to like travel. You don't have to trust someone else. You can do it in your backyard, and that's one of the reasons why I prefer it for this debate is because it's just, because there's so much about conspiracy theory and not trusting other people and like whining about how they're, you know, marginalized in society and life is too hard and they can't build their model because they're, not the ones on top and blah blah blah. So I'm like, okay, let's just forget about all that. Just do this in your backyard. Okay? That's one of the reasons why personally I prefer the sunset argument, but yeah, you're totally right.
All right. Enjoy the live, man.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, anybody else? I should probably get off soon, maybe have one or two more guests. I've kind of gone longer than I meant to already. Analemma. I actually don't know what that word means. Analemma. Meaning. A plot or graph in the shape of a figure 8 that shows the position of the sun in the sky at a given time of day at one specific locale measured throughout the year. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's because number one, the Earth's orbit is a little tiny bit eccentric, and number two, the Earth's axis is tilted. So, those two things together are going to cause that figure 8 shape. There, explained. Somebody says, bro's about to explain something he didn't know 5 seconds ago. Well, I didn't know the word. I knew the phenomenon. Okay. Let's see. Explain to flat earthers the difference between level and flat. Yeah, so I was going to mention this to Nathan Thompson, but he wouldn't talk respectfully, and I had no faith that he was going to listen, so I didn't bother explaining before, But what I was going to explain to him was that to a globe perspective, down is relative. Okay? Up, down, horizontal, all of those things are relative to, the direction that things fall. I would say relative to gravity, but I know the word gravity triggers flat earthers, so I won't use that. They agree things fall, obviously, so, the direction that things fall. And that's why water, finds its level or whatever is because things fall, right? So that force that applies downward to all mass causes the water to find its level. And guess what? On a globe, that force is not absolute. It's relative to the center of the sphere. So level by definition being perpendicular to that force, that is going to create a sphere. And that's a consequence of 3D space. Okay, so it's the misunderstanding here is so ridiculous. Yeah. As with many things, I can't believe the comments I was getting on, like, for example, that video I put out about the NASA paper where they were saying that NASA admits the Earth is flat, and it was literally just a simplifying assumption, and it stated that clearly in the paper, and they're still going like, dude, it says it right there, you can't even read, ha ha ha, and it's like, okay. Clearly, there is a breakdown of cognition here. Because simplifying assumptions are not statements of reality. That's not what they are. That's not what it means. That's not how you do math. That's not how any of this works. And yet they just like posture and strut till the day, or till the day ends. Okay, anybody else want to request to join to talk about the shape of the Earth? Either a glober who wants to learn more, or a flat earther who wants, calm, respectful, friendly debate. I'm so glad I asked that Nathan Thompson guy, beforehand to abide by my rules. That provided me with so much cover when things went wrong. All right, we got JT810. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, I'm a globe guy. So that's the type of person Nathan is. I know
Uh-huh.
gave you the warning. Like now, he's downing your chat, making
I
insulting
see.
comments,
I see.
and because it doesn't go his way, he's very
Right.
narcissistic.
They always,
Yeah.
yeah. They always do that.
So, right, exactly. Yeah. So,
I mean, the thing is, I'm just not even, they're just not even part of my audience. Like, I'm not out here on the internet intending to interact with people like that at all. So if they are here in my comments, like once I identify them, and kick them off my live, that's it. No more discussion, no more chances, I don't
yeah.
think, unless they can prove remorse.
Right. So this is what you want to do. Bringing up the Victor Drum, whatever. You can attack me too. So go on, like when you get off of here, just YouTube it. Go look at Finding Flat Earth 1, 2, and 3, and just watch them on
Are
YouTube.
those like documentaries or something?
No, they're not documentaries. So the YouTuber is Reckless Ben, and they trolled Nathan really hard.
Oh.
And yeah, just that's the type of person you're dealing with Nathan Thompson.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily support like countermeasures of a similar character, hopefully these guys are, doing it in like good-naturedly or whatever. I understand he may be a dangerous person and like maybe he deserves whatever they're doing or whatever, but
yeah. So
I just like try to,
yeah, he doesn't do anything in good faith at all.
I just don't want to get down in the mud with anybody. That's just not.
Yeah, no. And that's where he's going to drag you, right?
Yeah. I kicked him.
Yeah. It's one of those, I can't beat you intellectually, so I'll drag you down to my level and beat you with irrelevant things.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I don't think flat earthers understand how much people like me crave a serious intellectual conversation on this issue. Like if you have a serious case for your beliefs, then please let's talk about it in a scientific way. Like it is genuinely a disappointment to me when I find out that someone is like him, where they're not going to listen, they're going to talk over me, they're going to try these, tactics, and they're going to posture and strut, and stuff like that. It's like me
like
kicking
you and
them,
I talking,
and then
right, and in the comments, right, from Lance, who was up here earlier. Oh, you'd think an airline, a commercial pilot have better things to do than to... No, I do have plenty of better things to do. But when it comes to giving people the heads up about the type of people they are interacting with, I'm going to take a moment or two to do that.
Yeah,
especially
I appreciate
the
that.
type of person that approaches children playing in their front yard without an adult present and starts handing them flyers.
Yeah.
Or tells a little kid that's 6 years old, I'll give you $5 if you read this pamphlet.
Oh my gosh.
It's a pamphlet filled with flat earth propaganda.
Yuck. That is just yucky.
Yes.
All right, so I got some others requesting. Do you mind if I...
But yeah, I was just going to say, if you wanted a good laugh, look that up. It's Proving Flat Earth 1, 2, and 3. It's 3 videos, but it's very hilarious. You'll laugh your ass off.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate the point for everyone watching right now. When I laugh at a troll, like I did in my last video about, I think the guy's name was Flat Smack or whatever. When I laugh at a troll, that is a small compensation for the disappointment I feel that he's like that, that I didn't get to have a real respectful debate with him, okay? That is what I'm out here for. I am not out here to laugh at trolls. I am not out here to kick people from my live. That is not what I want to spend my time on. So, anyway, yeah. Thank you so much, JT810. Anything else you'd like to share before I say goodnight?
Oh, no, I'm actually about to head out to go to work.
All right, well, thank you.
See ya.
All right, we got Mukyola.
Yo.
Welcome. Are you a flat earther?
It's good. I just want to know Like, why y'all Globers just be in here kicking people back in? Like, none of the stuff y'all talking about people personal lives is got anything to do with the Earth being flat or it being a globe. Like, why do y'all just go right to the personal attacks? Like, you just had two people come on here and try to kick somebody's back in, bro. You
It seemed to me like they were
none of us.
communicating he is a genuinely bad person, and that is
No,
relevant.
that
You know, if
doesn't
I
that doesn't
have
seem like that. It seems like these guys are just trying to kick somebody's back in. You should have, if you don't want to get dragged in the mud or whatever you say, then you should have cut them off from. You should have cut them off and been like, no, what does that have to do with the Earth being a globe or flat,
okay, I
bro?
don't
Like
think
you
a
on
fair
here.
warning about a person's real, genuine character is, you know, I don't think that counts as being dragged in the mud. I
Well,
mean,
we got the warning the first time. Why did it take two people for us to get the warning, bro?
I don't think there's any harm in it. I mean,
It
did
is
you have anything you
because
wanted to actually discuss
yeah,
about the shape
I
of the
do want
Earth?
to discuss because like y'all just trying to make somebody to seem like a bad person when it's not. Like this is typical Glober tactic, bro. The man passed out flyers. Like y'all trying to make it seem like he did some
Okay,
crazy stuff,
uh,
which makes me wonder
well,
about the Globers. Do y'all are y'all like I don't
okay,
feel
don't
safe
don't
with you
break my
guys
rules
around
now. Have
kids.
you heard my rules? No ascribing motive, no accusations, and when I to call a
Fuck
timeout,
about your
respect the
rules,
timeout.
bro. I don't give a fuck about your rules. Fuck your
Then I'm
rules.
gonna
You
kick
own
you.
your
You
rules.
better
I
respect. This
don't
is
give
my
a fuck
corner of the
about
internet.
being kicked, bro. This is the internet, bro.
All right.
I'll
Next
go in
guest
somebody
then.
else's live, bro. The fuck? Y'all
Please do.
think y'all got
All right, we got JW45. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm not a flat earther, but I got sucked into this rabbit hole and watching these things a few weeks ago, and I just like to point out a lot of real world experience that I have through my career that kind of to me prove it's a globe. So
Okay.
first is late '80s, '87, '88, before the whole flat Earth, globe Earth discussion was even out there.
Uh-huh.
Worked for a company called Rosemont Aerospace, and back when everybody thought climate change was being caused by hairspray, CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, wrecking the ozone layer, we developed sensors at Rosemont and put them on modified AWACS planes and crisscrossed the South Pole and the North Pole, circumnavigated the Earth north to south multiple times to do all this testing, to basically test the thickness of the ozone layer or test the quantity of ozone in the atmosphere at different locations, which I was responsible for the databases and all the location and data collection real time. And, it's just real world experience that,
Yeah.
for, as opposed to people's pictures of ships going over the curve and, you know, corpuscular rays and all that shit that everybody can just argue about and,
Yeah.
blame refraction for light bending up or down, whether, regardless of which argument it fits is just, something that I always find kind of silly. So just a real world example back before any of this was even a discussion. And then the other thing that I laugh about, I'm an electrical engineer by degree, and I don't know what percentage of people are on these lives on their cell phones, but they're literally holding in their hand proof of gravity. There's between 2 and 6 accelerometers in your cell phone, depending on how what quality it is. And each one of those accelerometers requires gravity to function. If
Well,
your screen
it also
rotates,
requires like connecting with satellites to
oh,
or
don't even
receiving
go there
satellites.
because no, it's connecting to buoys on the ocean. But we won't get there.
Ah.
But anybody who screen rotates when they rotate their phone is proving gravity in the palm of their hand. So that's just another one that I love. And then I designed and provided all of the cannon positioning systems, the mechanical cannon positioning systems for the what was called the non-light of sight cannons for the military, and it's now called the Paladin series. And the software that we had to incorporate into our motion control systems literally incorporates the curvature of the Earth and the Coriolis effect right in the software.
Nice.
So just a few real world examples that I
That is some
just
pretty
tend to
awesome
think are
stuff.
funny, and it's all available to look up. Every one of these things, the Rosemont ozone layer studies, and obviously everybody's cell phone, you can pull up a schematic of your iPhone and see the accelerometers in it, and then there's
It's
multiple
like night and
episodes of
day hearing a real expert talk about these things.
and there's if you go to the April 4th, 2002 episode of Future Weapons, you can see all about the non-light of sight cannon And we're out in Yuma, Arizona. I'm actually standing in the background watching them test it as it shoots out over the horizon and is able to hit targets within about 4 or 5 inches, up to 18 miles away. And the other cool thing is that cannon has what they call it's 155 millimeter howitzer, to give you an idea of the size of the projectile. And it was at the time the highest cycle rate of being able to shoot that size of a projectile. It got up to be able to shoot around every 3 seconds. And they had what they called shock
Wow.
and awe mode, where they could literally fire the projectiles at different velocities and different trajectories, but the time of travel of all of the parabolas hit the ground at the same time and in the same place. So they could
Oh my
fire 10
goodness.
projectiles 3 seconds apart and they all hit the ground at the same time in the same place. This is
Wow,
ridiculous,
that is cool.
ridiculous to watch. Absolutely crazy. And then
That is cool.
they would fire literally horizontal and literally at a parallel line to the surface of the flat Earth. And it would be gone before you could even tell that it dropped.
And before
So
the flat earthers in the live, go crazy with that. What he said just now was not admitting that the earth was flat.
I will admit that it does drop 0.01445 degrees per mile. So yeah, that I'll admit to. So yeah, if you walk out your front door, it's absolutely going to look flat because your eyes can't perceive
Hmm.
that. But
Yeah.
I just thought I always like to use the real world models as opposed to pictures that people can choose to believe or not believe, or you know because a certain
Yep.
person took a video from their Blue Origin trip to space that obviously shows the curve. They're saying that person's faking it or whatever. It's just real world stuff that anybody can look up that's out there that basically proves it.
Yeah. Well, their credibility is at zero, the flat earthers, at least in my mind. There's just no, yeah.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
don't get involved too often, but the thing that I love the best is when somebody questions and says, "Give me a proof of flat Earth that doesn't include the word curve or globe." Because they aren't flat earthers, they are just globe and science deniers. They don't have a flat earth to prove. They immediately go to anti-curve. So give a flat earth proof that doesn't use the term curve or globe, and then start with your discussion there.
that's interesting. So I have another guest requesting.
Absolutely, enjoy it.
Anything else you want to share
No,
before I
that's
say
good,
goodnight?
thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. So, Wake the Lost, I am about to accept your request. One thing I do want to say real quick, though, I saw, I think somebody earlier in the comments was saying like that I didn't know what an analemma was, and I just want to point out, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I don't know something, and I actually wish that more flat earthers shared that trait. Okay, so ignorance is nothing to be ashamed of, and I am not ashamed of things I'm ignorant of. You can't you can't make me feel shame. You can't make fun of me over it. I mean, you can, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Oh, you have to be perfect. I can't say one thing wrong, or definitely don't misspell something, because then you just don't know what you're talking about. You know how that
Oh,
goes.
I think I
Uh,
remember you from earlier, right?
I was just
On
fixing to
another
say you
account?
probably recognize my voice.
Yeah. You
From
said you
from
had another
earlier.
account. Is this your other account?
Yes, sir. This is my other account. This is the one I do my ministry off of.
All right.
Um,
Well, I am gonna follow you.
Awesome. Yep, I followed you on this one. I make sure I had. Um,
Very cool. Thank
no,
you.
oh no, thank you, sir. What y'all were talking about, though, it kind of dawned on me. A lot of flat earther, or just any peoples
Oh,
that
Flat
are
Smack, you
trying.
don't get another chance. I saw your comments after I kicked you last time. You showed no remorse. I'm not gonna invite you. You can spend all the time you want saying that that's because I'm scared. Whatever. I don't care. Go away. Sorry. Carry on.
No, I understand, and exactly what I'm eventually gonna stop babbling and get the point to is. you know, there's a lot of people that I feel may have some. They may have some information that may be really valid, or at least like me. I tell people during my classes, you're more likely to leave with more questions than you will have answers, because I'm not a person that, most humans have to draw a conclusion. It's just the way most people are wired. They have to, you know, view the information, and I don't know. A lot of people just have to have. I guess they have to have an opinion, or and so much of it comes back to people inherently may not realize, but they have to be right.
Yeah.
And then when you throw in the back and forth, the okay, just like what you were saying, there was something that they had said that you may not have just instantly knew exactly what was being talked about. So immediately, everything that you have ever said up to this point went out the door. You don't
Right.
know
Yeah.
nothing. And as long as that's the debate, quote unquote, we're never going to
Right.
get anywhere. And I feel like Satan is doing the two step and laughing at all of us.
Oh yeah.
Because,
Oh yeah. He definitely is. He definitely is.
there's so much,
I'm
I
so
have
glad that
questions
you
about
see this.
things. Yeah,
Why can't
right?
we have more people like you?
Yeah, why can't they have some more of them dumb flat earthers that like
Like,
me that'll
who
actually
cares what
talk?
the shape of the earth is if we can't love our neighbor?
Amen,
That's
brother.
what Jesus
That's
cares about.
That's what he cares about, And I do love talking about this stuff, but I don't come in a place where, okay, I'm right, everybody's wrong, and I have taken it upon myself. I have commissioned myself to change the world's view on everything. That's that is not that's a narcissistic way, an approach to anything in life. I have questions of things. Okay, just like for a debate's purpose. I
Just for
find
the
it
record,
very
everyone,
interesting.
Flat Smack just continues to prove my point here. That last comment he made, absolutely no remorse, none whatsoever, no
And, and,
remorse.
and if you don't mind me adding this to that, as people, it is just second nature to want to set this guy on the stake and line him up and chastise him. What he needs is prayer.
Amen. That's
It's,
one of the
he
reasons
needs,
why I'm still looking right now is because I don't want to be the person who just writes him off. Right? What if he
right.
did come back here and try to say like, "Look, Peter, I'm sorry. I learned my lesson." You
Brother,
know?
that could be one of the most life altering situations for a
That would be
person.
beautiful.
It
Like,
would.
welcome, brother, like I
Amen to
would
that.
love that. I don't
I
like
would
writing someone off. I don't like doing that. That's
no.
why I was so
But it
that's
seems
why I
like
was so
people
naive to his tactics earlier, like when he was on my
right.
live.
Well, when he first got to talking, he sounded, good,
Were
didn't
you in my
sound
live last
horrible.
time or did you see the video?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm referring to this not the guy who was in here today. I'm referring to his username is flat smack upside down. He was in here like a few days ago.
Oh,
But it was just some of the same stuff. Ascribing
oh yeah,
motive, like making accusations, just started calling me a liar, like I was muting him
yeah.
and trying to do a timeout because I was scared instead of because I wanted, you know? Um,
Right. It's that same tactic that
yeah,
people use to like shake people up, try to get them off
right,
their game, and somehow I think they walk away from the situation. Huh, I won that battle, or something
right.
to that nature. I'm really not sure, because if I could understand it, I could be that way, and I'll never
Yeah,
understand that. I just
yeah. So everybody, don't crucify Flat Smack. Like Wake the
yeah,
Law said, don't crucify him. Don't
we got to pray
assassinate.
for him. and
Yeah, just
loving, you know,
what we
just
want ultimately is for him to change and be a better person. That's what that would be what we want. But it seems like
amen.
that's not going to happen, and that's really too bad. Like that,
It is.
the world is worse because that's true. That is a
Amen to that.
loss. We should
And
mourn that.
it really should. You know, it is a completely sad situation, and then all the people that that situation brought with him and against you, just because
So
they
Flat
popped
Smack, do you
in and
realize
heard the
I'm not
wrong thing,
Parker?
or vice
I don't know if you're
versa.
trying to. I'm talking to Flat Smack. Sorry, Flat
Yes,
Smack.
sir.
He keeps calling me Parker. I don't know if he's trying to insult
Um,
me, like if that's some nickname. You know,
huh.
I am not that other TikTok debater. Is he mixing me
Oh
up or is
well.
he trying to insult me? I'm not sure. Genuinely.
I'm so naive. I wouldn't know it. Somebody's insulting me most of the time. Like, oh, thank you, brother. And I see people will get frustrated with me that are trolling me, trying to frustrate me. I don't even realize it's going on. And
Yeah.
but you
It's
know,
tough being wise as serpents and innocent as doves, isn't it?
oh brother, that you said it right there. That is what we were commissioned to do, or how we were to be conduct ourselves, wise as serpents, gentle as doves. Yes,
Yeah.
it is very difficult, but enough prayer and enough getting beat down on it. It does become second nature, and you become free from a cage you didn't even know you were living in.
Mm-hmm.
And so many people are tormented about, you know, because there's a lot going on in this world. There's a lot for people to have to sift through this murky water that has been left by liars that have murkied up the water about everything. And you know, it's made it a place to where it's a battleground to even go try to learn anything. And if you don't have access to anything other than Google and uh I don't really know, you know, most of us at best or in America probably a 10th grade level of education. You know, nobody knows crap. They just Google this and Google that and fight.
Yeah. So Flat
And
Smack,
we have
he requested
devolved.
again, and I had to decline again. Flat Smack, last time the thing we didn't get to talk about was angular resolution. Seriously, if there is some other person that would be more respectful, maybe one of your friends like Gunner for Life, you know, he was respectful, give him, tell him what to say, and let him come on my live, okay? I just don't want to have a conversation the way you want to have a conversation, okay? I would love to talk about angular resolution. I would love to. In fact, you could even have like a you know, like live chat with Gunner for Life and tell him what to say as he's saying it. You know, I would wait, you know, if he's on the live speaking for you, because I don't think he would be as rude as you. That's what this is about. It really is. That is what this is about.
If you don't mind me asking, was that conversation, did it have to do with somebody saying it wasn't vantage point, but they kept saying vanishing point instead of vantage point? I think it was, or was that a totally different
There was somebody who
conversation?
was saying like vantage point when we were trying to talk about what I would
Okay.
call drop away. Um,
Okay. What that you saying that is something I have found quite interesting. Those, you know, people that are taking those cameras. I think one of them that's being touted at the moment is the Nikon P1000. They'll be able to zoom in and bring things back up from over the horizon. You know, I find that fascinating. I find the fact that down at the bottom of the ocean, where the pressure is so just immense, yet little bubbles can float up all the way to the top from down there. The fact
yeah.
that, you know, looking at a live of the moon, and some of these people in other countries, you just about, I mean, they get very close onto the surface of the earth. I mean, excuse me, of the moon. And
Now,
watching, the
since
moon
I don't have any
phases.
other guests at the moment, I'm gonna latch onto something you mentioned here, and
Okay.
because if I'm not mistaken, you were referencing uh,
Was it the
something like
cameras?
this, right? You were talking about zooming in with a P1000 or
Yeah,
whatever,
some
bringing
stuff
something
like
back over the
that.
horizon. So this is something. This is actually what I was trying to show Flat Smacked when he melted down. Um, this is
I got you.
photoshopped. Okay, it's a diagram. It's to illustrate a concept. And somebody, I actually had another flat earther meltdown over that too. But anyway,
Hmm.
this is trying to basically show there are two different phenomena, two different things that happen that we see, and they are very different. You see, the whole point here is this big
Gotcha.
does not equal, right? So,
Right.
if a ship is just traveling away toward the horizon, it gets smaller and smaller, right? And at some point, we can't see it anymore. Now, if the
Well,
reason we can't see it anymore is because it gets too small, like it's smaller than a pixel in our camera or smaller than a cone cell in our retina or something, it's
right.
just too small.
Yep.
That's
That's
what
one
I'm
thing.
calling deresolution. Okay?
Gotcha.
Big fancy word, simple concept. It's just it's just too small to see.
Makes sense.
This is something called hull down, and there are photos of this, like um
I have seen some photos of that. And I didn't.
yeah,
Now you're saying that, I didn't even realize that's what I was seeing. I got you.
yeah, so that basically the top half of a ship is visible. You can still see details. It's not too small to see, but the bottom half is obscured by the sea. And there are things there are times when this happens. Hull down
I
ship.
wonder if the moon and the sun are acting just right, if it can lessen or exaggerate that phenomenon sometimes. I wonder if that's a thing. See, I tell you, man, I got more questions than I got anything. I'm just full of questions.
So the thing that I was trying to get at though is that if a ship is hull down, no lens in the world can bring it back. The part that's obscured because the line of sight is broken. What a lens
Gotcha.
does when it zooms is it zeroes in farther on that line of sight. So if the line of sight is broken, it's not gonna unwrap this situation. It's just gonna zoom in like doing this,
Right.
right?
It's just going to get closer to
Yeah.
seeing exactly what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's not going to change your
Understood.
line of sight. It's just going to show you more detail. And so if the line of sight is broken to the bottom of the ship, then the line of sight is broken. Something is in between you and the object, period.
Right.
And
Yep.
so this is one of the first evidences that ancient people had that the earth was a globe, right? Because at some point they developed telescopes good enough, they started seeing this happen with ships. How else can we possibly explain this? It's curvature.
Well, I don't know.
Anyway,
Sadly, to me, so much has been doctored that I don't know. And I can't say that I don't care enough not to know, because I really am interested to know a lot of different things like that, but I don't trust what's out there. If it was something that you and I were sitting there and you had the equipment and you showed me and I saw it and I knew, well, nobody has doctored this, but because I don't feel like you come on
that's
here at
fair.
night to lie to people for hours on end. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah,
think
that's fair. You
you're
don't
trying to fool the
necessarily want to
world.
trust people. And that's
Right,
why
but
one of the best evidences I prefer is sunset because I took this time lapse myself, right?
see, that's awesome. That's what
This if
people
you
need to
follow
do
the math, and
more
I
of.
can explain it. I can explain the math to you if you want because it is very clear.
It over my head more than likely, but I'll sure listen.
The sun goes below eye level. Period. End of story. There is no way to argue that the sun goes below eye level. Now, of course, there are flat Earth models where the sun can go underneath the Earth. Okay,
Yeah, I've seen
measuring
something like
sunset
that.
doesn't tell us the shape of the Earth directly. But what it does is it disproves robothemism. And I don't
I
remember
gotcha.
if I've explained that term to you or not.
I know what it is. It's
Yeah,
the
basically the
flat
local
Earth
sun theory, like that
model of,
is
yeah.
never goes below eye level because it does go below eye level. Period. Um, and I think honestly, no reasonable person would have ever imagined that the sun simply travels away from us and doesn't go below eye level by looking at the sunset. Samuel Rowbotham in 1849 did not, that's not how he arrived at the idea. He arrived at the idea because he was influenced by conflict thesis, thought he had to choose between science versus the Bible, because atheists basically told him he had to
Yeah,
choose. And
that's kind of
so,
how things were done there in
yeah.
the
So
thousands.
it's a non-scientific idea. There is just no support for it at all. And so if the sun goes below eye level, then we have either the earth is flat and the sun goes beneath it at night, and everyone experiences day and night at the same time, right? Or, and you find this out by calling somebody in a different time zone, when the sun sets for you, go, call
Yeah,
somebody that's farther west, ask them, where's the sun in your sky? And they'll tell you, well, it hasn't set quite yet.
right.
Guess what?
Yep,
That
you're right.
means eye level is relative because it's a sphere.
I
So,
understand. You
so
know,
if you
and it's
follow
like I
that
told you, I
logic,
don't.
basically you can verify that the Earth is a globe in your backyard without trusting anyone else except the person you called.
I got you. Well, and that is something that I haven't looked into that part of this. Not that, well, and it's not that I've really looked into, well, I'm going to prove flat Earth or I'm going to prove the globe is wrong. I haven't, just because of the nature of what I teach, that's just something that's on, a little further down the totem pole, with what
Yeah,
I
sure.
am trying to research with the whole red heifer situation. I've been following and everything leading up to the third temple and where we're at with all that kind of stuff. But I'm definitely going to look into that to learn about it because you've piqued my interest on that big
I have
time.
a video explaining the experiment I did on my TikTok and my YouTube. And on YouTube, I have links to more info. Um, if you have to scroll back a little bit to find it on
Okay,
TikTok.
I'll sure
Um,
look at that.
Actually, I'll just DM it to you.
Oh, I was
Sound
gonna
good?
say you can message me with that, huh?
I'll try to
Oh, that's
remember.
cool.
If I don't remember,
I'll
remind me
look
and I'll
for it if
send it.
nothing else.
So
Hey, I do have a want to know your opinion on something. I know it's probably people gonna flare up, whatever our answers are. But um,
hopefully just one more quick
okay,
question, then I'll move on to the next guest
okay,
if that's
I'll be
okay.
quick about it.
Be patient, coin paints.
As far as us being under firmament, which is biblical, and that we are fixed and not uh, moving through space.
Uh-huh.
It was just something that I wonder just kind of how you feel about that or how your
Yeah,
chat
so
feels
the
about it.
KJV is not the best translation. In
No, it's
Genesis
not.
1, the Hebrew word is, I mean, it's a good translation. It's just not the best.
Right.
In
It's
the
not all. Yep.
in Genesis 1, the Hebrew word that the KJV translates as firmament is rakia. And it's my understanding that one of the reasons the KJV has the word firmament is because the Latin Vulgate did. And one of the reasons the Latin Vulgate has the word firmament is because the Septuagint in Greek had the word stereoma. And stereoma
Hmm.
was actually influenced by Greek mythology at the time. So that's not even actually a very good translation of the word rakia at all. The best
Hmm.
translation, because I think it means like, it refers to like the process of hammering out a piece of metal. And
I got you.
it's a noun, so it's like, is it referring to the piece of metal or is it referring to the process? And it's basically whatever byproduct of that process.
Well, I wonder if Psalm 19:1, where it speaks of the firmament, in that one, I wonder if that is from the same word usage. All right, you
There's
know,
two words
set me in a
usually.
direction to look at something now.
There's two words. The one is rakia, and the other is actually introduced in the same passage in Genesis 1. It's often translated as heavens.
Okay,
I don't have my interlinear with me at the moment, but
gotcha.
I don't know which
That's
word is
something I'm
used in
definitely
Psalm
gonna.
19, but like
Yeah,
basically
that's the
in
one that Werner von Braun used on his headstone. Crazy enough. Uh,
most modern translations translate the word rakia as expanse, right? Because
gotcha.
the hammering out is basically expanding, like God is stretching out the heavens, right?
Right.
And the rakia is whatever byproduct of that process. And so, English translations now call it the expanse, and I
Yeah.
really like that translation. I think
Yeah.
it's the best translation we have of the word rakia.
But
And
whatever it
basically,
is.
it just means the sky, including
Yeah.
space, everything above
Is it?
us.
Yeah, because it says it separates the waters from the waters, which just is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and
Uh,
when I was a kid, I always read that and assumed maybe it meant the clouds. Um, there are other possibilities.
oh yeah,
Maybe we just don't know what it is, but like
brother, you
Danny
said it
Faulkner
right
of
there.
Aces in Genesis actually theorized that maybe it could be connected to the cosmic microwave background, which is something that scientists observed,
Yeah, kind of
and
like
they
the
think,
Van Allen belt situation.
well, the cosmic microwave background is way, way farther
Way
out
further back.
than
I
the
gotcha.
Van Allen belts. Like that's
Oh, I gotcha.
something around a whole cosmos, not just
Oh, I
the
gotcha.
Earth.
Yeah, a little further out,
Yeah.
just a smidge.
Anyway, there's all kinds of
Yep.
possible answers to that, but like that's the basics. And I forget what your other question was. I'm still trying to get
Uh,
to.
I can't remember either exactly what, but man, I know you trying to get to other people, brother. I'll let you get to them.
Well,
Y'all
it's.
have a blessed night.
I wish I could remember. I'm sorry. um.
Oh, I I'd said something about the camera, and then I'd said
Oh.
something
You
about the
said the
moon.
Earth is fixed. Yeah. So that's
Oh yeah,
like.
the it being fixed.
So there's two aspects to that. One is it's probably phenomenological. Have I explained that to you? Like described from a human point of view?
Yeah, I understand it.
Yeah. So the
Not
other
saying
possibility
nothing.
is that the thing is, Earth is fixed in its orbit. Like it's like trillions and trillions of pounds or tons of weight. Like the Earth is a weight so huge, so mind-bogglingly huge. Only God can move it. Okay. So it's in its orbit around the sun, and it is there to stay. Like, I don't care how many sci-fi movies we have showing it blow up or showing it, die or whatever. Like, God said,
Yeah, there's a
while the earth
certain way it's
remains,
gonna.
seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. Okay, God put the earth here to stay, and the earth's orbit is stable. That's what it means. Um, at least to a modern science point of view. Like, and I don't see any contradiction there.
I understand. I don't see that it's a contradiction so much either. It just
Yeah.
it's like I said, another one of them things that I don't know, and I'll be so glad to find out. But on this side of heaven, I guess we'll be debating. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good
Yeah, I
evening.
sure appreciate you, brother. Yeah, definitely so. I'll be seeing you live more often, man. Y'all have a
All right.
blessed evening, brother.
You too.
Good night, man.
All right. Well,
How's it going?
are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
All right. Do you agree to abide by my rules? No accusations, no ascribing motive, and if there's a timeout, respect the timeout? I'm sorry, did you say yes?
Oh, I said sure.
Okay. Thank you. So
I just had like, oh, go ahead.
no, I was going to ask you where would you like to take the conversation?
Oh, sure. So just a couple things. Would you be willing to pull up the picture that you had of the ship?
Yeah, I did have a photoshopped diagram. One flat earther flipped out at me over it being photoshopped.
I watched that. Yeah.
Do you mean the like actual photograph I had pulled up?
Like whatever you had pulled up, because I know there's like two parts to it. There's like the left side where it shows like different distances, kind of looks like, and then the zoomed in portion.
Yeah. So that's the photograph. Here's my diagram.
Okay. So I guess like my only issue when I first saw that, and I don't know if it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but it's like, so the circled portion in green looks like you can still see, which is kind of hard to tell because it's like pixelized, but it almost looks like it's about the third way up from the bottom, would still be visible. So we'll say like that's the horizon. If you look to the right, if you turn it, yeah, if you were to take up the horizon a third from the height of the full length of the ship, you should see like the horizon like a third way up. It's like, so like the horizon's missing from that portion of the picture, right?
I'm so sorry. I'm having trouble following what you're saying. So these are not comparable. These two pictures. Like the whole point here is to show that these are not comparable.
Okay. Okay.
This is not like the same situation here as here, but shown in a different way. Not at all.
Right. So this is almost like it'd be at a different angle, but it's not necessarily that specific photograph type thing.
No, I'm saying it's not even the same situation at all. Like not two different angles on the same situation. It's a different situation.
Okay. Okay. And then the next thing I was going to bring up was like I watch a lot of this, like I'm a fan of space, but a lot of the stuff I watch, they us flat earthers will like contradict certain things about space. But like one of the questions I have is, I know the fisheye lens is a big thing that they bring up, and I bring up as well, is you'll see like a convex and a concave shape. Like there's like a big bending of footage of Earth. So you'll see the Earth shaped like, like an egg or a ball, and then you have like the inverted version, just like flipped like a giant dip into the Earth. But like if you were to get we'll just say like in math, the median or like the balance or the middle, like meeting it in the middle, you'll have essentially what's flat or level, which like to me is not a big deal. Like if we were to go into space and you observe the horizon being level or flat, it may just mean the Earth is a whole lot bigger than what we've been told. Whether it be, I don't really care about the shape. I just want to know, why do they say like, we watch this footage of Earth from space, and what you see is this like bendy ball where the ball ends up being a ball, and then all of a sudden, boom, it like does the polar opposite and it flips inverted. It's just like, what is going on?
So I have a lot I can share on that, but before I answer that, I do want to ask if I properly answered your last question. One thing I should say is I know I can sometimes come across a little bit forceful. That's just kind of my personality, and I hope that that wasn't like, that didn't make you feel nervous or anything. I was just trying to answer your question, and if there was any lingering question about the diagram, I'd be glad to still answer that.
Oh, you're good. I wasn't sure or not, okay. So I was just trying to figure out that. But once you mentioned that it wasn't like the same thing, okay, then I understood. Okay, that's not the same thing. It's not a big deal.
All right. Okay, so what I said was helpful then.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's just
I'm so glad.
One of the biggest things for me is like the footage from space, because I grew up with pretty much every space book you can imagine, and I was kind of geeked out on that stuff. And then when I was watching all the flat Earth stuff, I'm like, man, there's got to be some type of like at least low Earth orbit. But if there were to be something like some type of barrier, it'd have to be outside of that, because you do have the ISS floating around. Like it may not like, to me, I feel like they do show whether, I don't know, the glass is bent or the footage they're using is like the wide angle or fisheye or whatever. That's, that's my personal belief. But at the same time,
Well,
like,
they do use fisheye lenses on the ISS, and the reason is because they don't want to have to exit the spacecraft and do an extravehicular activity just to turn the camera, right? So, since there's no cameraman holding the camera and pointing it to wherever is interesting, they want to be able to see everything without having to turn the camera. So, obvious choice is fisheye lens. It's just an element of practicality, you know?
yeah, it's just, for me, like, I know I can't, just my want for them to have a lens that's not a fisheye is not substantial, like, proof for them to be like, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
Coin wants a different lens. That's not going to matter. But it's just the fact of, like, when you see a strong bend in one shape and then you see the
yeah,
strong bend in the opposite shape, for me, it makes it difficult to lean either direction. It's like, well, is
yeah.
it flat or is it not? Is it a ball or is it concave? I know it's not going to dip down on itself, but I know
Yeah,
they.
so one thing is that I think might help is that I don't think you should be looking at photos of the horizon from space in order to find curvature at all. That's just not even a good way to answer the question because what you're running into here is an issue called image projection. Image projection is a very, very complicated subject, and that's why the evidence that you're seeing is so confusing, because it's complicated. When I have actually like a series of 3 videos on this, and I think this is important enough. I'm going to take the time to show you exactly where they, so you can find them.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, so go to my profile. This is obviously a web browser, but on the phone it would be 3x3. You scroll down, and eventually you will find right here this gray one. This is from a screenshot from like a CGI software to demonstrate the concept. And then the one right before it, you see like half of my face, half a blackboard thing. These 2 videos, I think, are what you want to watch because this one explains the concept of a celestial sphere, and this one explains image projection. And those 2 concepts are very intricately linked.
Yeah, I feel like that might, hopefully answer some questions, and then from there I can always, try to join again another day.
Yeah, I would hope so. And like basically the conclusion that I come to here is that that's just not even good evidence at all for the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
What we want to focus on is other evidence that's not so confusing and complicated.
yeah. For me, it's just like neither way is super solidified, because you see, I don't know. It's almost like you see a strong, like, almost like a strong evidence on both sides, but it's not. It's so wishy washy with, the lens stuff, that I'm like, well, it's making my head spin. Like, who's going to go up there? I don't have the money to launch a rocket up there. I don't have the money to launch a high altitude weather balloon either. Then you probably got to get permits too, because you're going to have to, make sure you're not near an airport
Well,
or whatever.
actually, since I've got this right here, let me actually also show you. My friend did send a high altitude balloon. Where is that?
I know Caleb, I think, was talking about doing it a long time ago, and he's got a different type of personality than some, which is, that's his thing. But
No, that's
I've always wanted to see, like, whether it be if you had like 3 different phones and each had a different lens, which I've seen one where it had like a fisheye and then a wide angle, and they both, of course, they're gonna bend the crap out of the
well, what you
horizon.
want is a panoramic lens. you want to be able to see everything and measure angles, not like get a picture and measure pixels. That's the best methodology, and that's what my friend did. For some reason, I cannot find the video. Why am I?
And I just know there's videos where I've seen where they're talking about like, hey, there's no curvature, blah 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 blah. But then I've posted videos. You start off and the same amount of curvature that you start with on the horizon, which they show a ball before you even take off, and then you go up into the sky and it's the same amount of curve from the very start of the video. And I'm like, well, that doesn't help at all because there's no difference, at least for the video that I've seen. I don't know what they've, there's lots of videos out there where they have these, these, I wouldn't say they're amateur rockets because they seem like they're sponsored, but.
I'm going crazy. The video I'm looking for is like not showing up. That's weird.
Yeah,
Sorry.
they start off with GoPro cameras, and like before like anything can happen, before the launch even happens, it starts the video off and you can already see the horizon is curved as much as it is into a ball, as you're going to see later in the video.
Yeah, so again, you don't want to use an image that only takes a portion of the world around you and try to watch for a curved horizon. That's just bad evidence. No, that's not going to tell you one way or another. And the only way that's going to tell you one way or another is if you're in a spacecraft that is literally thousands of miles away from the Earth.
Yeah. Well, I know the Neil deGrasse Tyson basically says the height of like the space jump wasn't high enough to like observe any type of curvature. So he called out
not to the naked eye.
Yeah. So he called out the other guy on that.
You need some way to actually measure like with some scientific confidence, and that's what my friend did. He set up a and I can't find the video for some reason. It was not showing up, but it's called balloon launch. My friend set up a high altitude balloon to 120,000 feet, and we measured 6 degrees of drop away. Now, 6 degrees to the naked eye is going to be, so yeah, the guy in the Red Bull jump or whatever, he probably couldn't see the curvature even if he thought he did.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be highly debatable.
I know.
But if you measure, if you measure with an instrument, then it's identifiable.
Yeah, it's kind of shady that Felix Baumgartner, however you pronounce it, like basically said, "Oh yeah, you can see the curvature from there." And in the video footage, yeah, you do see with the lens that they use, it looked like you could see pretty much a ball Earth, but it's kind of exaggerating.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he was just being dramatic. I don't know, like. Was he even aware of the flat Earth debate? Like, was he just trying to like sell up the hype of the event?
I think it could have been a little bit of both, but I think more or less it could have been the hype of the event. Like, hey, I was so high up there at the edge of space. Yeah. Blah blah blah.
Like we don't even have to care about any of that. We have ways to verify this ourselves. And if you don't have the ability to send up a high altitude balloon with a panoramic camera like my friend did, then just measure sunset. Like I did. And if you don't understand this evidence, I will gladly explain it because, it's...
You probably have like a video explaining it is my guess. Yeah. Because you went through I wouldn't say if you enjoy space, then it's not in trouble. It's enjoyable.
Well, yeah, it was some trouble, but I did enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the hard things sometimes are worth it. So you got really cool photos.
Exactly.
So I know Augustus Picard, he was like one of the very first people to, make it up there to like, I wouldn't say he quite made it to, was he in low Earth orbit or he was kind of, I forgot the height that he reached with.
I'm not personally familiar with Augustus Picard.
He's in I bought the, Guinness World Record book or whatever for, I think 2023 or something like that. And he's not even listed in the space section, which I thought was funny because I geeked out on the book. I'm reading everything. I read everything about the space, and then Augustus Picard is just like randomly mentioned about being one of the very first people like in space, but it didn't mention anything about him, which he stated that he saw the Earth, which looked basically flat with upturned edges.
Oh, I see somebody in the comments saying he got to 55,000 feet. That is half the height that my friend got with his high altitude balloon, and so
yeah,
that means
not high
less
enough
than
to
six.
of anything
Yeah,
really.
like way less than 6 degrees of drop away. I
So
don't know how much I would take that into account.
see where you're coming from with. I know even Neil deGrasse Tyson said like from the height of you know Felix Baumgartner's. I forgot how much his was. I think it was like 120,000 feet. I forgot the
Yeah,
exact.
something like that.
But like if he's saying that you can't see the curvature from there, I can see from both sides how it's going to be like, well, how could you be up that high and not see, at least a little bit of curvature? It's going to
Well,
look
it's all subjective until you use a scientific instrument. That's the thing. Like, we gotta get past this subjective stuff.
yeah. It's just hard to when you're. I'm not as bright. I'll admit as like some Glovers and some flat earthers. I'm more of like that skeptic in the background that's trying to like figure out
Well,
what's
if
going
you're willing
on.
to admit when you don't know something, that makes you smarter than almost every flat earther I have ever known.
I really wish I'll say I have. I'm very chill. I'm like very hippie. That's just like my personality. But at the same time, I'm like I want to know answers. Like I don't hate either side. I just want to know the
Yeah.
truth. Like both sides have very compelling stories, and then both sides have contradicting evidence. So it's just like all muddied water. So it's like it's really hard to make out what's the truth when you have you can Google something and there's supporting evidence for both sides. That's just the reality we live in. If you believe in one thing, there's going to be a million things online that say, yeah, you're right. Believing in another thing, yeah, there's a million things saying that you're right, even if it's completely opposite of what you just looked up.
Right.
So it's just like really confusing times we live in.
That's one of the reasons why I like this sunset evidence is because, like, once you're able to understand it, um, you don't have to trust anyone. Not another soul, unless see, have I explained this to you, or did you see when I was explained to someone else, like basically the relevance this has to the shape of the Earth? What
I don't
this
think I saw that part.
what this does is disproves robothemism. Okay, it doesn't directly tell us the shape of the Earth, but it absolutely 100% positively disproves robothemism. And if you don't know what I mean by robothemism, Samuel Robotham in 1849 became the father of the modern flat Earth movement by being the first person in history, as far as I know, to make a serious, persistent claim that the sun just goes around above the Earth at a constant altitude, never going below eye level 24/7, 365 for everyone on the Earth.
So like
He
no like change in altitude is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, like ancient flat Earth models, as far as I know, all believed the sun traveled below the Earth, right? Like that's why we have nighttime. Samuel Robotham was the first serious, notable person in history to claim that we have nighttime because the sun just gets too far away horizontally. And the thing is, that is completely wrong. Just absolutely not any question, completely wrong. You can believe in a flat Earth cosmology where the sun goes below the Earth. That's pretty scientific, actually. But saying that the sun just sets because it goes away horizontally, no, that is complete nonsense. And
Well,
my experiment shows it because the sun stays in the sky and it never slows down. Not at all. It never slows down.
I just know they state that like inverse square law states that like for every time you double the distance of like a light source, um,
Yeah, well,
the
nobody denies that it gets dimmer, okay? But that dimness doesn't show that it's getting farther away, right? The inverse square law mostly is observable with reflected light. When you have a line of sight to a light source, the reason that there's the inverse square law is because that light is getting smaller as it gets farther away, not dimmer, not it's not like gonna slide down behind something like a puppet show. The inverse square law is true because that light source in your eye is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until until it's the size of a little star in the sky. And
I
then
mean,
keep getting smaller after that.
Yeah,
That's why we have the inverse square law. How is it going to cast light on objects when it's as small as a star?
yeah, the videos that I've seen for flat Earth, they basically present it where it's like a flashlight above a like flat Earth map, and as the flashlight's facing, we consider the sun local and closer than what we're told. It's like 93 million miles away, but if it is local and it's closer to us,
Do you have any particular video you're thinking of? Can we look it up?
I know it's on the Flat Earth map or Flat Earth app.
There's a flat Earth app?
Yeah, there's a Flat Earth app.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's pretty good. I feel like they should add more stuff to it.
Oh
But
no. I hope you don't mind me taking that as bad news.
but I didn't renew my membership on it because I feel like I was finding more information through like what's that app called? It's not Discord. It's something similar. It's like
WhatsApp?
no, I forgot specifically what it's called, but you can go on it and it's like none of it is like blocked out and none of it's like censored. You can talk about all sorts of stuff and not have it.
Not Parlor, is it?
No.
Okay.
I was like, if I look on my phone, I don't want to like kick myself out of the live, but
That's all
yeah,
right. I mean,
yeah,
I do
you
have
go.
other guests, so maybe I should. I don't know.
Yeah, if you need a jump, I'll check out your like your videos and stuff, and then if I have more questions, I'll write it out, and we can
Yeah,
always.
please do. I would love to follow up and like keep this going with, anybody who's as genuine and honest and curious as you are. This is great. This is exactly what I'm here for. So,
Yeah. Or
I
like
would
some,
much rather spend hours doing this with you and anybody else like you than like, beating back the trolls or making fun of anyone. Like, I hope you know what I mean. Like that's
yeah, I'm very much a hippie. I'm not an ego type person. Like I know a lot of people are like, but I've had people just say the craziest stuff, and I just brush it off. Like, all right, well, like I'm not gonna lose any sleep over someone else losing their top. You know what I mean? Like that's the like I'm not letting anyone be
yeah.
an energy vampire. So that's just the way I try to be. But
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so
I just
much.
want to know the truth. Like if there's
Yeah.
going to be certain things that contradict certain things, big deal. I'll just keep digging, and then if it, eventually lean towards one end, it just seems like there's so many questions still unanswered, like on our planet and the cosmos. So it's just there's a lot going on. I don't have all the answers. I can't claim that, and it makes me happy when both sides are able to admit that they're wrong on certain things or they don't understand a certain thing. We're not all knowing. We're not God, so we can't just say we know everything. But it's okay to speculate things. That's where I'm at. I'm always questioning. Like you got to be fluid, like Bruce Lee talks about. Got to be like water. So
Yeah. All right. Well,
but I
thank you so much.
thank you for answering my questions, and I'll check out your stuff, and I'll get back to you hopefully like tomorrow or after if you have any more
Yeah,
lives.
let me actually follow you in case wait. Yeah, just followed you in case you have any desire to like send questions via DM or whatever.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So, thank you very much. I hope you have a good evening.
Thanks, you too. All right, bye bye.
All right. And this guest has been very patient. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry.
How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, we all are. This is
All right.
how
So,
this is how I agree to your terms, but this is how this has started out last time. Everything was cordial, and then I brought up something that was critical of the point that you made, and you
that's not what
started to,
happened.
okay,
I
okay.
don't remember exactly, but I don't kick people for being critical of the point I made.
Okay,
That's
so
not what
then
happened.
let's start on a proper foot and just establish proper communication.
All
So
right.
what I noticed with our friend Coin there is that you interrupted him several times, and he didn't
I'm
actually call
sorry.
you.
I adjusted my head in my headpiece just as you said that. Can you repeat it? I
So
did
you
what to him?
interrupted our friend Coin there several times, and he didn't actually call you out. But for me in particular, I understand psychological communication, and I understand that inherently you would do that to steer a conversation. And I will go about stopping that. Um, so if you like, Gunner was talking good about me. 10 different Globers are sharing your life to me because they want me to come and debate you. So I'm
Okay.
probably one of the most cordial flat earthers, but you caught me off because, first of all, from my interpretation, I felt like you were lying about something that we can easily convey. And when I called out the correlation and causation fallacy, that was an ego burst, right? It was hypersensitive to any kind of criticism. So when I asked for the
Okay.
feedback,
I have just received a note that you are actually flat smack.
I
Is
am,
that
and we're
true?
cordial. Yes, sir.
All right. I
That's it.
appreciate you taking a different tone this time.
Well,
I
again,
really do.
I
Thank
think
you.
that, thank you. But I think that there
Now,
needs to be some sort of self-awareness on your own part because like I was
oh,
just
I am
saying,
self-aware.
okay,
When
so
I interrupt you,
what I was just saying with Coin, you interrupted him several times, whereas with me, I will be the type that will call it out in the moment and say, "Hey, that's kind of toxic communication and let's be respectful together." Right? So
okay,
if you
so
make a point, I will listen, and if I make a point, you will listen, and maybe that's just respectful terms, right?
you'll notice that one of my rules was not no interruption.
Hmm.
Did you notice that?
But I can't interrupt you, so it's like a
That's
one-way
no,
street. It's
no.
kind of okay. Okay.
The reason that I didn't put that as one of the rules is because your assumption that like
Hmm.
taking control of a conversation is the only reason to interrupt, I don't see that that's a valid assumption.
Uh,
Okay, there's another reason, at least one other, maybe several, and that is like for one thing, if a
mm,
person kind of is on the same wavelength enough that they already know what the other person is saying, and the person might be taking a while to get there, it can literally save time. Okay, so it can be practical. But another reason is because like if what you're saying, and this is one of the reasons that I interrupted you last time you were on, like in your flat smack account. What you said was a violation of my rule. Like you were basically saying, like this was the second time you were on, and you were saying, um, you don't. It seems like you don't want to give me the big box, and I was saying, no, I will. Do you remember that?
I do.
That's what.
But,
That was when I interrupted you.
but
The
for
reason I
reference,
interrupted you is
that
because
was
you were going to base a whole train of thought on a false premise of what I was thinking.
um. So when I first came in, everything was cordial the first time. Remember?
Yeah.
And I called out the correlation causation fallacy, and that immediately turned into interruption. And I asked for the big box, and then
Okay,
that
you're going to
went
have
back
to
to ego, right?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to be a little
So
more specific
if you're talking
about
about what happened in the
yeah,
second
well it
moment would
was
already be based on the reaction of you interrupting me. So can you actually be self-aware that in the initial moments,
all right,
anyway,
since I have it
okay.
on my TikTok, let's actually watch it right
I
now.
could care less about watching it because I'm talking with you cordially now,
No,
right?
you're talking
You
about what happened last time.
okay, so then
You're
let's
asking
watch
me
the
to be
first.
self-aware about something that you're trying to point out, right?
Okay,
How
yeah,
can
for
I
sure.
be self-aware about it if I remember the facts differently than you? So
Okay,
let's
so
look at the facts.
how about this? Go through it later and watch it for yourself. The initial 3 minutes that we talk, you set the
You're
tone.
not giving me homework. I'm not
Well,
going to do
to
homework
be
for
fair,
you.
I'm just coming up here to call out the correlation causation fallacy that I tried calling out the other day.
Okay. I
Okay.
I
To
don't
be fair.
remember making that fallacy.
Okay, so earlier today, before coin, you showed your little infographic, your cartoon of convergence, but you call it, what do you call it?
De-resolution.
De-resolution. So I asked to have the big box so I could explain convergence and convergence rate.
I
And
think we probably somewhat agree on convergence. I'm not even sure why that would be a
I
point you
don't
would need
think
to
so.
focus on.
I don't think we do at all. So why do we observe things obstruct from the bottom up, considering vanishing point in the background?
Vanishing point has nothing to do with us
What is our
like
horizon, sir?
the horizon is just the line between Earth and sky,
Is it our
and
vanishing point?
that depends on where the parallel lines are pointing.
Hmm.
You can
Parallel.
have parallel lines point anywhere in the sky or on the Earth if
Yeah.
you have a long enough distance in that direction that you can see parallel lines converge. That's what the vanishing point is.
Yeah.
You can stand
The,
at the base of a building if it's a
the vanishing.
skyscraper and look up, and the sides of the skyscraper will form a vanishing point.
Yeah, that's three-point perspective. We have 1 point
You can have
perspective.
an infinite number of vanishing points.
You can actually, but they're all based on the laws of perspective are all based on a plane surface, right? 1 point perspective, 2 point perspective, 3 point perspective, everything up, right?
It has nothing to do with the plane surface. It has to do with the fact that the
Um,
lines of our vision diverge.
I would, well, that's for sure. We have hyperbolic vision, absolutely. We have curved eyes. We have a focus point of our eyes, and that causes the convergence, and that causes our peripherals to dome around us. That's where we get our
It
azimuth
has
grid
nothing
and
really
our.
to do with
Hmm.
hyperbolic vision. I know like flat earthers use that term a lot, and I heard Caleb using it. That's not
Hmm.
really correct. You can have literally any visual apparatus. I don't care what your camera is made of. I don't care what the internals of it are. If it's, smaller than this,
Hmm.
it's observing the horizon like ships miles away on the ocean, then it's going to see it's going to have diverging rays of vision. Unless it's
Hmm.
got
Yeah,
unless it's
for sure. We have a convergence rate, a measurable convergence rate, 0.02 degrees per meter. A 1.8 meter observer, without accounting for atmospheric refraction in any kind of way, would have, based on the vanishing point, just on the geometry of a plane surface, would have a distance to the vanishing point of 5,156 meters.
okay. I gotta be completely honest with you. You were talking. I don't know what you're saying. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Can you show that
The
infographic?
diagram again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then can you were talking to Coin about how we can't actually see the curve from 120,000 feet, but we can see the boats go over the curve.
Um,
It seems contradictory.
yeah, because like here in this photo,
Sorry, can we
we are.
can we go back?
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen this.
Okay.
This is obviously heavy atmospheric distortions, but I would like to just look at this. It's called angular diminution with distance. That's convergence on the left, right? And what you're
Um,
saying on the right is occultation. What we
yeah.
observe there is that you actually zoom in. Now we have a scaling for distance equation, and what you're doing is you're zooming in on an angle of our observation relative to our observer. Correct or incorrect?
I I'm struggling to follow you. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
can't
so
say correct or
so
incorrect without.
can I see the big box for just a moment? I have a presentation
Yes.
ready for you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir.
Give me
Actually,
one second to figure out how to do it.
it's just two parts to this. I got 2 pages. I'm gonna steamroll it. Okay, that'll work.
And I gotta say, this warms my heart that we are at this point.
I like to
Um,
be honest. I am one of the most cordial flat earthers. There are people who will. I think maybe you caught me off on an off day, and I was watching a bunch of shit on narcissistic personality disorder. I don't know what's going on, and I felt my favorite Bible verse is Ephesians 5:11. So whether you know or not, you may be partaking in a false system. Um, whether you know it or not, and
well,
that's
now I
my.
got to look up Ephesians 5:11.
Well, read it from 10 to 15, please. You should actually get the whole context. I always feel like if anyone references a single verse, you should go and get the entire context.
Okay, so
You got it marked. I like
well,
that.
this is because I was marking Ephesians 4:26, which says, "Do not let the sun go down." Which
That's a good geocentric reference, my friend. Just
well,
saying.
geocentric if you interpret it ontologically, but you know what else it is non-robothemist.
Well,
Anyway, um, Ephesians 5:10 through 11, you said?
yes, sir. Can you read it out loud for everyone? I
Yeah.
would love that.
And try to discern what is pleasing to the Lord. Take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them. Okay, so in your mind, that includes the globe model, the heliocentric globe model?
If it's fallacious, if it is, and I'm not saying it is because I'm going to prove that it is, but I'm not saying it
Okay, well,
is. But
I
if
really appreciate the respectful way that you shared that. That's good. I think we're taking steps in the right direction. Thank you.
For sure. So if it is, and if it is a false concept, and we are in fact taking upon exact measurements of the heavens and the earth, you realize that that's Satan's clause, right?
Well, yes, I get how, if the flat Earth is true and this is all some big gigantic satanic conspiracy, then yes, I agree that perpetuating the globe model would be, plausibly connected to the unfruitful works of darkness. Yes, I understand that.
One sec, I'm just looking up a verse. This is gonna blow your mind. So, and then I'll get the big screen. But give me one sec. I know it's Jeremiah 35. I can't remember the exact verse. Hmm.
I mean, I've read it before because I've read the entire Bible, so I have trouble seeing how it would blow my mind. But perhaps there's something you will share that I've never thought of. We got Jeremiah 35 here. Oh, the Rechabites. Yeah. I love this chapter.
I'm not sure if that's the right one, but Jeremiah 31. Sorry,
Oh,
31,
okay.
31, 37.
Um, 31, 37.
That's Satan's clause.
Thus says the Lord, if the heavens above can be measured and the foundations of the earth below can be explored, then I will cast off all the offspring of Israel for all that they have done. Okay, so do you understand that in the globe understanding here, heavens includes all of space?
Mm. Do we have exact measurements to the 9,100 observable stars from our naked eye? And
No.
an exact dimension of our Earth?
Well, it doesn't say if the earth can be measured. To be fair, it doesn't say that here.
Well, I would say the foundations of Earth. That would be okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but it says if the foundations of the earth below can be explored. Do you
hmm.
realize that deep sea exploration is even more difficult than space exploration? That is like one of the frontiers that we as humans have like still had the most trouble with.
And God separated the waters above from the waters below in the Bible. What do you know about? Actually, this is gonna. I don't even want to get off topic, but superfluids. What do you know about superfluids relative to a temperature, an extremely low temperature? It's pretty amazing, right? above us based on scientific laws. But I want to,
Yeah,
I just want
well,
to stick to convergence for a second.
I mean, there are young Earth creationists that speculate along similar lines. It's just that they, don't think that the waters
Well,
above
that would
us would be like, this they wouldn't be near us. They would be like at the edges of the universe.
also follow standard gas laws, which the globe doesn't follow. That follows um, well, entropy really when you consider the temperature and the vertical temperature gradient.
All right, well, we could go back to the convergence like you said.
Yeah, for sure. Convergence is easy. But I love talking about science. I love talking about Bible shit, and I'm really good at math. So I don't know. I feel like I'm good at math anyway. Okay, so camera time. Yeah, we got our scaling for distance equation, right? So with our naked eye, hold on, try and get it here proper. With our naked eye, we got scaling for distance. We've got everything marked out based on 5 millimeter average eyeball back to the back of the retina. We've
Mm-hmm.
got K representing the size of the eyeball relative to the point of entry, right? So that all works out for your left because it's all the same. Now what you do is increase the focal size on the right. And now you're magnifying a degree off the horizon, right? So if you want to take a screenshot of all this shit, it's just basic scaling for distance equations. It's based on
I'm
how our
recording the live, so I guess that's good enough.
perfect. If you want to call me out, make a response video, I urge you to because I actually enjoy learning shit. So
Okay, this actually may take me some time, so this might have to be asynchronous.
no worries. No worries. I actually think now that we're not interrupting each other and shit like that, we're actually having a good conversation. So good job,
Yeah,
bro.
I agree.
There you go.
Thank
Like
you.
when Gunner come up and said, "Hey man, Flat Smack's a good guy," it's because I genuinely am, and I'm genuinely concerned for everyone who could be misled by Judas goats.
Okay.
So there is a very good
Well,
reason why things disappear from the bottom up. So if you consider the way the trees are, right?
mm-hmm.
Same size trees, just implied they're the same size. They diminish in angular size to the vanishing point. Vanishing point is our horizon. If we rise in latitude or elevation, we see further. We have our angular resolution rate, like at the vanishing point, with our naked eye would be 0.017 degrees. That's the absolute. And some people have better eyesight, some people have worse eyesight, right? Simple shit. So if you consider these trees, right? We know that
Mm-hmm.
these trees are 20 feet and they just progressively get smaller and smaller and smaller,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, if you have a tower that's bigger than these trees, it's also going to converge. But where the vanishing point of the trees are, right? That's a
Mm-hmm.
vanishing point of our horizon. And now this building's going to continue to converge beyond the horizon. And because the vanishing point is your obstruction, your occultation, it obstructs from the bottom up, right? So if you were to look at it from a horizontal setting, we've got our angular or convergence rate 0.02 degrees per meter, right? I'm seeing double now. It's pretty cool shit.
Yeah, I was gonna like possibly like point at something here. That's why I was doing this. So I notice here you've got the word vanishing point labeling a line that's like way off from your actual vanishing point.
Yeah. You're right for calling that out. I should have put the horizon, but it is pointing to our vanishing point, and then I
Well, the
misappropriated
reason
that.
I say this is because I hear flat earthers a lot like refer to the horizon in general as a vanishing point.
Well,
There, this is not a vanishing point out here.
based on the laws of perspective, and you were saying yourself we can have an infinite amount of
Yeah, but the thing is, you
vanishing
don't have
points.
any parallel lines in the picture that would
So,
all
like,
the parallel lines in your picture converge here instead.
yeah, this is only 1 point perspective. If we were to draw houses and we could see over the houses in another row of houses, they would converge over here at the horizon at a different rate, right? But
Well,
it's
not
dependent
if they were
on,
parallel to this street.
so
If
it's,
everything parallel to this street would converge at that street's vanishing point. In order to get a different vanishing point, the parallel lines have to be pointed a different direction. So like if you had like maybe an 8-way intersection so that some street was coming off at a diagonal, then that, other branch of the street, because it's coming off at a different angle, it would have a different vanishing point. But everything in your view that is parallel with that street should share the exact same vanishing point right here. In order to get a different vanishing point, you would have to find parallel lines that are turned slightly. Understand?
I'm just looking up different examples of 1, 2, 3 point perspective. Yes, I understand that we would have a different angle of incident based on where the where the other converging lines relative to where we're actually focusing, right? And that will change based on our eyesight, specifically where we focus, because where we focus is like, again, that's where our angular resolution is the best, and then everything else is peripheral vision, right?
Well, I don't think this really has anything to do with where our eyes are focusing.
No, but I'm just saying, based on the laws of convergence, so based on what I know about the convergence rate and our 1.8 meter observer, right, on a horizontal, so this would be this way, but looking from over at my computer, right?
Uh-huh.
We got a horizontal reference. We got the horizon rising to eye level to the vanishing point. We've got this isn't an actual proper degree, of course you know that, but 0.02 degree angle per meter. Based on that, we get 5,156 meters without atmospheric conditions, refraction, distortion, any of that baloney. Again, because of the the right angle triangle, it's assumed to be a plane that the horizon rises to eye level based on the laws of perspective, and that the ground ramps up, the sky ramps, and if you have something larger than your vanishing point, it would continue to diminish in angular size but be obstructed from the bottom as it continues to converge, right? That's how we explain why things disappear apparently from the bottom up.
Okay,
Because,
well, oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
well,
I didn't realize you were still talking.
on the globe model, they're saying that we wouldn't observe curve from 120,000 feet, but we see the bottoms of the boats disappear from the bottom up, and we can just explain that without even considering refraction, which is the bending of light to the denser medium in a horizontal view, right? A horizontal angle of incident. I'm not talking like this. I'm talking horizontally for Snell's law. It's different, right? So without even incorporating refraction, we can just say the laws of convergence will tell us why things disappear from the bottom up. And we can even observe it with a guy walking away on a football pitch.
Okay, so do I understand correctly that when you're talking about like 0.017 degrees or 0.02 degrees, that's like kind of referring to the maximum angular resolution of our eye? Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah,
So
unaided.
like we can't
Unaided.
perceive things smaller than that resolution?
We can't resolve them unaided.
Right. Okay.
And then here
So
would be our convergence rate per meter.
the
And
thing
then
that's
actually, once you get to a certain point, it goes down to 0.01 degree, like as you can tell from here to here is equal to here. And this actually takes up less. You know what I'm saying? Like the further distance away we are, the less convergence rate will be there. But this will be general for up to where your two eyes can like meet at their
Yeah. Okay. Well, if I may, one reason why I'm very confused right now is because what you've drawn is a cross section right here of a perceptual effect, and you're showing the ground sloping upward and the sky sloping downward to a physical point in space, or at least it's imaginary, but it's like there's an actual location of the vanishing point in your diagram with a measurable distance from the observer, right? Like, and to me, that entire situation is very confusing. I've never seen anyone try to diagram a cross section of the perceptual phenomenon of a vanishing point.
But it makes sense when you incorporate the vanishing point. So what I have here, the reasons for these, this would be our foreground, this would be our middle ground, and anything beyond the vanishing point is in the background, right? Key aspects of perspective. So anything beyond the vanishing point would be in the background, and we know that anything terrestrially that we can empirically measure does converge with distance. We know that it's converging beyond the vanishing point, and that would mean that the bottom's converging up too.
Okay. See, I'm still confused though, because like the diagram of the cross section, I don't understand how that makes sense to diagram a vanishing point concept, because the vanishing point is, like I said, a perceptual thing. It doesn't correspond to any physical point in space. It's in my video about linear perspective, which is actually pinned on my profile right now. I make the point that the vanishing point is at infinite distance.
It's imperative.
And like the only reason it's trimmed is like you pointed out, because of the maximum angular resolution of our eyes, or the pixels in your camera if you're using a camera. If you had theoretically infinite resolution, then that vanishing point would be like you could always continue to zoom in and see things farther and farther and farther, and there would be no such thing as a physical point in space corresponding to your vanishing point.
Why wouldn't there?
Because it's a perceptual. It only exists because of the physical limits of our resolution. I mean, I guess you could try to construct some idea of like a physical point in space if you knew the distance between your parallel lines and the limits of your resolution. Then you could sort of arbitrarily designate a point in space to say, this is where these two parallel lines can no longer be resolved because of our maximum resolution. But like, if you don't go through that process of constructing that arbitrary concept, then your vanishing point is effectively infinite. There is no such thing as an object. Oh, my screensaver went on. There's no such thing as an object that's like too far away for you to see, unless it's too small and too far away. That's
So our best cameras can only observe like what, 12 miles or something like that, or 12 miles horizontally?
Well, no, because you can see, you can easily find pictures of like mountains or clouds or, things that are much, much bigger that are farther away than that.
Well, that's Yeah, but that's due to subtending of angles. You understand that something bigger farther away would appear to be the exact same size as something smaller closer to you. It's subtending
Yeah,
angles.
so like
Okay. So
that's similar to
that's a big
this.
problem that we have with the astronomical unit, in my opinion, because we have relative distance to the sun being assumed based on a diameter of Earth, which is assumed based on parallax values, which are assuming these values, right?
Well, let's not get into the distance to the sun because that's, I mean, I don't think we're there yet. um, so this is kind of like what you were just saying, right? Where you can have something that's bigger and farther away in just the right amounts that it has the same angular size, right?
Yeah, subtending of angles, yeah, on the other side. You got it.
Yeah, so like um in your diagram, like you're supposing that there was some physical point in space where you could point to and say, this is where my vanishing point is. You know, what if you saw a row of trees that were like um I don't know how to explain this. What if you were under, let's say, what if you were in a hallway? Okay, let's say a hallway, and that hallway converges to a vanishing point, right? From your point of view, but like you could make the same observation if that hallway was if the let's say the this is not what I'm trying to point at. Actually, let me just pull up a drawing app here. I'm gonna check on my recording just in case I botched that. Okay, I think we're good. All right, so I gotta change my brush. All right. So let's say we were in a hallway, right? And you know, as we've all seen pictures, it's got, you know, a ceiling here, a floor, and then it's got, you know, walls. There might be doors in the walls. Very rough sketch, obviously. I'm doing, you know, sloppy job, but you know what I'm saying, right? Makes sense? Like, do you understand what I'm drawing?
Oh yeah, I thought you heard me. I was just walking away for a second. So
Oh,
it's
sorry.
it's the thing about this though is that it's uniform angle size, right? Like there's no change in variation on the convergence rate. It's just
Well,
converging uniformly. And if
I was
you
still I was still trying to make my point. I was just asking you, like, are you tracking with me? Like, this is kind of vaguely what a hallway would look like,
yeah,
right? In linear perspective.
yeah.
Okay, so let's just focus on this left wall,
Mm-hmm.
right? You've got two parallel lines along the floor and the ceiling. Now, those four parallel lines are some certain physical distance apart. Let's say they are 10 feet apart. Uh, that's again drawn sloppily, but you know what I mean, right? Um, so you would also have to measure like how far you are standing from that wall. Let's say you're standing 5 feet from that wall. Okay, so that is going to give you the angular distance, that these two lines are going to have apart in your vision at any given point along the hallway. Now we're dealing with 3 dimensions here, but let's say, you know, let's say you turn to the left, you know, and look and see just like, you know, the door that's right next to you, right? You're standing here, you're looking, there's the floor, there's the door next to you and the ceiling. Now you see that the lines are parallel. And if we suppose 10 feet apart, top to bottom, and 5 feet to your position, that's going to make like a triangle that we can like define, right? So it's actually going to be a 90-degree difference, I think. Right at this point where you're standing in the hallway, these two lines are going to be 90 degrees apart in your vision, given these dimensions. I think, yeah, because like, yeah, it basically makes a 45, 90 triangle. Are you following me? So this angle right here is going to be 90 degrees. Now, as you look farther along this way, you're introducing a third dimension, but it's always going to start at 90 degrees, and then as it goes, it's going to the distance between these lines is going to decrease in angular distance. It's always going to be 10 feet, right? So even if you measure down here, it's still going to be 10 feet apart. But in your vision, the door, like the ceiling and floor down here are going to be less than 90 degrees apart. Instead, they're going to be, you know, some smaller amount, like 10 degrees or something. And there would be math that you could figure out for how far apart those lines should be there. But
it's easy math.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard, I don't think.
Okay, so it's Euclidean geometry, hyperbolic vision, right? It's the inverse tan. Works out.
I don't think it has anything to do with hyperbolic vision. I think it's plain trigonometry.
But
because again, it would work.
Laws of perspective are due in how we perceive 3D space in our 2D perspective, right?
Yeah, because our vision is a single point in space.
It's because we form what they refer to with perspective as a picture plane. We form exactly what you're showing based on the 3D the 3D world we're in. We observe in 2D reality, right?
Well, yes, but it's primarily because we see from a single point in space.
Mm-hmm.
So any visual apparatus you can build, or even imagine, if it's taking that sample of light from the environment from a single point in space, then it will still follow all of these laws. Like, I don't care what shape the sensor is inside any camera you build. If the camera is like effectively a single point in space compared to the distances involved, then it's going to follow these laws. Like, the size of the lens as it gets bigger compared to the environment is going to start introducing focal blur.
Okay, so I get it with your hallway explanation, but when we consider a taller building, like let's say for instance a skyscraper, right? Maybe it doesn't actually start off on our 45. Maybe it's 22.5 degrees and that it continues to converge to the horizon, right? So eventually, once we get to this point, because of its angular size, let's just assume that this is diminished properly. Actually, let me fold this in half. Once it gets down here to the vanishing point, it's much smaller now, right? Relative to the uniform trees, the tree line, the street lights, the clouds, the sun, you know? So that's all due to perspective. So then once this building is at the vanishing point, right, it will still continue to converge downward, and there's obstruction from the vanishing point. It's pretty straightforward.
So you've reminded me kind of where I was going with this, and I've started to draw another scenario similar a little bit to what you're describing. So, here in the hallway example, if you take like these two parallel lines, say these two parallel lines, we know they are 10 feet apart, and we know the angular resolution of our eye, so we can calculate how far away the lines have to be when their angular resolution recedes below that which we can detect, right? That's a coherent thing to say. And you could pick a point in space that represents that distance. But what I'm telling you, the point I'm trying to make, I guess, is that it depends on the distance between these two lines.
And the
So if we
object.
go to this other scenario of like
So
skyscrapers,
if you were to have a skyscraper from your 45, that would go up way, like on this plane reference or this horizontal reference, that would go way up based on your perspective. You wouldn't even be able to comprehend how high up that would
no,
go.
not if it's 45 degrees above eye level. If it's
No, but
45 degrees above eye level, then it's going to
yeah,
be 45
that's for
degrees
your
above eye
hallway.
level.
That's for your hallway if it's 45 degrees. But if you're standing next to a skyscraper and it's over here, relative to how close it is to you, like key point of perspective.
Well, right. That's the key point. You said relative to how close it is to you. So in order to suppose a similar situation with a congruent triangle, let's say we have a building that's 10 stories tall,
Okay, so
and
if we
then
have
we
a
have
skyscraper at our 45, we know it's closer. Laws of perspective. The closer the object is, the larger it's going to have based on our reference over here, right? The closer it is, the larger angular size it will take.
yeah, so I'm saying you'd have to put it farther away. So if you
So
wanted to
if it's at right at our 45, that would mean that it's almost right next to us, and that's a skyscraper. So its height
no,
is going to
listen.
reach the 45. I understand what you're saying with the hallway, though.
Look at my alternative example, okay?
Mm.
Let's say this building is 100 feet tall,
Mm.
okay?
Okay,
I put
let's
10
say that
stories.
the observer's in a 10-story building, and he's looking down a street of buildings. Like, say, for instance, that triangle building in New York that looks down two different streets, right?
Well, for the point that I'm trying to make, the height of the observer actually doesn't matter as long as he's somewhere between the bottom and the top of the buildings.
Mm.
You know, what that would do is it would, if he was like not in the middle, if he was at the bottom, then it would look, you know, more like this with the vanishing point lower. Or if he was at the top, then it would look more like this with the vanishing point at the top.
Okay.
See that? But it doesn't matter to the point that I'm making. Because look, if you had a building that's 100 feet tall and you were 500 feet from, wait, did I do that right? I think it would have to be 100 feet tall and 50 feet. If you were 50 feet away from it, then let's do the same exercise where we turn and look straight at the building. It's going to be, you know, 100 feet tall, and from where we're standing, there's going to be 50 feet, right? So we draw the, get rid of this. So we draw the cross section, right? Little stick figure guy, street, building, not to scale, but like if we draw this triangle, and this is 50 feet, and this is 100 feet, then once again, we have 45 or 90 degrees. The building is going to be 90 degrees tall in his angle of view. That's the exact same angular height that the wall was in the hallway. And the reason is because it's a congruent triangle. So like if he was in the hallway instead of in this
The focus point is not a congruent triangle, sir. Our focus point, convergence focuses. You're trying to say that the convergence would make an object appear to be larger with distance? No, sir.
No, I'm not talking about
Anyway,
convergence right now. I'm just
anyway.
talking about angular size of things. So like going back to this example that we agreed that there are cases where something can be bigger and farther away and equal the same angular size, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's exactly what I've done here. So, in the hallway example, it would be a box like this, and it's still 90 degrees, but what we've done is just projected that triangle outward. It's still still congruent, and so
Whatever the angular size is, if it's larger than the vanishing point, it will continue to converge beyond the vanishing point and diminish in angular size. This is the laws of perspective on a plane surface. In fact, all laws of perspective assume a plane surface. Do you notice how we have a 90-degree reference? We have a meridian, north, east, south, west. If you were to incorporate those kind of cardinal directions on what we're observing, right?
okay, you're kind of getting away from the point we were talking about. I thought, like, I'm not sure what you're saying.
I made a good point on the correlation causation fallacy that I believe anyway, because we can explain why the bottoms of things disappear from the bottom up just simply by the laws of perspective. Then when you incorporate refraction, everything gets real easy to
Well,
comprehend. But
just let's slow down because I mean, I don't know what half of what you're saying has to do with the example we were pointing out. The point I was trying to make here is that in this building example, suddenly you're dealing with distances that are 10 times larger than in the hallway example, but they still converge to a vanishing point in exactly the same way. And so let's say you're standing in a hallway that's transparent and a building outside that lines up exactly with those ceiling and floor lines, a series of buildings. They're still going to converge to the same vanishing point, but it's going to be a different physical distance away. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see how you're trying to make sense of what I brought up. Again, convergence rate explains why the bottoms of things that are larger than the vanishing point would simply converge, diminish in angular size beyond the vanishing point. And because the ground converges upward, we would also assume that the vanishing point of the bottom is being obstructed by the bottom converging upward. Pretty straightforward. That's the obstruction. That's the occultation that you're talking about. It's simple.
No.
I'm not going to get caught up on it for another 20 or 30 minutes. If you don't accept what I'm talking about, we can just, again, everything that you've shown me, you've drawn a plane reference. Because perspective assumes a plane reference. Once you start having a curving surface, you have multiple problems. We don't see any kind of distortion on still water, implying any kind of convexity. All of astronomy assumes a local level plane. Yeah, right angle triangle debunks. Yeah, what do you got there? I see streetlights doing the same thing. The only thing that you might bring up is why doesn't the apparent angular size change? And astronomy will tell you that it does change between zenith at 0.52 degrees to sunrise or sunset at 0.47 degrees on average. So it is actually diminishing in angular size.
Is that measured top to bottom?
So your zenith is what, sir? Or high solar noon. Let's just say solar noon. You know what it is when the sun's high, closest to you. Most heat
Well,
from thermodynamics, proving it's local. Okay, just angles. Our zenith is 90 degrees above us, right?
right.
Okay, and our solar noon would be in the closest point the sun has to us, right? Here,
Uh,
I got a picture for you. Can you? I got a couple questions.
I mean, in accordance with the globe model, that is the zenith has no bearing at all on the distance to the sun, none whatsoever.
Okay, I got a couple questions, bro.
Okay.
Okay, so I got. Can you explain to me what I've drawn here? Um, let's start with this dotted line. What is that dotted line?
Well, I see 23.9 degrees, right? Which or something. I can't
Yeah,
read the last digit, but something
23
close to
point
23 degrees.
23.4. That should be
Point
dead
four.
giveaway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the axial tilt of the Earth.
Okay, so then I got up
So,
here, I've got a question mark. What way is this pointed? What star is this pointed to?
that would not be pointed toward any single star because that's if you take a globe, the globe, you'll notice it's also mounted at 23.4
Our
degrees.
our North
And
Star,
so,
bro. What's our North Star?
well, it's Polaris, but Polaris in your diagram would be off to the left.
No, sir. This is our axial tilt. That's your equator. That's Polaris.
Oh,
This?
wait, maybe I misunderstood your diagram. I'm sorry. So,
No worries. I threw you off because I put the 20. I started with your ecliptic plane, right? Crazy.
okay. All right. All
So
right. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I'm with you now.
what would that star be then?
Well, okay. Now that you've asked that, let's go straight back to what I was saying before because
It's Vega
if you
from Draco, 23.4 degrees off.
that would be a circular sweep through the sky. It wouldn't be pointing at any single star.
I disagree, but
Well, okay, wait. The globe model is very specific. Are you asking what the globe model says that would be?
so the globe model in astronomy tells me the center point, the North Pole star of our ecliptic plane is Vega, this the constellation in the constellation of Draco, which is just it just
Okay,
so
but
happens to be
is that just a
23.4
field
degrees.
mark for like helping people observe like a certain declination? Because look, this is very simple. You
Okay.
asked me what star would be above this point on the globe.
So
You understand the globe spins, right?
mhm.
So if you're asking from a fixed point on
um
on the Earth, your point through the sky would be spinning.
so then you have problems with your model because your ecliptic plane centers around Draco based on what astronomy tells me. Okay, so we
Okay,
have two pole stars, one for the celestial sphere of the fixed stars, and we have a north pole or
okay.
ecliptic pole star.
I may have spoken too soon. Now that I'm catching up with what you said, I think I understand. So what happens is,
Mm-hmm.
at any given time, somebody who's standing on like the Arctic Circle, they may or may not have Vega or whatever star that is at their zenith. You
Okay,
see what I'm saying?
so that's Vega. Sure. Bonus question: do you know what the moon's pole star is? It's 2.55 degrees off from this location. Crazy, eh?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I do. But we're not talking about the moon right now. It is eclipse season though. It's cool stuff. So everything works out, right? We've got you. Let's just say you're B, and you're at the 45th degree parallel. No, you're at the 90. You're at Polaris. Your zenith is to Polaris. Got it?
Yeah. So do you understand what I was saying when I said like if somebody's standing at that like line of latitude to be
Mm-hmm.
underneath Vega, they would
Yeah, it
like
processes around Polaris,
yeah.
which is cool. That explains the wobble, really. So if you think of how it works on a ball,
Okay. So
it's the ecliptic wobbles this and that. You got 1 point being on the tropic. You've got 1 point being on the tropic at any given moment, right? That's the wobble that we'll see daily with the planets and the sun. If the sun's up here in the daytime, we'll observe the planets being on the ecliptic plane on the opposite side at night, right? Just, yeah,
sorry, I'm
that's how it works.
struggling to follow.
Okay, so this is where we have problems, bud. And I've asked several people, and none of them can explain it to me. Because I understand a right angle triangle, and I understand celestial navigation, and I understand the latitude and longitude coordinate systems of our Earth. And I
Okay.
understand we use right angle triangles to Polaris to base our lines of latitude from Polaris, 1 degree per 69 miles. That's our linear relationship, right? So, if you're standing, this is a hypothetical, just bear with me, you're standing under Polaris. They won't let you go there, but you're standing directly under Polaris, right?
Yeah.
And I'm at the 45th degree parallel. And I'm going to say I'm C because my name's Chris and you're B. So you're actually, whatever, it doesn't matter. So we've got, hold on. Sorry. I just got to draw one more thing. Real quick. Okay, this is the two different ways that you can incorporate our angles of elevation. You take an angle of elevation off the apparent horizon and you are correct for dip, which is correcting for atmospheric refraction with distance. Right? It happens on all stars. It happens especially between 30 degrees and your horizon, which is your tangent. This is your tangent. There's your 90 degree reference. There's your 90 degree reference. You have a circle of equal 360 degree fields of view. That's your azimuth, right? Got it. Okay, so I'm over here at the 45. And I take an angle of elevation to your star, Polaris. It's 45 degree reference, right? And here's my tangent, right? Maybe I'll get rid of the pen. There's my tangent. So my zenith is implied to, it has to be parallel to your zenith, right? Because if we have a right angle triangle on a curving surface, we will have an excess of 180 degree interior angle. So the specific angles, how we can work that out, absolutely checks out. Everything works out. How we incorporate a curving surface on the interior of a triangle, that's geometrically impossible. There's a famous Greek philosopher named Anaxagoras who tried to square a ball, tried to square a circle. It's geometrically impossible, right? That's what the globe expects us to believe. So, based on if we assume that my angle to this is a right angle, and we incorporate R45, right? Based on this, we can know that that would be now, what, 135 degrees?
Mm-hmm.
Based on the other angles we have over here, and interior angles of triangles.
So, I'm sorry. Can like are you trying to say basically that Vega is in the wrong place in the sky if the Earth was a globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, Vega proves everything. Polaris, Vega, right? Precession rate of Vega around Polaris, dictating the ecliptic orbit. That gives us our tilt, the supposed tilt, the only reference we have to a tilt. And we have specific coordinates for those based on the lines of latitude and longitude. So let me just show you what the fuck is really going on. Oh, fair warning. So we got our planisphere. This is Phillips. I've got 5 different planispheres. And I know what I'm talking about astronomy, and I would love to talk with somebody who can answer this simple question I have without actually saying, oh, it works out, you just don't understand geometry, because I do fucking understand geometry very well. So this is our planisphere. This will be our observable field of view from 42 degrees latitude, right? I'll see Polaris. It'll point me to north. If I were to center this around Polaris, I'll get my orientation of the stars, all the constellations relative to one another. So this ecliptic plane, this dotted line, will be the average location of the planets or the wandering stars. And then the moon's slightly off that. It goes 5 degrees north and 5 degrees south, right? It's got its own specific ecliptic plane. This, what you'll notice based on this, is that the ecliptic follows Draco. As we process, the ecliptic processes with Draco, right? So it works out on our star charts on a plane reference. So can we incorporate this with the movement of the stars, the sun and the moon? I think we can. Give me 1 second, bro. But yeah,
It does seem like you're a bit more experienced with using like astronomical star charts and stuff than I am. So I'm not entirely confident that I'm going to be able to give you a satisfying answer, or at least an answer that would satisfy you. I mean, so we
okay.
might have to say no contest on this if, like, I don't know
I
how to
don't even.
explain to you.
This is for me personally. This is like this. If you're honest with yourself and you are a true believer in God, you will take this, what I'm just showing, with your 45-degree reference and try to make the interior angles work. I assure you,
Well,
I haven't been able to see somebody who's.
hold on. I don't understand how that little bent triangle has anything to do with this, the like the stars that we observe. What is that? What's
Because
the argument here?
the geographical position to the star is your 90, and your angle is
Can
your
you
hypotenuse,
can you
and
show
your.
the diagram again as you're speaking? I'm sorry, it might help me.
So hold on, let me show you. Let me show you something. Just give me a second. But if you want to screenshot this, because I have, like, even if you want to present me something next time we talk on how this works, because I've talked with several people and the answers that I've been given really, really don't make sense to me.
Can you zoom out just a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
It
Thank you.
does make a little sigil of Lucifer and a Star Trek vortex, though. It's kind of interesting. Give me 1 second, though. I'm just looking something up. But this is like celestial navigation. This is globe killer, in my opinion. And it's all, again, based on if you are honest with yourself. There's a lot of bias. There's a lot of people being misled. And it's something maybe as simple as a right angle triangle on a ball that might make it click for you. Maybe not. Who knows?
So this is the screenshot I got.
Yeah.
I don't think I understand the argument that you're making. Like, to me, this.
Okay. So this is the problem that we have, though. Celestial navigation incorporates right angle triangles, measurements from my spot, wherever that is on Earth, to the star, and the star's geographical position is 90 degrees. We have triangle, right angle, triangle, triangle, and then it's triangulation. We have 3 triangles to trilaterate one single point. Our exact point relative to the 3 different stars we measure. We have a circle of equal altitude anywhere.
Oh, wait a minute. I think maybe I get what you're saying.
Okay, so the problem that I have here, and I don't think if you see that. So based on my tangent to your zenith, that would be 135. That's not a right angle. Based on your tangent to my zenith, that would be 135. That's not a right angle. If we were to incorporate a curving surface that's excess of this 90 or this,
Yeah.
and then even if we were to go
Well,
chord value, you'd have to add
but
another 22.5 degrees. That's not actually a right angle either.
but why is my zenith relevant at all when you're making measurements of the stars in your sky?
Well, that's what celestial navigation tells us to do. That's how we form these triangles.
Well, yeah, but the stars are like for the purposes of celestial navigation, the stars are basically an infinite distance away,
Okay,
which
so
means
when
like
when I go like that previous image was from a sextant manual from the 40s. When I go to the globe manual now, they're telling me this is how I'm measuring my tangent. Where based on what they're showing is that we're measuring above the surface of Earth. And the angles to Polaris will check out, they'll even match to other relative stars. But when
yeah.
you incorporate the curving surface and how these angles have to equal 180 degrees, that would be
But
an excess.
what's the issue with the tangent going above the surface? You can still find the star that way, right? Like why does it matter if the tangent goes above like doesn't follow the surface?
Well, if there was a tangent, like you can still measure the angle off the tangent, but tangent to, or sorry, zenith to zenith aren't parallel like what it has to be for triangulation to work properly.
Why would that have to?
Because we now have a curving surface.
But it does. Okay, so
It's all about
all right.
interior angles of a triangle, my friend.
I feel like maybe I understand what the confusion is. I don't know for sure, but I think maybe I understand what the confusion is, and what I'm struggling with right now is how to explain that to you and like help you negotiate that with your understanding. Okay, so if you are in your diagram, like this was me at the North
Sorry,
Pole.
when I just want to clarify, when you say my understanding, what is my understanding?
Well, I don't know. That's why I don't know how to help you negotiate what I'm
It's
about
just
to try to say
basic
with
right
that.
angle.
Like that's, I mean, when we try to learn, that's ultimately what we're doing, right? Is like negotiating what the information into our framework, our system, our understanding of how things work. That's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to make a point. Like,
Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, so if we have right angles, right? 45-degree angle from your zenith, we would have, like, everything works out on a plane surface. Interior angles, right? 45, 45, 90, 180. Plane
well,
surface.
that's assuming that the star is the same altitude above the surface as you are away from me along the surface.
Well, yeah. I used the 45th degree parallel for a specific reason. Because we can prove, anyway, it doesn't matter. Give me a sec. This is the point that I'm getting. When you have a curving surface and you have a 45 up here, we know that this would have to be 45, but it turns out that it's either less than or more than because of the curving surface.
Well, I don't know why you're drawing that triangle at all. That doesn't make sense to me.
Because this is the curve of your Earth relative to my 45-degree angle.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter for the purposes of the math that you were trying to do, as far as I know.
See, in my honest opinion, that's just trying to say you don't understand geometry, therefore
I'm
you.
not trying to say you don't understand geometry.
Okay.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
So,
And I'm still open entirely to the idea that I don't understand. Clearly, you know more chart than I do. I don't do that much astronomy. So like I'm not trying to make you out to be stupid here. That's not what I'm trying to do.
no, appreciate that. So this is 180 interior degrees. This is either more than or less than. So
Yeah,
we have
I get that point. Yeah.
two straight
It's not a
lines.
real triangle if the part one leg is curving. I get it.
Yeah, it's not, and that's implying then like this can't work, man. This can't work.
Yeah,
I don't.
but look, in your diagram, right? This is where I was. You were saying if I'm at the North Pole looking straight up at Polaris, I'm in the zenith of my sky,
Yep.
and then you're at like 45 degrees north, and you're looking. Were you supposing that you were going to look toward
Yeah.
Polaris or toward Vega?
So your 45 degree would be parallel with my 90 on that, and then
Yes.
my 45 would be parallel with your 90. But the thing about celestial navigation is that it's using right angle triangulation. And when we think of the curving surface, we're going to have it 180 degrees. We're not going to have a real right angle triangle.
So, but why are you paying attention to this area under this tangent if you can like just draw this 45 line and see Polaris up there? Why does this matter at all? Like
What?
this tangent shows your horizon. Like it doesn't matter what's under your horizon that you can't see unless you're trying to see stars back here, which you're not. You're trying to see Polaris, right? So why does it matter at all?
Why does it matter? Because they tell me that we use right angle triangulation and celestial navigation, and that my point to the geographical position of the star that I'm measuring is a level surface. And if you incorporate the distance to the sun from my 45th degree parallel at vernal equinox, that's 3,100 miles.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying about the sun at the vernal equinox.
The sun is over the equator on the vernal equinox. We have a known geographical position.
I get that part, but like, what is that real?
Because the sun annually goes between the north tropic and the south tropic, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's
Yes.
our position of the equinox.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but like, again, why would this area under the tangent matter to you if what you're doing is trying to find Polaris in your sky? It's going to be 45 degrees above this tangent. It's not going to be 45 degrees above the curve. Why would it be that?
Okay, so this is how celestial navigation works. We set an azimuth grid. We have our zenith and our angle of elevation.
Yeah.
On a plane surface. That's how it works. Like this is how it works. So we've got our analemma, and the analemma is, well, there's your equator on vernal equinox and the autumnal equinox, right?
Screensaver.
There's our angle of elevation to the sun at its sun. So if you're here at the south, right, you're at the 30 degree south, and the sun comes 23.4 degrees south. What would that be from your zenith at high noon?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble following. So you're saying if
7.6 degree or 83.6 degree. How close is that to your zenith, which is directly above?
You're asking
Okay, like the figure eight pattern here. This is the analemma, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So north. This would be from the south. You in the south, and this would be for me in the north, right? So the sun annually goes south, north, ascending, descending, right?
Uh-huh.
And it goes from 23.4 degrees, Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer. If we're at 30 degrees each, parallel from the equator, north of, south of, what would the angle be to you if we know that the sun at high noon goes to 23.4 degrees relative to you being 30 degrees?
Um, I'm sorry. I'm still having trouble, and the reason is because number one, we kind of jumped topics, and number two, the diagram that you're showing is, for whatever reason, just not like scanning in my brain. Um,
Okay, so here's our equator. This is the analemma. The sun moves between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. That's marking the Tropic of Capricorn in the zenith, and that would be the Tropic of Cancer. And I'm at 30 degrees. I don't know if you can see that, but that's saying 30 degrees north. So I would be 7.6 degrees north of the tropic.
okay. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying.
So now when the sun is in summer, the highest point in the sky, what would be my angle of elevation to the sun?
I guess it would be whatever 90 minus that 7 is like what is that? 83, 82 point something degrees?
2.6 degrees.
Did I get that right?
Yeah. And then same for this guy, right? So then if the sun goes from this point in your winter, when you're standing there, and it goes 46.8 degrees north, right? That's 23.4 degrees to the equator and another 23.4 degrees. What would that be with your 7.6 plus your 46.8?
Uh, I why don't you just tell me the answer? I'm struggling with the arithmetic you're doing. I'm sorry.
So basically we have right angles that prove that we're on a level plane, because you can't work with what you were telling me, right? When I asked you, what is this angle? You, because of this point to that, you form a right angle, right? That's how celestial navigation should be done. We don't incorporate a curving surface, bro. And then when you really get into the nitty gritty of it, you brought up the 45 rise equal run, 1-to-1 rise and slope, right? Or 1-to-1 slope. If we're at the 45th degree parallel and we have a known distance of 3,100 miles to Polaris and the equator, we can, using right angle triangles, assume that the entire northern hemisphere is a plane. Astronomy proves flat Earth, bro, and so does the Bible.
Okay, well, I have to admit I did not fully follow your argument about the sun. Can we stay on the thing about Polaris for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to a globe, if I'm at the North Pole and I look straight up and I see Polaris, that's at my 90-degree declination. If you're at 45 degrees north and you see Polaris at 45 degrees declination, or I guess maybe declination is that the right word when it's, I'm getting mixed up now. It's 45 degrees above your horizon, let's put it that way, right?
Declination would be offset to the magnetic north.
Well, I know that's also a meaning to the term I was talking about. I'm pretty sure that's a.
I might have a like there might be a different term that I'm not aware of. I'm not saying you're incorrect, but that's what I know of declination based on. It's the offset from true north to the magnetic.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure there's two meanings, but whatever. I'm talking about the altitude above your horizon. So basically, your line 45 degrees above this tangent pointing toward Polaris is going to be, as you mentioned, parallel to my zenith line, right?
Yep, the angles off of your tangent work, but when you incorporate the geographical position, or the zenith has to be parallel with mine, the angles don't actually work out. Like
Well,
if
before you jump ahead and try to make another point, can I finish making the point I was trying to make?
For sure.
So,
I'm gonna
this is
just turn
gonna
off the camera for a second.
this is gonna be 6,000 miles along the surface between you and me, right? 24,000 mile circumference, a quarter of that, or an eighth of that. Do I have that math right? Half is going to be 12,000. Oh no, it's going to be 3,000 miles.
What are you at? The radius?
No, the arc length between you and me.
45.
Distance along the surface.
So that would
3,000
be
miles.
24,901 divided by 6. No, 8. I don't.
Yeah, divided by 8. So 24,906 divided by 8. Yeah, so about 3,000 miles. Right? Do you agree?
Yeah. They tell us approximately 3,100 miles from the parallel north end to the equator.
Now, that distance would be measurable, right? If we were able to get to the North Pole, I know you're saying that they don't let us, whatever. Let's just suppose we could measure that distance, and let's, for the sake of argument, say that it is indeed 3,100 miles, right? Following?
Yep.
So if you see Polaris 45 degrees above your horizon, and I see Polaris at my zenith, and we are 3,100 miles apart, if the Earth were flat, that would mean Polaris was 3,100 miles above me, right?
So what the ball Earth does is that they straighten out the tangent to your zenith and imply that your zenith would be now 135 degrees. That's not a right angle triangle.
Well,
From your
can you?
tangent to my tangent is 135, right?
I'm not sure what you're suggesting the answer to my question would be. I was asking, like, if the Earth were flat, given these measurements, it would mean Polaris was 3,100 miles above me, right?
Yeah. Rise equals run.
Okay. So then, if we were to repeat that experiment with you being halfway, 22.5 degrees, it would be pretty close to the celestial, whatever, but like halfway, right? So let's say 3,100 divided by 2. So you're now 1,500 miles south of me. According to a flat Earth, if we draw that 45-degree triangle again,
the distances change.
if you're half of that distance, then Polaris to you should no longer be half of the angle, it should be something slightly different.
The apparent the apparent distance changes. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's because we have a linear relationship between our vision and our Euclidean measurements, like we were talking about with convergence rates. Actually, astronomy is. Did you freeze?
No, I'm listening.
Astronomy assumes that the stars will actually converge into a single point too. It's called the moving cluster, or the supercluster convergence method in 1920, pioneered in astronomy. It proves that the stars converge relative to, like, you understand that if a cluster of stars goes over our zenith, they'll take up an angular size, and when they go off into the horizon, they actually diminish in size relative to what we observe, but in actuality, they never actually change relative positions to each other. I think astronomy is very ignorant of perspective and the laws of perspective.
Okay, so
From my understanding of history, it's like really since the Rockefeller Foundation took over our public school education system, like 1918, post World War One. Anyway.
So by my calculations, if the Earth were flat, and you halved the distance between, so you were standing at supposing it were an accurate measurement, and we found out that Polaris was 3,100 miles above the North Pole, right? According to my calculations, if the Earth were flat and you then repositioned to, what is that, 67.5 degrees north, then that should put Polaris at 63.4 degrees above your horizon, whereas the globe would say it's 67.5 degrees above your horizon. That's a 4-degree difference.
When you incorporate a curvature rate, you use tan function.
That's exactly what I just did. Well, I mean, I used it to solve this flat Earth situation.
Can you? Did you use inverse tan, or did you just use tan? Because the two are different, right?
I know. I used inverse tan because what I was doing was solving for this angle. This should be, this would be 63.4 degrees, right there. Because what I did was let's suppose the triangle is 2 units tall this way.
So 60. So
and this is 2 units.
Degrees.
So that means if you're measuring this triangle instead, this is going to be 1 unit, 2 to 1. Take the inverse tangent, that gives you 63.4. That's what I did.
I don't have the math on me handy right now. I did get it like a long time ago. I got the calculations for it to Polaris. Give me 1 sec. I'll pull up what I do have, but there's the correlation between convergence rate and.
Well, what I'm trying to point out here is there's a discrepancy that you should see, and like the flat Earth would predict 63.4, globe would predict 67.5. That's a 4-degree difference. And are you saying there's another factor that we have to account for that would explain that difference?
I'm saying that right angle triangles don't work on a ball, and I'm saying when we incorporate our convergence rate with the angles of observation, exactly like what we would see with the street lights, they converge in the distance onto the vanishing point. With distance, this would be what we observe based on the inverse tan function and doing the exact calculations that you're doing. So I'm not sure if you are, in fact, it appears to be lower. But when you incorporate our curvature rate, it all makes sense. Excellent point that you bring up, though. Excellent point. because it's not something that's really fully understood. We are taking Euclidean measurements with our curved eyesight.
Okay, well, as the farther you go with the geography, the more pronounced this effect becomes. To the point where if you cross the equator, you are seeing not only completely different stars that are not visible in the northern hemisphere at all, but you're seeing the sky rotate in the wrong direction.
Okay, so on a plane surface, this is my field of view, right? And I would be latitude 42 degrees north, meaning that I have a 48-degree angle of elevation anywhere on this circle to Polaris.
Okay.
Okay, because I'm from that relative location. That's just how the lines of latitude are based on right angle triangles to Polaris and to the equator and to the zodiac and all the fixed stars. So this is our field of view, right? So this is the 51.5. This is Greenwich, right? So we're north. We have a field of view. When we go 10 degrees south, we'll still see some of the same stars, but we'll have more of the southern stars because we've simply went 10 degrees south, right?
Okay, but do you have one of those for a city in the southern hemisphere?
I'm gonna get one. They do have one.
Okay, because like, I promise
You got
you,
this one.
the stars rotate clockwise.
Check this one out. Let's just change this. Let's just look at this one. This is fucking OG. Excuse my language. Respectful. This is leather. This is 1890 Phillips Planisphere. It's proof to me anyway that the constellations haven't moved relative to one another in 150 years almost.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And the
that's so.
Milky Way is a big problem for me too because it goes around Polaris, but it doesn't go around our southern pole. It like stops just short of. It's weird. Like we observe the Milky Way going around Polaris and how the apparent effects of it, but we don't observe the Milky Way doing that with the southern pole, which is just kind of weird.
Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying though? That when you go to the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate clockwise in the sky instead of counterclockwise?
That's just vantage point in apparent direction towards north versus towards south. If here in the northern hemisphere, I can orient myself towards Polaris, the stars are going to go east-west. They're going to be appearing from the right, setting to the left. If I change vantage or direction, now they're appearing from the left, setting to the right, and I haven't actually crossed the equator.
Okay, but you're saying left and right, but that's confusing because a circle goes in both directions, left to right, then back around right to left, and so I mean, the terms that seem useful to me in this situation are clockwise versus counterclockwise,
Well, what about
right?
Arctic versus Antarctic?
Well,
Okay,
if you can see the northern
so
or
here's a good,
southern.
really good example. You're in the south, I'm in the north, right? I observe the star relative to me, my position on the ecliptic plane where the sun will pass, or the little yellow car. I'm pointed south. Or let's just say this is the zodiac on the equator, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
pointed south. I'm going to observe the stars from my left to my right in a circle around me. Arc around me if I'm in the Arctic Circle.
Okay, but
If if you're in the south, you're gonna see it come from your right and to your left because now your orientation to the ecliptic has changed. Now you're facing north and I'm facing south.
I just noticed that my ceiling fan provides a sort of analog here.
Mm-hmm.
And the
You can
problem that
slow
one
it
problem is
down.
that my camera refresh rate makes it look like it's going the wrong direction. Um, Let me take my headphones out for just 1 second and pull that chain so that it starts to slow down, and then we can use this as an example, right?
Turn it off and let it neutral for a sec. I think we'll get more time. And
Yeah, but I'm not. When I take my headphones out, I'm not going to be able to hear you. So give me a second.
no worries. Those things are bad for you if they're Bluetooth. Just saying, looking out for you.
It's not Bluetooth.
Okay.
That's why I have to take it out because I'm wired to my computer.
Fair enough. I should have
So one
thought of that.
second.
I should have considered that.
Okay, I'm back. In a second, as it slows down, you're gonna see the refresh rate's gonna catch up, and it's going counterclockwise, right?
Okay.
Now let me turn the camera upside down. It's still going counterclockwise.
Okay, but I can show you that same phenomenon by you just standing center to that and observing the rotation. It's going to appear to be going opposite.
Can you say that again?
Okay, so take a step back. It's going right to left. Now go and stand under it and change your direction. Go stand under it and change direction. Like look back the way that you were. So change the
I'm
orientation.
still tethered to my computer. I don't know if I can reach over there.
Shit.
But
So if you were to change the inside the circle, you would have the exact effect that you were expecting.
shoot, I'm wired to my computer. I can't. Um. Shoot. Okay, I wanted to turn it back on because it was going to get too hot in here. So let's. I think once it gets up to speed, it's going to start to look on the camera like it's turning the other way because of refresh rate. So maybe we can use that. Like, let's pretend we're in the southern hemisphere instead of northern, right?
Yep.
So
And
it appears to rotate clockwise.
Yeah. Appears to, yeah. I would say so right now. Appears to,
Now,
yeah.
if you're saying if I like move my camera to the
Right
other
there.
side here,
And then
like,
change
I
your
can't actually.
orientation. And then look down a little bit towards the edges. Oh, there we go.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay, but if you look up at the pole, it's still going
It's
clockwise.
always going east to west. We know it.
No, not east to west. I'm not talking about east to west. I'm talking about clockwise. You see that? It looks clockwise. Because if you east to west, yeah, obviously, but like, do you get what I'm saying? It's if you account for the whole circular rotation,
Okay.
use terms like clockwise versus counterclockwise.
Clockwise,
Then,
east to west. Clockwise, east to west. Orientation to Polaris. Stars appear from the right, set to the left. Change orientation. Stars appear from the left, set to the right.
but I think maybe you're not getting the point I'm making. Ignore where the stars are rising and setting for a moment, okay? And just look at the pole, right? Because if you're any appreciable distance away from the equator, you can see one of the poles, right?
Okay, so, like I'm just trying to figure out your actual argument. Are you saying that the star trails south of the equator are going opposite to the ones in the north?
Circular opposite. So I'm not saying left to right versus right to left. I'm not saying west to east. I'm saying like you have to use the terms clockwise or counterclockwise, right? Because
Relative to our vantage in our direction, our cardinal direction, I think. As I'm clearly showing with this protractor, the way that the stars rotate east to west in the north hemisphere alone, I can do this. The stars will appear from my right, set to the left. Now I
Yeah.
change my geometric reference and my cardinal direction, and now the stars are appearing from my left and
Yeah,
setting
again, I'm
west.
not
This
talking
is
about
still,
east to left to right or right to left. Look
okay.
at the
This is
pole
still
and this.
clockwise direction of the stars. Everything is east to west. Everything is east to west. It just appears to change based on how we observe it.
Yeah,
So
so
if I were down here, further down, observing Polaris, all these stars would appear to go from the right to the left. But if I was on this position relative to that, right? There would be stars on the 45 that this guy's observing going right to left, and then I'll observe go right to left. But then something at the 32, for instance, will be going left to right from me when I look south, because I can't actually see that star in the north, right?
by the way, guys, I see that people were saying let Matrix join. I have a personal preference to keep this one-on-one, and actually, I'm shockingly really enjoying this conversation with Chris right now. I think, in spite of how frustrating it may seem to you guys, we are having a good conversation. Like this is, there's hope of progress here. We're being respectful. This is good, I think. So, this is the kind of conversation I like to have on my live, and I hope you guys can understand that. So,
You can take up Matrix too. He's got a little. Well, I don't know. Never mind. It's your life. I don't really
anyway,
care.
so what I was saying, Chris, is if you look at one of the poles, okay, and look at the star trail around that pole in a full circle. I'm not talking about things rising from the left and setting on the right, or rising from the right and setting on the left. That's only taking half the circle into account. Look at the whole circle around the pole. The star trail of the closest star you can find that's making a circle around the pole. Okay? The
Well,
no, the star trails around Polaris are going to be counterclockwise this
um,
way. And the star trails around the opposite pole are going to be clockwise, like this.
1957 Air Force map of the world. I don't know exactly what's going on with the apparent southern pole star. I'm not going to beat around the bush and claim that I know exactly what's going on. What I
Well, that's
believe,
fair.
due to our perspective limits of our field of view, like if you were to incorporate our field of view, we have limits of the field of view, and at our limits, things appear to do some wonky stuff, especially at the equator. You'll get star trails that'll form circles both ways of you,
Yeah.
based on our perspective and our azimuthal dome. You could also argue that that's happening because of curvature. So when I look up, oh, did I mute out? When I look up that map, like this is a good, and it's fucking. Oh, sorry, excuse my language. It's late. Um, how can I prove this? Really, I can't. But this could be an explanation. Especially when you incorporate the timing of this map just before NASA, 1948, UN, 1958. So if we have four corners relative to each observer, right? That observer would have his geometric reference. Where did my compass, where did my protractor go? There we go. So if we have our cardinal direction to the north, right? Opposite that would be one of these corners. Maybe perhaps one of the four corners. I always thought that the four corners was a compass at the center. But perhaps it could literally mean the four corners of Earth. And each of these, based on the apparent circular star paths, would cause apparent circular motion of the stars over in each of these corners.
Okay, well,
how can I
it
prove
sounds
it?
like you may have, at least for now, genuinely understood the argument or the point I was making, and you're now proposing like possible like speculative solutions, right? And you admitted that you don't know, and I really, really respect that.
Well, yeah, I wish I knew more about this kind of stuff. I know that my understanding of geometry and astronomy and astrology, it 100% directs me to a geocentric flat Earth. In fact, let me
Okay.
show you this. Let me show you how this shit works.
Yeah, it's really this. It's interesting because it does drastically.
Give me a second. Where is
right?
it?
Because now my whole thing is, all right, I'm gonna use towers that are normally very fast but lack damage, right? Like tax zone, 10 times damage to tax zone. Like, are
No.
you kidding me? Right?
Somebody says no, he hasn't understood. He'll make the exact same claim tomorrow. Well, exact same claim as what? I mean, he doesn't. I didn't bring up any
No,
like.
but see, the thing that will typically happen with other people when I debate them is that we'll talk about the stars, and that it'll typically go to straight to that point. When you and I were talking about multiple points, and it wasn't just like, well, this doesn't make sense from my point of view on your model, and you're saying, well, I can see that, or I can't see that, but on that point, this doesn't make sense to me on your model, and it's a little bit of back and forth. Typically, what I get into when I start talking about the stars and right angle triangles and celestial navigation is that it will go directly to the apparent southern pole star. And then when you really look it up, there's a disparity on the axial tilt. I just found that out 2 days ago. So we have the axial tilt they claim being 23.4 degrees because of the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. It's actually, they say that it's 27.4 degrees, and that the southern pole star is 124 degrees. So if you incorporate that 23.4 degree uniform tilt north and south, there shouldn't be any kind of disparity, especially like 15
Well,
degrees almost. Sorry, I'm
on
gonna.
the southern pole, it may be that there isn't a like star quite as convenient as Polaris, right near the pole. So it may be a star that's a little bit offset from the pole, which makes its own circle around an invisible point in the sky. Um,
Sorry, I had some background noise there. I didn't quite hear you.
so one thing that comes to mind is that it may be that the southern pole star is not quite as conveniently located as Polaris is, and it may be a little bit offset from the actual pole so that it makes its own circle around an invisible point in the sky.
But then we have, well, so I'm trying to think of how that can work. Like 27 degrees off tilt, and then 124. That's not even uniform, north and south. This leads me to the south magnetic anomaly that's going on both models,
Well,
really, because you have Dayton Miller and Michelson Morley proved the etheric drift towards a southern anomalous position.
do I have Bob the Science Guy in my live right now in chat?
Bro, Bob
I
the
see
Science
people
Guy
tagging him.
doesn't
That
want.
would be mind blowing, but I don't think he's in here. I think they were just tagging him.
Whoa. Bob the Science Guy probably is in here. I with that right angle, I brought that up to him, and he straight up lied and said, "Well, no, celestial navigation doesn't use triangulation." So I called him out about it. See, the big thing about me, it doesn't matter if you're being misled, and if you don't know you're being misled, but if you're genuinely lying to people, that's a Judas goat. That's something that I
Okay.
can't.
Um, the thing is, what you just said leaves room in my mind for there to be misunderstanding, because triangulation kind of refers to, in my mind, that refers to determining distance using parallax. So if he said celestial navigation doesn't use triangulation, maybe there was misunderstanding. Like, yeah, there's still triangles, it just isn't triangulation specifically.
Parallax, you still gotta, to do true parallax, you still gotta get an angle of elevation off the surface of Earth. Even if you measure angle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not even in the business of debate. Oh my goodness, Bob the Science Guy, he's requesting to join.
You got a crush, bro?
I kind of do actually. He's
Oh my
he's
gosh, bring
amazing.
him
I
up,
I
man.
watched some of his
He doesn't
content
like you
earlier.
though.
Okay.
Fair warning. All right, Bob. I'm ready for your right angle explanation on a ball. I'm ready for it, bro.
Yep, sorry about that. I went and grabbed something.
No worries. I'm ready for your right
Welcome,
angle
Bob.
Howdy, howdy. Thank you for having me up.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I did the distance to the moon the other day by parallax. It's pretty
I
interesting.
haven't gotten a chance to watch that yet. It's in my YouTube notifications, but
yeah,
you brought that up
not
to
an
me the
angle
other
of
day.
elevation involved.
You brought that up to me the other day. So how do you get your angle of elevation?
I don't have one.
You don't have one.
Nope.
So you have a
parallax.
position in the sky relative to the fixed stars behind it, and you show
Nope.
the angular size. So,
no, I didn't do it that way at all.
Peter, do you remember we were talking about subtending angles? Do you think that Bob the Science Guy is considering how we can subtend angles?
Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you
okay.
think subtend angles means?
Chris, let me reiterate that, or let me clarify. My rules about my lives still apply. I know you said that you don't think Bob the Science Guy is in good faith. I believe he is, and I want all of us to proceed, at least with the behavior, like we assume he is. Okay, so if you start making accusations against him, saying he's lying, or if you start ascribing motive to him, or if you disrespect a timeout about him, that's still going to be a kick. So, just saying.
So, all I said was, Parker, we were talking about subtending angles, right? And that is very difficult to determine based on an angular size, the distance and the diameter.
I'm not saying you violated the rules. I was just saying
So
they still apply. So please,
when we take
that's all I was
true
saying.
parallax, we need to incorporate angle of elevation, time that it was taken, and the precession rate of the stars.
Okay, so how did I do it?
Or the precession rate of the wandering stars relative
well, I
to
don't
the
know what
fixed
wandering
stars.
stars are, but why don't you
That
tell
would be
me
your
how
planet.
I
That would be your
determine the
planets on
distance
your
to the moon?
ecliptic. Sorry, Parker. Can you just
My name isn't Parker.
right. Apologies. You
doesn't even look like Parker. All right, so
apologies.
before you go on with your little fire hose,
Bob,
why don't you go ahead and tell
Peter
me
and I have been having like an hour-long conversation where neither of us fucking interrupted one time, sir.
Well, why don't you get on to your point and tell me how I did
In 2 minutes, you've already interrupted me 2 different times. And I'm gonna
tell me how I did it.
actually start calling it out now. I'm gonna start
Tell
a
me
counter for
how
you.
I did it.
So
don't put a bunch of derp in.
all
Tell me
you
how
did
I
was
did
show
it
the
before tell me what
precession
I had to do.
relative to the slower moving moon.
This is devolving.
Right? So all you did was show the precession of the stars relative to the slower moving moon. We know there's a sardonic cycle of the moon, and that relative to our position, the stars move 14, 15 degrees per hour, depending on our latitude, right? And that the moon travels 12.46 or something like that degrees per hour through our sky. And that the moon takes up 0.52 degree angular size in our sky.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with what I did.
So all you're showing is that the stars precess quicker than the moon, and you're in
I
fact
didn't do
not.
anything with the stars.
So that's your fifth time interrupting me.
I did. You're claiming I did things I
and
didn't
in
do. I didn't do
fact,
anything involving stars.
and in fact, sir, when you measure parallel to measure angle of elevation off the surface to do it properly. So
No, you
if
don't.
whatever you did, you showed a relative change based on the angular
Okay.
size from this star to that star, right?
All
I
right.
just showed.
All right. Time out. Time out, please. Thank you. I propose now. I'm asking if this is okay with both of you. I'm not dictating this, but I'm asking if it's okay if we just take a moment to let Bob the Science Guy explain his methodology in the terms he prefers, and then I can understand it at least because I didn't even watch the video yet. And that way
Well, that's okay.
we'll
He
be
didn't
able
either.
to that way we'll be able to get a little bit on the same page, hopefully.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay, Chris?
For sure. The thing is, I'm gonna get a response, Bob. Okay, so
Well,
Yes,
I
handle
mean,
I'll give
yourself
you time to.
properly
a
with
response to you.
integrity, because in a moment's notice, you could be debunked with a simple Google search. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, go right ahead. Better people have tried. All right. So the way that I found the distance to the moon was actually rather simple. It is a variation on parallax. You see, the sun moves through our. Now my dog decides to. Sorry about that. So the sun, if you track the sun with a telescope through the sky, it moves at 15 degrees per hour. If you track the moon with a telescope through the sky, it moves at 14.685 degrees per hour. So what happens is the sun moves behind the moon because it's moving faster than the moon is through our sky.
Sorry, with all due respect, can I correct you? We have mean solar time.
As a result, it pivots on the
14.9
moon,
degrees
and
per
even
hour.
though the sun and the moon are both going east to west, the actual shadow of the eclipse, because the sun starts before the moon, goes behind the moon, and then comes out the other side, the solar eclipse shadow actually goes from west to east. Now, what you can do, and what I did, was I found that on San Antonio, Texas, at about 1:40 local time, which was pretty much solar noon, that was when the eclipse hit San Antonio. 45 minutes and 1,608 kilometers later, it hit Indianapolis, Indiana, or will hit Indianapolis, Indiana. Of course, I'm going to be verifying all of these numbers and times on Monday. And from that, I was able to actually calculate the parallax to the moon relative to the sun. So it's in 45 minutes, it's 2.35 degrees. And the distance between those two locations, the base of the triangle, is 1,608 kilometers. And from that, you're actually able to calculate the distance from the Earth to the moon at approximately 385,000 kilometers. And then in subsequent
Nice.
videos, I was able to use that distance with the method of Aristarchus to find the ratio of the distance from the Earth to the sun over the distance from the Earth to the moon is 390. So the distance from the Earth to the sun is 390 times the distance from the Earth to the moon, which comes out to 150 million kilometers. I was also able to determine that the sun was 109 times the diameter of the Earth, and the moon is 1/3.6 times the diameter of
With
the Earth.
subtended angles, both being
And then
25
at
degrees.
3,500 kilometers diameter for the moon, which is what I measured, that means the Earth is roughly 12,500 kilometers, 600 kilometers, and we came up with a radius of Earth of 6,300 kilometers, all from the observations of the eclipse without one assumption of radius, without one assumed measurement, nothing.
You didn't assume the even the distance to the sun?
No,
I was going to
I
ask that.
measured the distance to the sun based on the angle to the
Okay.
half moon.
Based on the angle of parallax. That's what you're saying. The angle to the moon.
No. The angle between the sun and the moon.
I'm fucking
Okay.
tired. Sorry.
The angle between the sun and the moon is what Aristarchus used.
Oh,
Not
so
the angle, not the
wouldn't
elevation of
that
the moon.
be a difference based on your azimuth grid?
I don't play with
So
makeup made up.
if you're actually truly doing an observation, like you should say, this is my observation, and it is X amount of degrees off of the horizon at start. And at finish, due to the precession rate of each object, we know that this is closer than that, and that these are all closer than the fixed stars. Right?
Yeah, that's not how it's done. That's, I mean, this azimuthal grid of vision you're getting from your Flurf daddy Witsit, that's something he made up.
Oh, yeah?
So,
Hold
Bob,
on.
I appreciate everything you're doing, and I appreciate like everything that that you're sharing and everything, but I feel like that last comment was a little bit derogatory.
It's okay. He's got a
Now,
crush. It's okay.
I really understand the feeling here, frustration because it is quite, ridiculous, this whole
Well,
flat
Peter,
earth stuff,
if I could
but
respond to you,
Oh,
Peter.
come on, Peter. Come on now. So
If I could
Stellarium has a
respond to you,
mode called
Peter,
Azimuth
I've been
Grid.
dealing with
oh boy.
science
Hold
denial. I've
on.
been dealing with science denial for 5 years. I
You
know the
are
Flurf
the
Yeah.
king
daddies.
of
I know
science
their scripts.
denial. So what did you just say? That my Flurf daddy with it made azimuth grid of vision, right?
Well,
That's what you're
Chris,
saying to me. So this is Stellarium.
Chris, can I hear what Bob was just saying?
No, hold on, because he's
I
calling
was
me
kind of giving Bob a
disingenuous.
timeout when I said that, so now you're disrespecting his timeout.
With
Yeah,
A
but you
respect,
little
see,
bit.
listen
Peter,
to
I've been
his
studying
entire
these guys for
nonsense.
over 5 years. I know all of their
Okay,
scripts.
so
I
with
know
all due
where the
respect,
scripts came
folks,
from,
so
and I can
I
identify
certainly
muted
the
respect
myself
Flurf
your.
daddies.
for quite a while when he went on a tangent based on subtending angles. So
Okay, Chris, I
let
really
me
need you to
yes,
be
let me
quiet
just
for a
address
second,
a
please.
couple points though. So he says to me just recently, he said, and this is Stellarium, by the way, that your azimuthal grid is a made up flurf nonsense term.
He is
Azimuthal
gonna
grid of vision.
absolutely flip out if I
Oh.
mute his mic.
So is that a flurf made up nonsense on Stellarium?
Okay,
No,
Chris,
it's your
please,
misinterpretation of what Stellarium says.
Sorry,
please,
azimuthal grid.
Chris, let me dialogue with Bob for a second, please.
Sure thing.
Okay, well, if you guys are just gonna go back and so what I heard there was multiple
I'm
fallacious
trying,
statements. With all
Chris.
due respect, I understand Parallax a lot better than I believe you do. With respect, and what I heard just now is incorrect based on the standard of measuring.
Chris, I am trying to run interference between the two of you so that you have a better conversation. This is in your interests, okay?
Well, with respect, if you're gonna allow him to present all his points and not let me rebut any of them,
I would.
it should just be an echo chamber between you and him. If you want to understand how he did his false interpretation of what parallax is relative to our
We
horizon.
I'm still hoping we will get to your rebuttal. Okay? All I was doing was trying to hone in on the thing he said that was triggering you, and I could tell it was triggering you. Okay?
It's the thing that's again, it's we what did we read? Our first statement, Ephesians 5:11. So he says that I'm disingenuous and that this term is actually made up concept.
You're getting back into the rebuttal. I don't want to be in the rebuttal at the moment. Please, let's
It's
defer
not a
that until
rebuttal because it should be as simple as him saying, you know what? Our azimuth grid exists.
it's a rebuttal.
So
Please,
he's got an
please.
ego problem, definitely.
No, that's an accusation. That's a violation of my rules, but I'm going to let it pass for the moment.
Apologies to both of you. And you know what, Peter? Do you want to talk biblical cosmology next time? I don't think that Bob the Science Guy actually knows science, because when I'm trying to talk to him about parallax and he doesn't incorporate an angle of elevation off the horizon, he actually
Okay,
truly hasn't looked into parallax.
Chris,
That's
this is a timeout period. You're disrespecting the timeout now. Please,
I'm going to show you all my respect, and I'm going to leave with my integrity. Ephesians 5:11, sir. Good day. And also Matthew 24:24. Love you.
You don't
How
have to
very
leave.
Christian of you.
No, I'm just, if you're going to allow him to lie
Uh,
without any kind of
that's
rep-
another accusation.
it's not an
Okay, you don't.
accusation if I can back it up. Bob the science guy, answer the question just for the record. Does celestial navigation use triangulation? Yes
No,
or no?
you're
No.
controlling the conversation, disrespecting
Did
the
you just
timeout, and
say
making
no?
accusations.
Okay, so this is going to be as easy as it is to prove that Bob the science guy is a liar. Google
No, no,
does.
no, no. We're not doing that right now. You're not controlling this conversation.
You're right.
Please
I'm
let
about to
me
leave
talk
with
to
you.
Bob about the thing he said that you found derogatory. Please let me talk to him about that. It's in
Don't
your
find anything
interests.
derogatory. I'm calling out fallacious statements, sir. That's it. I don't.
You're
I.
interrupting with what
He
you're
could
doing.
call me any name he wants. The thing that is upsetting me is that he's lying.
All right. Well,
I could
maybe I
care less
misunderstood
about.
when I said that's what was
Personally,
triggering
I
you. Okay,
personally
maybe.
feel like when somebody insults me, that it shows their lack of intelligence.
All right.
All right,
But
I'll compare SAT scores with you any day of the week, Sonny.
bro. Every a right angle triangle, I've made you rage quit 4 different times over a right angle triangle on a ball, bro.
uh, all right.
He's actually literally calling you a science denier, Bob the science denier guy, because of how you rage quit over a right angle
Look, if
triangle.
you're just going to let him continuously insult me, I don't see the
Okay,
point
so
in talking
again,
to him anymore.
Yeah. Okay, Chris, are you done, or do I have to meet you?
um,
I just want to hear what he was saying about calling Witsit your flurf daddy. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. That's because I think there would have been a nicer way to put that, and that's all I was trying to say to Bob. And then I was going to let you rebut him. Okay.
okay, but again, you think it's about the ad hom when in reality it's about
No.
him
Okay.
blatantly.
Yeah, that was going to be your rebuttal. I don't
But
care whether that's actually what was
why
triggering
do
you
you
or
keep
not. I
going
care.
back to the ad hom instead of his
All
fallacious
right.
statement?
Mic muted. Bob.
Thank you.
Take care,
All
Peter.
right. So what he's trying to do is he's
You got a
confabulating.
deceptive liar.
He's
I don't know how to.
confabulating. He doesn't learn, does he?
I don't know how to mute guests without letting they have the ability to unmute themselves. I'm so new to this.
Okay.
I'm so
That's not a
sorry.
problem. That's not a problem. See, what he's doing is he's confabulating something that actually does, which is the azimuthal grid in stellarium. That is the grid where your 90 degrees is at your zenith and 0 degrees is at your horizon from your particular location, as opposed to the galactic grid, which is the right ascension and the declination based on the poles, based on the north and south celestial pole. So he's confabulating those two things. And then what he's doing is he's using this Witsit argument that they came up with, this thing they made up called the azimuthal grid of vision, which is different than the azimuthal grid. The azimuthal grid of vision claims that you see in hyperbolic geometry based on some study they saw about college students trying to estimate sizes by eye, and they found
Yeah.
that, and it was the way the brain was interpreting it was a little different if it was under 20 feet or over 20 feet. So if it's
Yeah.
over 20 feet, it's Euclidean. If it's under 20 feet, they think it has some hyperbolic element to it. So that's what that is. And that's just an argument that
Is
Witsit
that
is
your
promoting
azimuthal grid?
in the flat earth channels now.
Is that your azimuthal grid?
That's the
So
azimuthal grid of vision I'm talking about.
So there's our observer. There's your azimuth. There's our meridian lines at our azimuthal grid.
Where's the zenith?
Zenith.
Okay, is that north or zenith?
That's zenith.
Does it say zenith or north? Looks like it
This
says
is
N.
actually implying that he's directly under the 90 if it's not at zenith and north.
Okay, so that would be exactly
Hold
the
on, hold
same.
on. So before we get into any more nonsense, you're telling me that
Nonsense? You're
this
telling an
doesn't exist in
astronomer he
celestial
doesn't understand
navigation.
the grids of
Brother,
the sky?
I'm just asking you. You're telling me again that this doesn't exist in celestial
What have I
navigation.
done?
You got involved with flirfs. That's what
Okay,
you did.
so wait,
Fair point.
wait a minute. So I don't understand what this is. Remember when I brought up Stellarium, and I don't understand what that is.
No,
Remember
you don't.
when I brought up Stellarium. Just so
No,
that
you
I'm
don't.
clear, what does that actually say? Azimuthal grid of vision.
No, it doesn't say a vision. It
No.
says
So
azimuthal grid. What's the other
that
one say? Polar grid?
oh, that's a equatorial grid.
Equatorial grid. Okay,
Oh,
good.
cool. Cool.
Which is another name for the polar grid.
Oh, is it
Neither
though?
one of them say vision on them.
Equatorial grid. We went over.
Does it say a vision?
That's your ecliptic plane, right? That's your ecliptic plane, which is
No, it's not the ecliptic plane.
what's
It's the equator.
okay.
The ecliptic plane is different.
Right. And it's centered around what? What star is it centered around?
What do you mean? What star is it centered around?
The sun.
You don't
Centered
know.
around the sun.
No, so the ecliptic plane has a north pole of its own, right?
It has the north celestial pole for the ecliptic plane. You weren't talking about.
No, Peter, do
Well,
you want to
no,
correct
the
them?
ecliptic plane does not centered on the north celestial pole.
No, it doesn't. It's 23.4 degrees off on a specific star constellation.
Correct.
Do you want to tell him, Peter? Or should I? Okay, so anyway, we have our azimuthal grid proven by Stellarium, not Witsit. He may be your flurf daddy, but this is just science, right? Okay. So
That's the azimuthal grid. Yes. That's a grid system for
which is due to the laws of
identifying.
perspective, Peter. We were talking about that earlier. It's amazing how that works.
Bob, I highly respect your superior knowledge of both science, math, and this particular debate. The only point I was trying to make earlier was that the term flurf daddy sounded a little derogatory in the sense that maybe there was a more friendly way you could have put it. And I guess this maybe gets to a difference in philosophy about how to approach these guys, and maybe because of your greater experience, your philosophy is better to treat them more rough. But in my view, I feel like I was getting a better result from Chris earlier, at least in the long run. Like, I was able to start taking baby steps in a conversation with him instead of it turning into a shouting match. But obviously, I've never converted a flat earther yet, so I may be wrong that that's beneficial. But at least,
oh, sorry, apologies.
I don't know. At least it matches my personal philosophy better, and so I hope you can see where I was coming from, I guess.
Yeah, I do. You don't convert flat earthers. What you do is they're there because that's their identity.
Amen.
If you ever read there's a really good book, Talking to Science Deniers by Dr. Lee McIntyre, that talks about the 5 characteristics of science denial and the personality types
like
involved.
a right angle triangle on a ball.
But the ones that I address are not the flurfs. It's the people.
Okay, so let's talk about your parallax nonsense, please.
That's a fair point.
Let's talk about your parallax nonsense, okay, for a second. So this is
I don't have
what
any parallax
we observe
nonsense, so there's nothing
on
to
our
talk about.
flat plane, right? We observe the ecliptic rotating almost relative with the sun, right? At any given moment, because the ellipse or the ecliptic plane is offset and centered around Vega, Vega processes at a regular rate, as does. Are you knowing? Because I'll prove it to you in a second if you want. I've already proven to you several times with simple Google searches that you don't know what you're talking about. So anyway, if you think of this point here,
you kind of deserve getting it now.
Okay, so this line here, so this is how this is working, by the way. Remember, we can't have right angles work on a ball. It's geometrically impossible. I made
Really?
him leave several times because of this. Okay, so just
Really?
pay attention. You guys know all the globe nonsense, and this guy in particular, I believe, is a Judas goat. But let's continue on. So,
That
and
You
seems
gonna
to
allow
have
the
some
name
special
calling there,
meaning to
host?
you.
do you know what a
I'm sorry. What?
Do you know what a Judas goat is? It's kind of a biblical reference.
Is it a
Yeah.
nice thing? And I
So,
do know what a Judas goat is,
so
yes. But is it a nice thing?
a Judas goat, the shepherds
I
were
know what it
Yeah.
is.
so
So is it a nice thing?
are if you're misleading people intentionally, it's not a nice
Uh,
thing. And again,
Okay, well
based
then
on
shut your mouth.
my religious beliefs, I have a duty and obligation to call out
you
disingenuous
know,
people.
Chris, you're not making a good
Okay,
case for Christianity
so
here.
hold on. It's funny
Not
because
very
I
Christian of
can't
you.
even show you how it works. I had to listen to nonsense explanations for 5 minutes by a perpetual liar. Right?
Don't make
I
accusations,
have
please.
Okay, I'm not making explanations. Let's just go over what's going on here. So, the ecliptic, based on the globe or the flat Earth model, is centered around Vega, or in the constellation of Draco, right?
Vegas and Draco?
Hmm.
I always thought it was in Lyra. Why don't you check Stellarium real quick, Sonny?
Maybe I should. You're right, but who the fuck cares? Um. So, our North Pole star is in Draco,
It is?
23.4 degrees off.
Our
Yes.
North Pole star is in Draco?
Yes. Yeah.
No, it's in
For the
Ursa Minor.
ecliptic, my friend, this
You
is.
said North Star. It's
Oh
in
my
Ursa
gosh.
Minor. Do
So
you
we
know
have.
any astronomy?
Can you stop talking over me and show me some impulse control? So we have our North
Oh,
Pole.
Chris, you don't have much impulse control when
Okay,
it comes to.
guys, come on now. Really, really, keep it up. Okay. So you want truth, but you're going to believe that a right angle triangle can work on a curving surface. Okay. So at any given moment, because this ecliptic is off tilt relative to the north, two different north poles, right? The fixed stars, that's Polaris. Around the ecliptic, that's Draco. 23.4 degrees off, right? It's so
Yeah.
funny. So the stars process east to west, and they keep the ecliptic with it, right? Because it's all bound to Draco. Pretty straightforward. So the ecliptic will rotate 366.24 degrees. The,
366.24
the
degrees is what it
sun,
rotates. Gotcha.
the sun rotates 365 times on the ecliptic. That means once a year, the ecliptic overtakes the sun, and that once every 4 years, almost, we'll go back to almost the exact same spot. That's where we get our leap years, right? When you incorporate the exact rotational rate of the ecliptic relative to solar mean time. So I heard you say that the sun travels at 15 degrees from our apparent observations. It's actually 14.96 degrees, Bob, and the stars move at 15 degrees. So there's a disparity between the sun and the stars. That's called our precession of the equinox, which happens annually, right?
No, it's actually called sidereal rate, and it's not.
Oh, so
Sidereal rate is not 15 degrees per hour.
so sidereal rate actually changes relative to how close we are to Polaris. And I don't think you want to go there
No,
right
it
now
doesn't.
because you can't even hear me out for my explanation on what's going on, right?
Well, I mean, it's all wrong, but keep talking.
Oh, it's all wrong.
Yeah,
Geometrically, you can't make it work on a ball.
I already have.
Okay, so everything works out on this model perfectly.
Absolutely.
So let's consider when the sun is on the innermost tropic, it's our northern summer, right? Opposite that,
What innermost tropic?
it would be the Tropic of Cancer, the innermost tropic. Do you understand that? When I'm pointing
Why,
there,
why are you calling
innermost
it the
tropic.
innermost tropic?
Okay, so if we have the exact same circle as the equator off tilt 23.4 degrees, right? you would have one circle touching the Tropic of Capricorn. Part of the circle is touching Tropic of Cancer. Simple stuff, right? Simple stuff. Okay, so then
I feel
incorporate the
dumber for having
relative.
heard that.
Well, just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean that it's not correct.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it absolutely
so
isn't
again,
correct. There's no inner tropic or outer tropic.
annually, the ecliptic will overtake the sun. That means that the sun will be in any one of these positions over the course of the year. That describes ascending and descending on our ecliptic plane, right? Okay. So I'm just going to show you how it works relative to one day. The ecliptic moves and the sun almost matches the rotation. And periodically, once throughout the year, it'll reach any given point on that, right? If you consider oscillating motion from the center point, we also can prove the exact reason why the sun speeds up in the winter solstice and slows down in the northern solstice, as proven by our analemma. We can also prove the disparity in the analemma, the figure 8, why it's so oblong in the south relative to the north. And we can also confirm this with the Prague astronomical, which is still accurate to this day since 1410, right? So then let's incorporate the moon and see how this actually works out for the eclipse that you were just talking about the other minute ago. And then we'll confirm that data on Stellarium just to fucking make everything real good. And then you can tell me how you have a right angle on a curving surface. Okay. Okay. So
Are
here
you
it
done
is.
yet?
Point.
Or are you just going to continue to monologue?
7.5 degrees north of the
He's going to
equator.
continue to monologue. Let me know when he's.
Okay. So you want to see how it works. The moon, relative to the sun, has its own ecliptic orbit, right? And its own rotational rate. Its rotational rate is 12.46 degrees approximately. The sun's is 14.96. The sun overtakes the moon. The moon is slower on the ecliptic. Once a month, it reaches any given point between the outermost and innermost. That's why the moon's ascending and descending is so drastic in the month, right? Because once a month, it's being overtaken by the sun once a month. Got it. Simple stuff. So,
Chris, are you repeating a lot of stuff that you already said, or was there more after you said you were done?
I'm just this is
Reiterating.
so this model predicted 2 years ago that there would be an eclipse on this day that I have here at the exact same spot that Stellarium is showing us. 7 degrees north. The sun overtakes the moon travels faster north to south. That's why we get a shadow.
Okay.
West to
Bob, I'm
east.
sorry for asking him another question. That was probably unwise.
Anyway,
I,
so
I'm I just couldn't follow what you were saying, Chris. I'm sorry.
okay, so
It's all
his
right. Nobody can. He's
parallax,
just made
right?
up.
Parallax. The moon moves slower relative to the stars. He shows us, without taking an angle of elevation to the moon, that the moon moves slower than the stars.
Okay, so are you
Okay.
done now? I'm going to let Bob talk.
Okay. I'm just it's funny because there's our eclipse right there on our flat Earth model at the exact same meridian on totality too, and that's why we get the east to west. So this
It
is
goes
all
west to
predicted
east,
on
sonny.
our plain Earth with right angle triangulation, meridians, azimuthal grid, and individual perspectives, right?
I hate
Everything.
being in this
Individual
position
dome of
because I feel like
perspective.
no matter what I do, somebody's going to end up feeling shafted or slighted because I let the other person talk too long or
No,
didn't.
I just
You
as
know.
soon let him carry on. I love it when they do this.
So
Okay.
again, this predicted this 2 years ago, just based on rotational rate, exactly like the Prague astronomical clock does, and even better because we have a more precise location than the Prague astronomical clock. We can pinpoint where the shadow would go, where each individual azimuth reference to the sunrise would be, right? Okay, awesome. Everything works out perfect.
Decatur, Indiana, just south of Fort Wayne. Tell me
So the
the
thing that I
exact
want to
time the
just
eclipse
refer
will
to
start.
you is that you didn't even know that the ecliptic had its own north pole that it's fixated on.
Okay, so I'm going to be in Decatur, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me the exact time to the minute when the eclipse will start for me, when totality arrives to me. Just south of Fort Wayne. So tell me the exact minute using your little model there.
This little model goes in increments.
I want to know the
I would have
exact
to
minute
slow it down
the
on the
eclipse will
program,
start.
and I'm not doing that with you right now anyway.
I know you're not going to make a prediction.
No. So this is predicting it. This is okay. So hold on.
So tell me when.
I'll
Tell
go
me when
back
my
to the
eclipse
day
is
that
going
it
to
was
start,
made,
Decatur.
bro. I'll go back to the day that it was made, and we'll fast forward it, and we'll
No,
say.
I want you to tell me what
Hold on.
time my eclipse will start in Decatur.
So again, that particular reference, right? It
I
goes
can
in
tell you to the second.
20-minute increments.
Okay, well, I
Each
can tell
time
you
that.
to the second when it's
So
going to
when you're
start. So
asking
when's it
me,
going to start?
hold on, sir. When you're asking me specifically on that one, right? To give you exact measurements, that one has a specific time rate. What's going on with the apparent movements of both the sun and the moon over 120-minute intervals?
So it can't tell
So
me when my eclipse is going to be like
yeah,
my
you can
model. Okay.
absolutely break down the latitude and longitude based on the 120-minute time lapse. Absolutely. Do I need to do that with
Yep.
you? No,
Yep.
because
I
you
do.
are still caught on step one of celestial navigation. How do you form a right angle triangle on the surface of a ball? And I firmly
What
believe
right
that you should
triangle?
apologize to me and everyone else for straight up denying our azimuthal grid
So
and
he's
then
just going to
claiming
continue to
that I was
monologue.
lying. You're
You
in
want me to
fact
come back in 20
disingenuous.
minutes when he's done?
You're fucking disingenuous.
Okay, Chris.
Peter, you want to talk biblical cosmology next time?
Sure.
No, I don't talk about
I
fairy
can't hand
tales.
this Bob the science denier. It's fucking hilarious. Like
So,
the thing is, the Copernican principle is the
okay,
precept that
Chris,
our
you're still kind of
observations.
monologuing here.
Yeah, I am. I'm
I
about to
haven't
read
heard
that.
Bob talking like even 10% of as much as you're talking.
Um, he had explanations and incorrect assumptions of parallax. I showed you how this all works based on
Okay,
observations that we
it
can compare to stellarium.
the
Um,
merits or lack thereof of your arguments don't justify you talking over him and like him only talking 10% of how much you're talking.
mm,
I mean,
Okay,
I
so
think
now
that
we've
that's
heard the
kind of
derp.
funny.
You want to hear the actual truth?
The actual
All right.
truth.
So there are three major rates that we use with our mounts with our telescopes. We have a sidereal rate, we have a solar rate, and we have a lunar rate. There's also a King's rate and some others, but they're minor
Okay.
ones.
Do you
So
change
the solar rate.
sidereal rate based on latitude? Yes, you do.
All
Okay.
right, I'm not going to continue to talk if he's allowed to interrupt.
But if you're just gonna walk past things that I know about,
okay,
that
Please
you
put
could
him
just
on
Chris,
mute,
it's
or
yeah,
thank you.
Chris, it's Bob's turn right now. I'm sorry.
all right, peace.
So the way the sidereal rate works is that it incorporates two different things. It incorporates the rotation of the Earth and the orbit of the Earth around the sun. So the Earth orbits 365 degrees in one rotation, or 360 degrees in one rotation, and it moves 1 degree around the sun. So as a result, the sidereal rate is 15.041 degrees per hour. Now the solar rate from noon to noon is 360 degrees in 24 hours, so that's 50. And the lunar rate includes not only the rotation of the Earth, but the orbit of the moon. And as a result, it's 14.685 degrees per hour. Now, the rest of the stuff he put out was just basically derp. except for one thing I would like to address, and that is the solar analemma. What the solar analemma demonstrates is not only the tilt of the Earth, the axial tilt of the Earth, but it also demonstrates the orbit of the Earth.
I was
So
right
what
then.
happens? You get a you get a 23.5-degree tilt up north and south of the equinox. And as a result, the solar analemma is 47 degrees tall in the sky. Now, in the northern hemisphere, the top loop is smaller because that's the loop that we get in the summer when we're the furthest from the sun. In the winter, we're closer to the sun, and as a result of Kepler's laws, are moving faster in degrees per day in our orbit. And as a result, that lower loop is wider. If you go to the southern hemisphere, the solar analemma is reversed. And if you're near the poles, you don't see one side of the solar, or either the top or the bottom of the solar analemma, depending on which pole you're at. So it's kind of interesting. Solar analemma tells you an awful lot about the sun and our orbit around the sun.
I feel a little bit proud of myself because there's areas of this obviously that I haven't studied a lot recently, or maybe a lot ever. And some person in my comments when I started this live kind of threw that term at me, saying, as a glober, how do you explain the solar analemma? And I was
I
like,
just did.
I don't know what that is. So I
Yeah.
Googled it, and I was like, when I read what the term meant, I was like, oh, well, that's the axial tilt of the Earth and the eccentricity of its orbit.
Correct.
So seems like
Absolutely.
you've confirmed I was correct, and I'm kind of proud of myself for that.
And it's predictable.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, you can incorporate it into a sundial to build something called a heliochronometer that's accurate to about 1 minute if you use the
Nice.
solar analemma to do it. So,
Nice.
yeah, I'm going to build one of these days. It's, that and the radio telescope are build projects for me. I
A
built
radio
one small
telescope.
radio.
Wow.
Yeah, I built an itty bitty radio telescope using a dish antenna to find the sun and stuff. I'm going to build a small radio telescope which incorporates an old C-band dish that's about 8 feet in diameter, and that's for the hydrogen line, so you can watch the galaxy go by. The arms of the galaxy go by over you.
That seems cool.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. I've got the equipment for it. I finally got the electronics in, so I'm going to sit down and build the boards and set that thing up. It's sitting out by the observatory right now.
Nice. So I only heard of you like a few days ago, and so I looked you up, and I was like seeing your content where you were debating Caleb, and then like afterward explaining how things went in the debate. I
Yeah.
had debated Caleb in December, and I was just like, when I was watching your videos, I was like eating them up. I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. Um, so I like
Well,
immediately
I've
followed
been
you up.
working with science deniers for about 5 years, and I know their scripts better
Yeah,
than they do. And I know where they get information from, like the azimuthal grid of vision comes from Witsit.
yeah,
The specific steps of the scientific method comes from Quantum Eraser. And what they're designed to do is not improve science, but to try and deny evidence
right.
against
Yeah,
their point of view. Well,
yeah,
astronomy is not science. A classic argument that you'll see from science deniers is because space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, satellites can't exist. Therefore, we can dismiss all pictures of the Earth from satellites because it's impossible for them to exist in our limited understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. They don't understand the impact of work on entropy. So,
Oh
for
boy.
example, gas expands to fill the available space unless it's acted upon by an external force, in which case, and the atmosphere has mass, and
Right.
we have a
Yep.
pressure gradient. By definition, we have an external force acting on the atmosphere. We call that force gravity.
Right.
Oh, that's the
I've
other thing, the definition game they love to play. People who don't understand the three basic laws of motion and the concept of gravity try and argue relativity with you.
Yeah.
You know, in modern physics. I don't allow them to even discuss it until they can name the three laws of motion in order and the universal law of gravity. But gravity is a thing. Einstein and Newton described the thing. They're descriptions. They're not an entity. There's no such thing as Newton's gravity or Einstein's gravity. Which one are you talking about? Newton's gravity or Einstein's gravity? You know, I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking about Newtonian physics unless there's a need for relativistic corrections.
Oh
And
boy,
if
somebody
they
says
can't
prove
tell
the
me what
gradient.
those are.
Okay, prove the gradient. How about you just take a barometer, measure, and then climb a mountain and measure again?
Yeah, look up aircraft altimeter and tell me what you find, Sonny.
I mean, there's a reason why you know, when you're in a commercial airline, the cabin is pressurized. And
Yeah.
there's a reason why if the cabin loses pressure, those oxygen masks come down. Because the pressure is so low, it's difficult to breathe up at that altitude.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that has got to be one of the dumbest things that people will say. Prove there's a pressure gradient. We prove it every single day on every aircraft altimeter that there's a pressure gradient. Why would you even suggest that there's not a pressure gradient? Are you
That's
that
that's a great
immature in
question,
your
like
intellect?
because some of them don't deny it. Like I think when I debated Caleb in December, he agreed that there was a pressure gradient. So it's like this doesn't even necessarily like relate to the argument, and they don't even have a consensus on whether it's a point of argument or not.
Peter, the
So
problem, Peter, the problem is people in science denial, characteristic number 4 is poor deductive reasoning. They cannot connect the dots. They
yeah.
fail to understand that if you drop a pencil, the earth is a sphere. All right. If the pencil falls to the ground, it's because there are forces acting on it that will force an object as large as the earth into the shape of a sphere, which is distorted by centrifugal force due to rotation.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just they can't connect the dots is the biggest problem that they have. And that is a problem with our education system, I think. You know, they don't teach deductive reasoning anymore.
It seems to be kind of a maelstrom of different problems all coming together, to be honest.
Well, religious zealotry, poor
Yeah.
deductive reasoning, personal factors in their lives that they need the sense of community from.
Yeah, and
You
the
know,
sense of like enlightenment and being an
yeah,
elite
special
in an
knowledge
elite.
is the thing that they
Yeah.
like. They have special knowledge because, you know, they
Right.
know about azimuthal grids of vision and your hyperbolic geometry of your eyesight. And the rest of us dolts that, you know, spent all these years in school learning about this stuff, you know, we're not aware of these little made up terms that they have.
So, speaking of school, I'm just curious, like how, like what are your like higher
Well, I got my
education?
GED and then I just kind of lived life, you know. I did my own research.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not. What
Okay.
are you asking me what my education is?
Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, I was just curious.
All right. I have a bachelor's from Michigan State in biological sciences. I have a doctorate in osteopathic medicine and I'm residency trained and 40 years experienced in internal medicine. I'm getting ready to go back to school. My first class is in May, and I'm starting with engineering statics. And because that was the only thing that I could find that was even remotely interesting to me during the summer semester, and I had 7 credits to burn. And then I'm also going to be auditing Calc 1 and 2 because I haven't taken that since Reagan was president. and then I'm going to begin my physics degree. I'm going to get a bachelor's in physics and probably astronomy as well. And then I'm going to teach high school as a retirement job in science and
Oh,
mathematics.
nice. So then maybe you can start to help clean up this mess.
Well, I'm
Just a
trying
little
to.
bit.
One of the things that I do, I have an entire course on how to use a slide rule. And I think that when we stopped using slide rules, we lost our connection with numbers and our intuition, our ability to visualize numbers and understand concepts involving numbers.
That's an
So when I
interesting
teach
idea.
trig, I'm going to teach it with a slide rule.
That sounds fun.
I just ordered 21 of them, and from a collector in England, and I got a good price on like an estate sale, a lot, and I'm getting 21 slide rules to go with the 20 or so that I have. So I've got enough for a whole class now. Just issue them a slide rule at the beginning of the school year and pick it up at the end.
Nice.
So, and I just got a 7-foot picket demonstration slide rule, one of those great big classroom ones.
Wow.
I got that from a guy down in North Carolina. And, it's just, I like that sort of visual stuff. It helps me. It helps me, understand the concepts of arc signs and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's one reason why sometimes I kind of get tongue-tied in these debates is because like I I have to be able to picture something in order to understand it to some degree.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you did with the analemma. I mean, it clicked when you could look at it and say, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That gives me a lot of information.
I already kind of understood the concept in that case. Like I had seen the figure eight, and I just sort of knew that that's why there was a figure eight. I just didn't know the term. Like it was purely a vocabulary issue.
Yeah. What's interesting is each planet has its own analemma.
Oh, nice.
And they have images of the analemma on Mars, which is very different than the one on Earth. It's actually bean shaped. Looks like a pumpkin seed.
I may have seen that before.
Yeah, I did a video on it once.
Nice. That's really cool.
Yeah. What's going on out here in the chat? Anything good?
Let's see. Somebody says I did excellent with Chris. Thank you. Thank you. I do my best.
Here's another common thing. What's that? Jesus and Dan? But fairly certain the guy thinks Texans can't work on a globe. Yeah, that's a very major problem that they have. How far did you get in math, may I ask?
I took Intro to Calc in college and aced it completely. I didn't go any farther in math because my degree that I was pursuing was art. Right now I'm employed as a software developer, but that was not really a goal when I was in college.
Here's the point that I'm making. If you look at a circle and you have a radius of the circle, does that radius intersect the circumference of the circle at a 90-degree angle?
Yes. Although if I recall, we have not yet found a formal proof of that. Is that correct?
Yes, we have. It's in Euclid's Book of Elements.
But, oh, okay. I must be
the way they did
misremembering.
it, they did a proof by exclusion. They said, let's say that's not true. Let's prove it can be something else. Let's prove that it could be an angle other than 90 degrees.
Okay.
But a tangent is perpendicular to the radius.
Yeah.
And that's a 90-degree angle. And they both touch the circle at a single point.
Yeah.
So one of the biggest problems that flat earthers have as far as, the science denial community in general is that they really don't know very much about any of this stuff. They don't understand math for the most part.
Right.
And they can't comprehend the idea that you can have an angle from a curved line. If you
Yeah.
draw two curved lines in the shape of an X, they form four angles.
Yeah.
And they can't comprehend that. They can't comprehend that if you have two parallel lines and draw a line crossing both of them, you have common angles and complementary angles.
You have like 8 different angles, some of which are, yeah, like the same and complementary and stuff.
Yeah. But opposing
Yeah.
angles, for example, are equal.
Yeah.
Angles that are opposite each other on the X are the same. And the angles that are perpendicular to that are the same to each other, and they're complementary to the first angles. And they can't, they just really very basic things.
Yeah,
And
I was trying to be patient with Chris and not like not express this too much, but the entire time everything he was saying, anything I actually understood of what he was saying, that didn't seem so much like word salad or whatever that I couldn't formulate a thought from it, um, was just blatantly wrong. And I was trying to patiently explain to him how it was wrong, and it was just like, yeah.
well, you can.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jade put a comment in here. Bob, how is there an eclipse if the sun and moon won't align? I don't know exactly what you're asking there. An eclipse, a solar eclipse, the sun and the moon are aligned, period. I mean, that's how it happens. A lunar eclipse means that the moon passes through the Earth's shadow, which is 2.6 times the diameter of the moon at the level of the moon. Now you can have something called a selihelion eclipse or selenilian eclipse. There's two different names for it, where you have the sun and the moon on opposite sides of the horizon. So you're getting the sun right at, say, sunrise and the moon right at moon set, and as a result of refraction, both are slightly above the horizon, but in reality they're actually superimposed in line with the Earth. So they're loomed up a little bit so you can see them. But every single lunar eclipse has got a selihelion somewhere. So that's just a trick of refraction. Remember, refraction is on the order of half a degree, which is about one diameter of the moon or sun. I hope that answered your question, Jade. If not, please clarify it.
I was kind of wondering if the question may have, or if the confusion perhaps may have come from like, because with eclipses, you kind of got to visualize like two orbital planes, right? And the orbit
Yes,
path forms a disk, and so you got two disks that are slightly oblique from each other, and that
correct.
means there's 2 points where the circles intersect with,
Those are
or where,
called nodes, and we're
yeah,
entering the ascending node right now, which means the moon is coming up from below, passing through the ecliptic and going above the ecliptic. And in 6 months, we'll have another eclipse seasons where we have solar and lunar eclipses as they go through the descending node on the other side of the orbit. So every year there are 2 times in the year that we'll have between 2 and 5 eclipses. And lunar eclipses and solar eclipses are paired to each other. They're 2 weeks apart. And it's the result of the moon being at a node, and that node being between us and the sun, or the Earth being between the sun and that node.
yep. So I was seeing some flat earthers like point out the selenium and showing that like the shadow of the Earth is coming from the top of the moon, which seems unintuitive. And
It
maybe it's
can, though.
because what?
It can, though. It depends on the geometry of the eclipse. So as the shadow of the Earth passes through the moon, it'll either, it'll pass high, it'll pass low, or go right smack through the middle. And that just has to do with just the geometry of the eclipse. And you got to realize the moon's a long ways away. A lot of people think the moon is relatively close to the Earth. It's not.
Yeah.
If you have a moon that is, if the Earth was like one of those little yoga balls that are about 1 meter in diameter, the moon would be 30 meters away.
Yeah.
And the sun would be 4 soccer fields the other way.
Yeah.
So the distances and the ratio, and the proportions are lost on a lot of people. The shadow of the Earth goes out just over 1 million miles to a point. It's like a cone.
Yeah.
Because when you have the sun illuminating it, totality cones down. So the shadow of an object is smaller than the object itself. When you look at the total shadow, not the penumbra,
Right.
but the umbra, the dark part. And you can easily demonstrate this. I did it just the other day, just with a picture of a volleyball. I marked the shadow of a volleyball against a piece of paper, and then I put it on a ladder 30 feet away, and the shadow is smaller. You can clearly see it. So, I mean, it's easy to demonstrate.
That was a shadow from the sun?
Yes. Big sun, small volleyball. Big sun, smaller, small moon.
Yeah. So basically with the selenium where the Earth's shadow is coming from the top, am I correct that the at those vast distances the couple of degrees of refraction where the moon is looming above the horizon is like partly to like help explain why that seems
well, it
like
moves the
unintuitive.
moon up an entire lunar diameter.
Okay, yeah.
So when it's that far out, you can easily see the moon that is slightly below the equator. And as a result, the top will be in shadow and the bottom will be lit, but it'll be above the horizon. So, I mean, it's just not, the geometry of it's really not that difficult to understand. You just have to actually look at it and use some real scales.
And or you have to actually trust that it makes sense as you try to figure it out instead of looking to disprove it.
Yeah, you can actually measure refraction directly. I mean, they put up weather balloons twice a day for most major airports. And you can track those and get the readings off of them. They read temperature and pressure up to 50,000 feet. So you can find the atmospheric lapse rate. Or you can just assume it's 6.5 degrees per kilometer. But when you actually measure it, it's very close to 6.5 degrees. There's a tiny little variation based on the day and the weather. But you can do that. You can also directly measure refraction between 2 points using 2 lasers, a red laser and a green laser, because the wavelengths refract at different rates. And when you look at the other end, you can look at the difference between the rate of refraction and find the overall refractive index between the two. That's how they measure that.
That makes so much sense. I never realized that.
Yep.
Wow. See, I love being able to learn new things like that. That's fun.
Yep.
So when they when you see like observatories shooting a laser up through the sky while they're making observations, is that what they're doing like with a red and green laser like that?
They could be testing refraction, they could be pointing the telescope, or they could be hitting a reflector on the moon or something.
Okay.
There's a lot of reasons they'd shoot lasers out and Generally, what they do is it's a calculated value because they know where the stars are on the star chart, and they compare it to what they actually see, and they can measure refraction from that.
Okay.
So that's why, I mentioned the King's rate earlier when we were talking about tracking rates. The King's rate has to do with tracking stars near the horizon because it brings into account refraction.
Okay. Cool. Oh boy, I just saw Prometheus in my comments. He's just one of the worst trolls that have been in my comments since I started posting on TikTok. He actually doesn't understand English. He uses Google Translate, if you can believe that.
Yeah, I like the question. How did you refute Albert Einstein? What the hell does he even mean by that?
That's a deep rabbit hole. He seems to think Albert Einstein was a flat earther.
No, he wasn't an idiot. He was a very smart man. Tesla was not a flat earther either. Tesla was not a flat earther either. You ever see that quote where they talk about scientists nowadays get lost in equations? You ever see that one?
I don't know if I have.
They love quoting Tesla, who, complains about scientists getting lost in equations nowadays instead of doing experiments.
Mm-hmm.
And in that article that came from, Tesla talks about putting rockets in orbit around the globe Earth. In the same article.
Nice. So I just noticed Cheese Danish asked, how do we know what the Milky Way looks like from the outside? So I think I can answer that if and
That's a great question.
Bob can give more detail or correct me if I get anything wrong. Basically, that has to do with like first of all, we detect the distances of each star using parallax and in some cases like Cepheid variables and things like that. But
Doppler shift, things like that.
yeah. So basically, as we observe more and more and more and more and more of the sky and catalog more and more and more stars with detailed measurements, slowly you can build up this basically a 3D map of the stars around us and include and sometimes there may be techniques to include like the gas clouds that we see blocking some stars and things like that. So as you observe, you start to build up that 3D map, and then you take that 3D map and then you just look at it from another angle. That's how we know that the Earth or the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy and what it looks like from the outside.
Well, the other
And
thing too is that we see other galaxies. If you
yeah,
see, if you measure our galaxy and you find out it has wings, and then you measure it some more and find out it's got web feet, and then you measure it some more and you find out, you say that sounds like a bird, probably a water bird, and then it's got a green head with a white ring around its neck. That's a duck. That's a mallard duck. So so by doing measurements, we realize that the Milky Way, if I'm not mistaken, the Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy.
yeah,
I know it's a spiral galaxy. I think it's a barred spiral galaxy. But we know other barred spiral galaxy, Bodes, for
yeah.
example.
Now,
We know what they look like.
interestingly, there are cutting edge questions that scientists are currently researching about larger superstructures or whatever you might call
Absolutely.
that around the Milky Way, and they are still discovering some that we didn't know were there. So not
Yeah.
not all illustrations of the galaxy, are necessarily up to date with all our current understanding. And there may be things that we still don't know about what the galaxy looks like about from the outside. But it's
Yeah.
like, it's our best understanding.
Well, characteristic number 5 of science denial is an inappropriate expectation of perfection from science. So if we've got a
Yeah.
very good idea of what the Milky Way looks like, okay, and we find something that we didn't expect, all right,
Yeah.
and we refine our vision of what the Milky Way looks like. Because we refined it, therefore it's not, it doesn't exist.
Right.
It's a classic, well, how far is it to the sun? The distance to the sun's always been more or less the same. Our ability to measure that distance has improved with time, which is why we've gone from 20 times the distance to the moon to 390 times the distance to the moon. As measurements get better and better and better, we get more accurate things. And then we get things like the transit of Venus that got it within like 50,000 kilometers. I mean, now I think we can probably measure it to a distance of a kilometer or less.
Wow.
That's progression of science.
And that's the thing is like knowledge helps build on other knowledge. So like yeah, it's like one term for that kind of process in some situations is like bootstrapping, you know? Like
Standing on the shoulders of giants is the term I like.
yeah. Yeah, it's like it's not like we're smarter than people were thousands of years ago. It's just that like the work has progressed.
Yeah.
Because time passed.
If Aristarchus had been able to measure the angle to the sun to the half moon, he would have gotten the same answer that we get today, 150 million kilometers. All right. The only reason he didn't get that was he was only able to measure it to within about 3 degrees of what it was, because it was like 2,300 years ago. How the hell are you going to measure an angle that well? It's difficult to do now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, but I've been trying for a year to get that measurement. And, you can only do it twice a month. And you have to have a half moon during the day. And you have to have clear skies. And then I'm going to get my sextant out and I'm going to measure the angle between the moon and the sun. And my sextant is only accurate to about between 3 and 6 arc minutes. And
yeah.
It's about, the difference is about, it's only about 8 arc minutes off of 90 degrees. So, I mean, it's right at the capability of my sextant to even be able to tell the difference between the two.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of, have you ever had trouble on TikTok with it misidentifying the word sextant and like flagging a video or something for manual review?
Nope.
I
haven't been on TikTok very long. I've been on YouTube for years, but I came over to TikTok, I think, in January.
Well, that means you've been on it longer than me, I think. I mean, I have videos dating back before that, but none on Flat Earth, and I had like 10 followers back then.
Yeah.
So,
well, you're doing a little better now, I think.
A little bit, yeah. And I'm sure having you on my live is boosting that. But I mean, I told my wife when we found your content, I'm like, I don't care if he had 0 followers. I would genuinely enjoy just, having a conversation with him. This guy is cool.
I enjoy having good conversations. The thing that gets me, I mean, Chris was a good example of it tonight. He didn't bring anything of substance to the conversation, just called me names the entire time. I'm not going to argue with people about reality. I mean, the earth is a sphere. It's not in question. It's not open to debate. I'm happy to show you how I can easily demonstrate it. I'll show you how I verified the speed, altitude, and location of the ISS using a software-defined radio and, and $50 worth of equipment. I'll show you how I directly measured the curvature of the earth across the lake in my backyard. 2 inches drop in half a mile, by the way. I'll show you how I personally verified that 8 inches per mile works out to about 40 degrees with only a 2.5% error. I'll show you how I came up with the fact that it's 10.5 inches per nautical mile and 7.8 centimeters per kilometer squared. I mean, this is just math.
And those are like binomial approximations, right?
They're parabolas, and you have the leading coefficient is the corrective factor to make the parabola wide or narrow.
Yeah.
So you put just enough in to make it kind of drape over the Earth, and it's literally good out to about 40 degrees from your location.
Okay.
You know,
Nice.
2,400
See,
nautical miles.
I was so confused when I first heard a flat earther use that measurement because, first of all, they didn't even say it right. They said, 8 inches per mile. And then, no, now that I think of it, maybe they did correct and say it correctly, 8 inches per mile squared. But then, like, obviously,
They don't know what that means.
right. And I was like, I didn't realize that they had gotten a hold of and misunderstood an approximation. And I
Yeah.
was looking at that going, that's not a coherent formula for this trigonometry.
No.
And so I was like, I don't understand how they're getting these numbers, but they are correct numbers.
It has to do with the actual drop in curvature.
Yeah.
Now, it's different than the hidden height, which incorporates your elevation,
Yeah.
the elevation of your observer, and that has nothing to do with 8 inches per mile squared. And they also like to use. What you'll see them do is they'll deny the existence of refraction. They'll claim that the curve is just, we just use the excuse of refraction to justify the curve. They don't know what refraction would be required to get the curve we get. The Earth would basically be on fire. And the other thing is they don't like to acknowledge refraction, but they know about it and they know that it's real, which is why they always put their cameras 1 foot off the water. Get that camera up
Oh,
20 feet. Get out of that refractive zone. Reduce the
oh
effects
boy.
of refraction. No, they want it all the way down. Look, we see too far. Your
Have you ever
globe
seen
says
that
we could
one?
only see 8 miles and we see 9.
Have you
Flat
ever seen
Earth.
that one video where they got like a camera at a tabletop and they put a coin at the other end of the table and the
Yeah.
coin disappears? Ever since I saw that, I've been telling flat earthers like, look, if you want that to correspond to reality, you have to put half of your camera lens below the water. Because it's focal blur.
Well, you see, that's the other thing, is that's the basic dishonesty of flat Earth. So you have that, and you have something called scuba lensing. So what they do with the coin on the table trick is they drop the camera below the level of the table.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result of that, when they zoom in and move the lens out, it goes below the level of the table. So the coin disappears.
Yeah.
Now, what Skiba did was
Oh, you're talking about Rob Skiba?
Yeah. So what he did was he took a Fresnel lens,
Yeah, yeah.
and depending on where you put the object, if you look through the bottom part of the Fresnel versus the top part versus the left versus the right,
Yeah.
as you move, it'll disappear to the bottom, or you can make it disappear to the top, or you can make it disappear to the left or the right. So what they do is they set it up so that the angle is exactly the way they want it.
Right, right.
And, and these flat earthers aren't smart enough to realize what they're doing. They can't see the trick.
You're right.
And they
Yeah.
won't try it themselves. So, they just eat this crap up.
So I actually have a video specifically refuting that thing that Rob Skiba did. And
Yeah.
I I kind of want to show it to you right now if you don't mind.
I'd love to see it.
It's
Then
a
we'll
couple
talk about
minutes
that
long.
Chicago observation.
What's that?
Then we can talk about the Chicago observation from Michigan.
Oh my goodness. I saw that too. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, let me pull it up here. All right, so this was pretty far back, I think.
Was that me?
Uh,
On the first one?
oh,
Is that me?
that's our live right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't make any videos about you. I like I said, I only found out about you a few days ago. where was this? Oh, here it is. Okay, so I am gonna have to figure out audio. Maybe I could just kind of explain as I. Yeah, so obviously
Yeah,
that's Rob
that's it.
Skiba's footage.
You see how he's got it set up a little bit? You see how
Yeah.
his setup goes?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like very, very carefully rigged to
Yep.
get the exact result they want. Yeah.
Yep.
So what I did was I basically said, even if you imagine a fantastical lens in the sky to do this, it can only work from one angle at a time. And then I say in this part, we know that at some basic level, sunrise and sunset look the same for all observers in all locations. That means that, roughly speaking, any optical distortion from the atmosphere must be, uh, must be horizontally homogeneous. See?
Yep.
And magnification is by definition a heterogeneous operation because you're converging light to a focal point.
Yep.
Light on one side goes one way, light on the other side goes the other way. It would therefore be impossible to design or build any optical system that magnifies an image in all directions the same way for observers in all locations at once. If
Yep.
if mankind, or if the sun were ever magnified like this, mankind would have to know more than one kind of sunset. The normal kind, as seen from the normal angle, and at least one other, probably dozens of other kinds of sunsets, as seen from all other angles. And then right here at the end, I say, and thank goodness, because any poor soul standing in the path of convergence would burn to death exactly like a bug under a magnifying glass.
You know, I'll tell you, the Eskimos have something like 47 different words for snow. You would think that if that was the case, we'd have 47 different words for sunsets. We don't. We just got one.
Yep. Funny thing.
Morphic, yes, I have seen it. And he can't comprehend. What they do is, even though it's missing 2/3 of that cooling tower, he'll claim that you can see all the way to the bottom of it. You know, it doesn't matter that it very clearly is missing. It's like those pictures in Chicago that are very clearly missing the bottom 800 feet of the building. Oh, I can see all the way down to Lakeshore Drive. No, you can't. You know, show me a car on Lakeshore Drive, idiot.
It seems like you have scared away all the flat earthers requesting my live, which I think is a good thing. Like, I am glad that you're here. I think this is a wonderful conversation. I
Well, I'm
appreciate the way
actually
that you and
pretty
I
nice
are.
to them most of the time. I'm
What's
pretty
that?
nice to them most of the time, unless they come in hot and they start name calling, in which case I'll gut them like a deer.
Yeah. Well, some context that you may be missing with me and Chris specifically is that a few days ago, when I had my very first live where I could invite guests, because I'm completely new to this TikTok debating thing. A few days ago, I had Chris on my live, and it went very badly. Like, he was just violating all of my rules, and I was just like, I had to kick him. But I'm just such a naive person sometimes. I try to believe the best about people, so I invited him up again and then had to kick him again within seconds. And so,
Well, if you don't mind my asking, do you have children?
no.
Okay, one thing that you'll learn about children is you have to give them structure, or else
Yeah.
they get confused and they act out. Flat earthers are very childlike in that matter. You've got to keep them on topic. You've got to give them firm structure
Yeah.
and enforce rules with them.
Yeah.
Or else they'll run wild. Because a lot of times what they do is they're not coming here to have a conversation. They're coming here to put out derp and run.
Right.
So
Yeah,
No
and
idea
that's
how the
kind of.
short.
I tried to like do a timeout and try to explain that to Chris. Like, look, I'm not trying to make you look like a fool, and I don't want you to make me look like a fool. I expect the same from you that I'm giving to you, and
Yeah,
he just
but
wouldn't
these are
have
the
any of it.
rules, and you have to follow
Yeah.
them.
I had some people in the comments though saying that it seemed like I was talking to a child, like giving them a timeout. It was fun.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I mean, you notice I didn't really say much.
right.
One of the most effective ways to deal with flat earthers is let them go off, and they just basically dig themselves a hole.
Yeah.
And and the audience sees that, and you're not trying to convert the flat earther, you're trying to get a message out to the audience.
Yeah. And
And
I
I think the audience saw me as a reasonable person, they saw him as a child.
right.
And
And that's something
so they
I
listened
think
to
I
me.
appreciate about our different approaches here. Like you're because I think it's important to have both. Like there is an audience here that can be vulnerable to influence from this science denial. And
Yep,
so you've got that concern forefront on your mind, and that's very important. And so you're, like you said, here for
that's
the
my main
audience.
concern.
For me,
That's my main concern.
yeah, for me, I started into this whole subject because, well, first what happened was a coworker at Staples, back when I was working at Staples in 2017, um, I found out they were flat Earth, so it was in person, and I was like, okay, this guy's a real person. Let me try to dialogue with him, like treat him like a human being, not make fun of him. And that
Yep,
didn't work out
good
so
approach.
well. But then I found out that one of my friends was turning flat earth and it was causing huge strife in their family. And this was a close friend. And so I'm like, whoa, 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 guys, let me help, you know? So I tried to meet with the dad and this was, obviously not in public. And so like to me, my approach has always been from a peacemaking and reconciliation point of view, like trying to treat the flat earther with human dignity to the point where they will calm down enough that I can actually dialogue with them on some level.
Yeah, it's difficult to do.
Yeah.
I'm
Uh,
not the best at it. I wish I could be better. Um,
Well, I mean, to some degree, our two goals may be a little bit competing, like when it comes to, like, I don't know that there'd be one approach that could fulfill both goals, to be quite honest.
yeah.
So maybe it's a good thing that you're not so good at what at that,
Well,
because
the
that
other
makes you
thing
better at.
too is that, my nickname over on YouTube was the Smiling Assassin of Flat Earth, because I'll go on over there and I'll sit down and I'll listen to the Flat Earth argument, and then I'll ask a couple of key questions, and then I'll just lower the hammer on them.
Oh boy.
And and I basically, I take their lunch money.
Yeah.
And a lot of people out in the audience like it when I do that. I don't necessarily like doing that all the time.
Yeah.
I don't like confronting them and making them look foolish, but sometimes they just leave me no choice.
Yeah.
If you say, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And when these guys start attacking me personally and
Yeah.
denying reality, that's not a problem. I'll take you down. I'll just take you down.
Yep. At that point, they've earned it.
Yeah, they have.
Very
But a lot of
true.
these people, you have to understand, you have to have a little consideration for them. A lot of these people that are in flat earth and conspiracies are doing it for a very good reason, and that is that they had something that happened to them in their life that caused them to reject things they previously believed in and lose trust and faith in people. It could be a divorce, a death, death of a pet, I mean, anything, bankruptcy. Something bad happened to them, and they're desperately reaching out for a sense of community and belonging and importance. And a lot of them don't have much power in their normal lives, but when but when they come out here on the flat earth, they're a big fish in the flat earth community, and everybody hangs on every word they say. And
Wow.
meanwhile in their real life, they have, they're not given any responsibility. They don't do anything meaningful. They just don't have a sense of belonging or self-worth, but in the flat earth community, they get that. So you can't be too rough on them.
Right.
You have to have a little consideration and a little, I dare say, use the word pity, but understanding of where they're coming from. A lot
I
of
mean,
them are very desperate people.
it's the human condition, right? Or some manifestation thereof.
Yeah. Well, you try and if you're in pain, you try and minimize that pain somehow. You try and get the things that you're not getting in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
flat
don't know
Earth
how
is
much
never going
longer
to
I'm
go away.
gonna.
Yeah, flat Earth is never going to go away, Chad. You know, you had young Earth creationism, and then you had Nabaru, and then you had flat Earth. These are people that desperately look for understanding of things that they don't understand.
So would it cause you to immediately lose all respect for me if I told you that I'm a young Earth creationist?
No, I just think you're wrong, and I can tell you why. But
Okay.
I don't have
I don't
any issue
know.
with that.
I don't know if I'm interested necessarily in having that conversation right now, but
No,
yeah.
maybe one of these days. Oh no, I actually there's another young Earth creationist that I talk with a lot, and that's Vox, the voice of voice of reason. You know him?
No.
He's a young Earth creationist, but he realizes that radiometric dating causes problems. He and I have great conversations all the time. Yeah, I don't
Cool.
I don't agree with it. I think there's a lot of reasons against it. I understand where people are coming from, and you know, I think a lot of it has to do with religious faith and beliefs. And I understand that and I respect that. I don't have a problem with religion and I don't have a problem with beliefs based on religion, that are based on faith. Uh, Faith and science are not the same thing. Science requires evidence, faith requires no evidence. You just believe based without evidence. That's what faith is. And they're not always incompatible.
Right. Yeah.
Doesn't make you a bad person, at least not in my book.
No, no, I didn't think you would think that. I was just, you
No.
know, I got somebody in the chat even just now saying, it's still science denial, Peter, and well, I
It is
disagree,
science
obviously, but
denial, but it's a much more benign form of science denial. Um, you go against a lot of things that science has, like radiometric dating, for example. But it's a
have
it's
you
a
heard of
faith-based issue, and you're at least honest about it. You
yeah, I
know,
mean, I try
I
to
think that
be.
you would be honest. I don't think that you came up with the idea of young Earth creationism, de novo. I think it's coming probably from your religious faith. If if
Well,
that,
yeah. Yeah, it's
yeah,
not
I can respect
scientifically
that.
conceived.
I respect that,
Um,
but I think that religion and science kind of need to stay in their own wheelhouse sometimes. They're both good at different things.
yeah, I agree. I think where I draw the line between um, like science that I fully acknowledge versus science that may, possibly be up for interpretation if it appears to me to conflict with the Bible, is
Okay.
if there's like inference required past what we directly observe and measure. So like for example, you can sequence a human genome and you can
Yep.
sequence the human or the you can sequence the genome of, any extant species in some rare fossil. You can check the fossil record for bones, but ultimately when you say that there's a universal common ancestor, that's an inference and therefore possibly up to interpretation.
It's an inference based on very good data, though.
Yeah.
I mean, there's data behind it. You know, you look at genetic trends, you look at chromosome 2. I mean, there's a lot of things that argue for it. Nothing is ever written in stone in science, but I will tell you the shape of the earth is not open to debate. It's open to
No.
refinement. All right,
Yeah,
it's open to refinement. You know, we may change the radius of the earth by a few meters here and there based on new measurements, better measurements. But it's not going to become a cube.
Right.
Ever. It will
And it's
never
not
become a disc.
right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's because we directly measure it. We directly observe it. I mean, heck, all those photos from NASA and SpaceX that they say are false, those are actual photos. Like, there are scientists who received that data from probes, or, in the case of, the astronauts that went to the moon, they actually physically took those pictures through the window of their. It's like there are people who have done this firsthand, and everyone else looking at the situation who believes it can tell that it's a real situation. It's not fake. Those are real photos. So, yeah. Anyway, I guess I went on a tangent there.
Well, they are. And there's a lot of data behind radiometric dating. There's a little bit of an art to it too, but there's a lot of data behind it. And the other thing in science is we rarely rely on a single thing to come to a conclusion. We generally need several things pointing at the same truth before we start saying that's truth.
Yeah.
So for example, when you do carbon-14 dating, okay, well, you've got carbon-14, you've got historical records, you have pottery in that level, in that same rubble pile as that charcoal. These are all things that point to the same time. And, that's why we get confidence in that. They just came up with a new form of radiometric dating. I think it involved potassium argon or some crap like that. That's not my field. But they were actually able to date igneous rock to the
I've heard
eruption
of that.
Vesuvius and Pompeii, and they were accurate to within 20 years. Because we have a historical record of exactly when that occurred. We know the day that it happened. We know the coins that were in the pockets of the people that were in Pompeii. We have the artifacts. And when the radiometric dating comes out, it says, okay, well, it was 61 AD. Okay, well, it was 79 AD. 61 AD is pretty damn close. You know?
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah.
And you're right that radiometric dating is probably the biggest hurdle for young Earth creationism, I think.
Yeah.
Distant starlight appears to a lot of people like a big hurdle, but really I think it comes down to just like questioning kind of our terrestrial assumptions and stuff when it comes to relativity and
Andromeda is 2.5 million light years away, and we can see it.
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty decent bit of evidence right there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I ask young Earth creationists all the time. Okay, can we agree that God is omnipotent?
Yeah.
Okay. Could God have created the Earth as a sphere? Could God have started life and then allowed it to diversify by the process of evolution, which he designed?
Yeah, I think I see where you're going here. I've known many theists who accept Darwinism, and it's even Christians who accept Darwinism, and it's theism in general, and certainly many forms of Christianity are not incompatible with that.
Yeah.
So I think I see where you're going with that.
But, I mean, my point is that, if we have evolution, if we have a spherical Earth, if we have an old Earth, it doesn't disprove the existence of God.
Right.
One, I don't think that you can disprove the existence of God any more than you could prove the existence of God. So, I mean, that's why it's a matter of faith. But the thing that always gets me about the flat earthers is, well, when you get right down to one of their core beliefs, why are they, quote unquote, hiding the true shape of Earth? It's, well, they're hiding the existence of God. If God is omnipotent, can his existence be hidden by men? No.
Right.
No. And
I love that argument because
so,
it's like
that is such a non-starter of an argument. It just really bothers me when they make it, because I'm not particularly religious myself, but I respect people that have strong religious beliefs. And I think that's insulting to the concept of God to powerful enough to hide his existence.
it's also just like really stupid because why on earth would all of these governments and Freemasons and whoever they think the global elite are spend all these untold quintillions of dollars and centuries of like effort to create such a big lie only for it to fail so epically because the majority of theists are globists.
Well, two things. First of all, if it's that good of a lie, how did some guy in his mom's basement find it on the internet? And second of all, if you get a school board with 8 people on it, they can't freaking agree what time to break for lunch or the color of an orange.
Right.
You can't make them agree on what, is this a stick or is it a twig? That would be a great argument to have for 4 or 5 hours. And they think that suddenly North Korea and the United States and China and the Russian Federation are all going to get together and say, hey, we hate each other, but we need to hide the shape of the Earth.
Right? It's almost cartoon in its proportions. Oh boy. That's fun. Yep.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been a true pleasure chatting with you. I'll make sure that I give you a follow here. I think everybody in the
I would be
audience
very honored.
take a moment and get a follow.
Thank you.
Build this guy up a little bit. He's a pretty level-headed host, and I think that we need to see some more of him.
Well, thank you. That's very flattering.
And he paid me 50 cents to say that.
I did?
No, it's been a very enjoyable chat. You did a good job trying to control Chris.
Thank you.
But we need to figure out how a mute button works.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the comments say that there is actually no way to do it in such a way that they cannot unmute themselves. And Chris knows how to unmute himself.
Well, I mean, you can also boot him.
Yeah, that's
true. And put him in timeout that way. And
that's
make him wait 5 minutes to come back in. Now, you can mute him for the live.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just for the comments, though.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Yeah. Well, I got the telescopes put together. I'm going to have a white light telescope and a hydrogen alpha telescope. And I'm bringing the mount down. We're to Decatur, Indiana, which is in totality. And I'm going to try and live stream it. I should have internet access and power where I'm going. And I've gotten an offer from a couple of my followers to go visit with them if the weather is bad. There's another one that's about 60 miles south if I need to.
Sounds like you're on quite the adventure.
Yeah, I enjoy doing stuff like that. I measured the rotation of the Earth on one family vacation to Florida once. That was fun.
Nice.
Centrifugal force, different weight changes with latitude between Michigan and Florida. Things get lighter
Oh,
as you get closer to the equator because
nice.
the centrifugal force is greater. I even
Very
took
nice.
2 routes. I went down through the mountains and came back up west of the mountains just to make sure that the elevation didn't have any effect to it.
You come up with all these creative ways to measure things about the globe. That's awesome.
It's called citizen science, my friend. It's
Yeah.
kind of what I do right now that I'm kind of semi-retired. My main job right now, other than trying to get some education and playing around on YouTube and stuff, is I do astrometry on asteroids and comets. I track the orbits of asteroids and comets through my observatory, and I work with something called the Minor Planet Center and report my findings out there. So I track asteroids and try and recover newly discovered asteroids. I try and get a second look at them and
That
confirm their
is
existence
awesome.
and orbit. But that's what I do.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
What a cool job.
Teach you how to track the ISS one of these days if you want.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
sure
do it
that
by radio.
would be very interesting. This is what I've got in my background here is one of my proudest moments of citizen science, at least on the flat Earth
Did you
debate.
take that?
Yeah.
Well done.
Oh, thanks.
Very
um,
well done.
I have a whole video about it, obviously. And basically, the point was to show the sun goes below eye level, which at least disproves robothemist flat Earth theory, if you know what I mean by that.
Yep.
The idea that the sun does not go below eye level, which at that point in my in the first video I made after I did this experiment, I was just like, so if the sun goes below eye level, then either the sun goes beneath a flat Earth, or the definition of eye level is relative because it's a sphere. So I called somebody overseas and I was like, "Where's the sun in your sky?" So that was kind of the angle I took.
Well, it looks to me. Tell me if I'm wrong, but it looks to me like you have two different sequences. You have one with a filter and one without one.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, very
And
perceptive eye.
the interesting thing about it is, notice that with a filtered view, the sun doesn't change in size.
I know, right? Of course, flat earthers have started to try to nitpick because I didn't have it totally evenly exposed here, so there's a little bit of glare, and then compare that with the stuff down here, and I'm just
Well,
like,
that's later in the
okay,
day because it's closer to the horizon, it looks like.
yeah, it was
Because it's
about
turning
3
red.
hours. Yeah, about 3
Yeah, it's
hours worth
turning
of
red.
sunset.
Yeah. We got our eclipse glasses yesterday, and my wife asked me can you actually look at the sun with these things? And I go, yeah. And I put them on and I looked over at the sun. Yeah, it looks really good. So when we stopped, because she was driving at the time, couldn't really wear them. She put them on and she goes, it looks just like the moon. And I'm going, oh. Same size as the moon. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go. I'm going to run around here a little bit and then I'm going to go to bed.
All right. Well, thanks again. It was such a pleasure having you on my live.
All right. Thank you for having me. Take care, my friend.
You too. All right, guys. I should probably go to bed. It's been, holy crap, 6 hours and 47 minutes. Oh my gosh. My wife is gonna be wringing her hands at me. Um, well, thank you, everyone. Hope you all have a good night. I will see you later.